And now, Saturday Night Theatre. The Case of the Late Pig by Margery Allingham, dramatised for radio by Gregory Evans, with James Snell as Albert Campion and Cyril Sharps as Lugg. The Case of the Late Pig.
The main thing to remember in autobiography, I've always thought, is not to let any damn modesty creep in to spoil the story. This adventure is mine, Albert Campion's, and I think I was pretty near brilliant in it. Though I must admit, I nearly got myself and old Lugg killed, and even now I hear a harp quintet whenever I consider it. It begins with me eating in bed. Lugg, I ought to explain, is my, gentleman. He's an old war stallion, and he came straight from serving time at His Majesty's pleasure to serving me at mine. Some time ago, Lugg acquired the habit of reading the Times to me while I eat, whether I like it or not. His taste doesn't run towards the literary and journalism, so he only reads the columns that appeal to him. He reads the deaths.
How about this one, then? Peter's.
I was reading a letter. It interested me particularly because it was both flowery and unsigned. Lugg laid down the paper with gentle exasperation.
Know anyone called Peter's cock? Oh, God. Peter's, R.I., aged 37, on Thursday the 9th at Tevering after a short illness. Funeral, Tevering Church.
Peters? Did you say R.I. Peters?
Why? Know him?
Well, not now.
Oh?
We were at school together. Sweet little angels at St. Botolph's Abbey. Pig Peters took 3 inches of skin off my chest with a rusty penknife to show I was his branded slave. He made me weep till I was sick, and I kicked him in the belly. Then he held me over an unlighted gas jet until I passed out.
Blimey.
I haven't seen Peter since I went into the sicko with carbon monoxide poisoning. I promised him then I'd go to his funeral.
Oh, get your black suit. I like a nice funeral when it's someone you know.
Have a look at this. What do you make of it?
Why should he die? He was so young. This what come this morning?
Yes.
There are thousands more fitting than he for the journey. Peters, Peters, saith the angel. Why? He was so strong, so unprepared. The roots are red in the earth.
And the century creepeth on its way. Why should the mole move backwards? It is not yet 11. Well?
Bit out the prayer book.
Don't be an idiot.
I remember learning it when I was a nipper.
What's the machine, then?
Royal, portable, new. No peculiarities. Nothing special about the paper, sold everywhere. Let's see the envelope. Oh, WC1, the old central stamp. Chuck it in the fire.
I don't know. Peters, you see, this and the announcement...
Don't be daft. Sling it in the fire.
Lugg got up and waddled out with the tray. R.I. Peters. It was Pig, all right. I remember him booting me to persuade me to call him Rip. He was the major evil in my life, along with the devil, injustice, and Latin prose. When he fed my collection of leaf skeletons to the junior study fire, I wished he was dead. Remembering the incident 20 years later, I was mildly surprised to find that I still did.
I just did a look at the map. Know where Tevering is?
Should I?
Couple of miles west of Keepsake. We can pop into Highwaters and see Sir Leo.
I don't know.
And Miss Janet.
I suppose that's what decided me. Sir Leo Pursuivant is chief constable of the county and a lovely old boy. He's got a daughter, Janet. I still like her, in spite of everything. Tethering. It was hardly en fete, a ploughed hill with a huddle of cottages on it. The churchyard in late winter was a sodden mass of dead cow overgrown and pathetic. Peters had been an ordinary, unlovable sort of twerp, and he was being buried in an ordinary, unloved sort of way. I began to wish I hadn't bothered coming. But then, as we were standing by the graveside in the light rain...
To take to himself the soul of our dear brother here departed. We therefore commit his body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes.
Good.
Dust
Watch it.
to dust.
Pig, you almost had me in with him. What's the matter?
Of the resurrection to eternal life.
I'd know it
Anywhere. What are you twittering about?
Pig had several revolting habits, even at 12 and a half. One of them was a particularly vicious way of clearing his throat.
According to the mighty
I've just heard it for the first time in 20 years.
All things to himself. Amen.
4 others had come to see Pig laid to rest. A pleasant, stolid-looking chap, a girl in rather flashy black, a rather nasty old man, and...
Whippet, what are you doing here?
Well, you see,
He didn't answer, and without thinking, I raised my hand to clip him. He never did answer unless he was clipped, and force of habit was too much for me. Gilbert Whippet had been my junior at St. Botolph's. I hadn't seen him for 15 years, but he still looked the same. It's about as easy to describe Whippet as water or a sound in the night. I can't really say what he looks like, though presumably he's got a face, since it would be an omission I'd be sure to observe. Somehow he made me unreasonably angry.
Whippet, what are you doing at Pig's funeral?
I was invited, I think. Yes, look, I had this. Came this morning. Why should he die? He was so young. There are thousands more fitting than he for the journey. Goes on in the same vein. Here. Odd. About the mole, I mean. Informal invitation, I suppose. I came.
He drifted away as though there were nothing to keep him in place. He left the letter in my hand. It was identical to the one that I had received that same morning. As I came out of the churchyard, I noticed the stolid, pleasant-looking chap glance at me inquiringly. I went over to him, wondering how to put the question that was in my mind. He helped me out.
Sad business. Quite young. Did you know him?
I don't know. I mean, I was at school with an R.I. Peters, and when I saw the Times this morning, I thought... When I got here, I felt it must be some other Peters.
Big man. Too fat. Sandy hair and light lashes. Went to school at Cheapskate.
Yes, that was the man I knew.
Sad business. He came to me after an appendicectomy. Shouldn't have had it, really. Weak heart. Picked up a touch of pneumonia on the way down. Well...
I see.
Couldn't save him, poor chap. I'm in practice here, round the nursing home over the hill. Taking a few convalescents. Never had a death here.
We stood there chatting aimlessly for a while, and then I went back to town. I didn't call into Highwaters to see Leo and Janet. I wasn't in the mood. Pig's funeral had rattled me somehow, left a sort of half-heard echo in my ears. Later, I looked out some old school photographs and had a good look at him. You could see even then what he was going to turn into. But it was nothing to get excited about. He was dead. I shouldn't see him again. Well, all that was in January. By June, I'd forgotten the fellow. And then Janet Pursuivant, rang up. I'd never heard her hysterical before. She was twittering into the phone like a nest of sparrows.
It's horrible. Leo wants you to come at once. I can't say it over the phone, but Leo says it's... listen, Albert. M for mother, U for unicorn, R for rabbit, D for darling, R for Arthur. No, I mean R for... No, E for...
What?
Oh, Albert. Murder.
Hang on. I'll be there. Leo was standing on the steps of Highwaters when Lugg and I drove up. He came down to the car and grasped my hand.
Janet told you.
Yes.
Not a word. Move over. The mortuary is behind the police station. I'll direct you. Now, my boy, I want your opinion. We're going to trust you. I haven't put a thought in your mind. I haven't influenced you in any way, right?
No, sir.
Good. In here. There, under the sheet. Take a look.
I said nothing. Lying on the table was the body of Pig Peters. He was unmistakable, and I knew without touching his limp, podgy hand that he hadn't been dead for 12 hours. Yet in January, and this was June.
Dead.
What?
Damnable cad, though. Or not to say it, perhaps, but...
You knew him?
I met him. Had a most unpleasant interview with him only last night. Rather awkward in the circumstances.
What was he calling himself?
Alias, eh? Very likely. It never occurred to me. Harris, Oswald Harris. More money than was good for him. And the manners of an enemy NCO. Terrible fella. See the wound?
It's hard not to. It looks as if he's been kicked through a felt hat by a cart horse.
Yeah, very good. Damn nearly right. Substitute urn for cart horse and you're bang on the button.
Urn?
Geranium urn. Stone. Big so-called ornamental thing. Madness to keep 'em on the parapet, always said so.
So, a stone urn fell off a parapet.
Oh, very good, very good. Except the fell part.
What?
No way round it. The urn was one of several, all firm as the Rock of Gibraltar. Must have been pushed.
I see.
Damned awkward. Still, I thought you'd agree with me. Seen all you want?
I glanced down at the corpse. Pig, certainly. Dead again 5 months after the funeral. There was enough mystery in the business already. I kept my contribution to myself. I let the sheet fall back. I couldn't believe that Leo had dragged me down here just to confirm his suspicion that Pig had died from a bang on the head. There was more to come.
I'd like to have a talk with you. Private matters. We'll get out to Holt Knights. See poor Poppy. Have a look at one or two things.
Holt Knights, is that where it happened?
Come on. Getting chilly in here.
As we walked to the Lagonda, I considered the business. Holt Knights. You see, if Keepsake is a sort of County Eden, which I suppose it is, Holt Knights, well, that's the Rose Garden. Keepsake's as perfect a village as you can imagine. Norman Church, Village Green, 2 splendid pubs. On one side it's got an estuary, on the other a ring of modest estates. Holt Knights is the largest. It was run down for a long time, just a millstone round someone's noble neck. Then Poppy Ballou retired from the stage and bought it, and, well, she turned it into the finest hotel and country pub in the kingdom, with an 18-hole golf course attached. All very lazy and homely and comfortable. And now... But we'd reached the cars by then. Leo was looking at Lugg with mistrust. I stepped in. Lugg, I'm going to drive Sir Leo over to Holt Knights. You'd better go back to High Waters. Take a bus or something.
A bus? A bus?
Yes, one of those big green things. You must have seen them about.
Extraordinary fella, your man. Saved your life in the war, did he?
Good Lord, no. Why?
Well, just crossed my mind. Serious business, this, you know.
Yeah?
More than half a dozen good fellas, including myself, were in a good mind to put that Harris chap out of the way last night.
What?
Well, one of us must have lost his head.
I'd better stop the car.
You see, Harris was going to buy Holt Knights.
By the Knights? How on
Well,
earth?
Poppy was a bit in debt, apparently. She'd accepted a mortgage from some fella in London. Nice chap, good terms. Seems he was an agent for Harris.
I see.
Harris came to the hotel and started bragging, throwing his weight about. Said he was going to rip up the golf course, close the hotel, build a dog track, a dance hall, a fun fair, buy up some of the other estates, perhaps. He would have killed the village.
Yes.
Killed it. We tried to buy the mortgage back, me and some of the other fellas. He wouldn't have it. He was such a bore.
And then this morning...
He was sleeping in a deck chair, and an urn fell on his head. Damned awkward, Campion.
Holt Knights on a June evening. Breathtaking. The lawn rises to the Georgian facade of crushed strawberry brick and the high chestnuts mass behind. As we pulled up, the place seemed deserted. I decided to have a look at the spot straight away. Leo led me round to the terrace where the deck chairs, flimsy and oddly Japanese-looking in their bright colours, straggled along under the windows.
There, under that sack. Just fell off the parapet and...
Good Lord! This must weigh the best part of 100 weight. I'm surprised it didn't smash him to pulp.
Oh, glancing blow, my boy. There's the chair over there.
Good Lord.
Yeah, a heap of firewood, huh? He was out here by himself, you know, snoozing. We were playing cards in the lounge. None of us would speak to him. Childish, if you like, but there you are. Fellow was an unmitigated tick.
Clouds are blowing up.
What? Oh, there's Poppy. Let's go in.
Albert, good to see you. Leo, you're a lamb to send for him. Come and have a drink. Isn't it awful? Such a horrid man, Harry. Have Leo told you how he tried to think?
It's not easy to describe Poppy. Over 50, I suppose. Tight grey curls, wide mouth, enormous blue eyes. That's the easy part. The rest, well, she's friendly, generous, with a sort of naive obstinacy. She dresses with enough frills to rig a frigate. It suits her nature, if not her figure. You see her and you like her. That's all there is to it.
But it was very wrong of someone. I'm not being silly, am I, Albert? I did tell them it was dangerous. I said it would lead to trouble.
What?
Last night when... Haven't you told him?
Well,
But you must. It's not fair.
I was coming to it. I've only had him down here half an hour.
It was like this. 2 or 3 of the more hearty old pets hatched a plot. They were going to get Harris drunk and get him to sign a document relinquishing the option, right?
Well, yes.
I told them it was dishonest. I said it wouldn't work, and, well, it didn't.
Harris just got truculent and passed out. We had to put him to bed.
He went to sleep it off on the terrace next morning, and that beastly thing fell on him.
Awkward, you see. Damned awkward.
Leo's Inspector Percy.
Pusey.
Such a nice man. He's been through the servants with a tooth comb. Hasn't found a thing. Not even a brain, poor ducks.
So, he looks like one of the guests.
And I only have such dear people.
There's going to be a hellish scandal.
I think I'd better see that parapet.
Be careful, my boy. The slates aren't all they should be.
Well, any theory I might have had about a feather-brained cat is out of the question.
I know.
Someone must have lifted the thing up before they pushed it out. The parapet's wet here, just underneath where the urn would have stood.
Yes, I noticed that.
Do you know why it is?
No idea. No water anywhere else on the parapet.
No. But it must have been under the urn.
Yeah, look there. Mincing down the drive. Horrible little man.
Yes. Do you know him?
No. Poppy seems to, though. He's been hanging around here recently. You must have a word with her about that. Let's go down.
I glanced out of the window and saw the little figure at the bottom of the drive. I recognized him immediately, principally because of the extraordinary sensation of dislike he aroused in me. The last time I'd seen him was 5 months ago, weeping ostentatiously into an enormous black handkerchief at Pig's first funeral. As I steered the Lagonda back towards high waters through the yellow evening light, I did a bit of constructive thinking. I'm not one of those intellectual sleuths with a mind like an adding machine. I'm more like a bloke with a sack and the spiked stick. I collect all the odds and ends and turn out the bag in the lunch hour. Well, it seemed to me then that the bag was pretty well full, and I had a fair idea what was going to come tumbling out. One of Poppy's guests had clearly got overprotective. A sad business, I felt, but thankfully almost over. I had no idea then what was still in store. As we drove down the narrow village street, I thought of Pig and his 2 funerals, past and present. I asked Leo a question, as casually as I could.
Tethering? Yes, of course I know it. Just across the fields.
Isn't there a nursing home there?
Yes, run by Brian Kingston. Good fella. Very small, though, very small.
Is he?
No, the nursing home, not Kingston. Big fella, you'll like him.
Yeah?
Dear chap. Coming to dinner tonight, just the 4 of us.
You know him well, then?
Fairly well. I was playing a hand with him when this confounded urn fell and made all this trouble.
Bridge?
Before lunch? Good grief, no. Poker. We were just settling up when a shadow fell past the window and there was a sort of thud. It wasn't an ordinary thud and... Oh, damned unpleasant. Didn't like the look of him, did you? Dangerous. Thought a fellow you'd set the dogs on instinctively.
Who?
That chap we saw skulking around in the nights. Told Poppy about it, but she just brushed it off.
I think I've seen him before.
Where? Where was that?
Oh, at a funeral somewhere.
Very likely.
As we rolled up the drive to high waters, Janet came down the steps to meet us. She fussed about Leo lovingly before she bundled him off to change for dinner. Her attitude to me, however, was rather different.
Oh, by the way, your friend called at about 6:30, but didn't stay. I said you'd be in for dinner.
Lugg, oh, so that's it. What's he done now?
Oh, not Lugg. I like Lugg. Your girlfriend.
Girlfriend? Did she leave a name?
Yes, she did.
Miss Effie Rowlandson.
Never heard of her. Was she a nice girl?
No, she was not.
So I went into high waters alone. Old Pepper, pottering around in the hall doing the odd jobs that butlers do, seemed pleased to see me.
Mr. Campion, how nice to have you back at high waters, sir.
Thank you, Pepper.
The letter came for you this morning, sir. It's on the chest.
Oh, thanks.
You're in your usual room, sir. I'll bring up your bags.
Good Lord.
I beg pardon, sir.
Nothing, Pepper. Oh, saith the owl, oh, sobbeth the frog, oh, mourneth the worm, where is Peters that was promised us? The angel weepeth behind golden bars, his wings cover his face.
His wings cover his face? Why should these things be? Who was he to disturb the heavens? Consider, oh consider the lowly mole, his hands are sore, and his snout bleedeth.
Same envelope and paper as the first. A pleasure to read.
Poor little mole.
Analysis, Lugg, that's what I want, not sentiment. Help me with this tie.
Right.
I've got 4 minutes to get down to the dining room.
An owl, a frog, a worm and an angel are all upset because they can't find this here Peters. Keep still.
Oh.
Well, that's clear, isn't it? And it was Peters that was under that sheet this morning.
The same.
Queer. What'd he die of?
Flower pot on the head with intent. Where are my cufflinks?
Ah, it's rubbish, that note. I told you, chuck it in the fire.
The point you seem to have missed is that Peters died this morning.
Well?
The note was posted last night.
So, the bloke what posted it...
knew that Peters was going to die today.
Yeah, well, maybe I was wrong.
The little mole's a prophet. The puff pastry has a sausage in it after all.
Botulistic, most likely.
I arrived at the dining room with half a second to spare, and Pepper regarded me with affection, which was more than Janet did, I was sorry to say. I sat down and found myself next to the pleasant-looking chap with whom I had chatted at Pig's tethering funeral.
About 6 months ago, I think. Oh, Brian Kingston. I think we met before.
At a funeral near Tethering,
yeah.
That chap we saw at Holt Nights, you know, Campion?
Yes.
Kingston says he's staying in the village.
At Mrs. Swift's. Apparently, this Mr. Hayho...
What's his name?
Hayho. Well, apparently...
Hayho? Hayho? Idiotic name must be false.
I don't think so. Hayho is quite a common name.
Hayho? I don't believe it. Look, this is hardly the time to be funny, Kingston. I mean, this is a serious business, my dear fellow. It's very serious. I mean, I'm saying, wasn't it?
Wasn't Hayho that queer fella at the funeral?
Peter's funeral? Yes. Yes, I think he was. There was an odd sort of girl there, I remember that. Wait a minute.
What?
I just thought of something. Perhaps we can have a chat after dinner. Did you know Peters well?
Not intimately.
He wasn't a nice chap. I think I'm onto something. Can't tell you here.
But we didn't get a chance to talk after dinner. The inspector in charge of the case came to see Leo, and he excused himself, taking me with him. We adjourned to the gunroom.
Well then, Pusey, what have you come up with?
I don't know what to make of it, sir. It seems like we've made a mistake. But where it is, I can't tell you. I spent the whole day questioning people, and, well...
And no one but Sir Leo has a decent alibi?
No, sir. Everyone has an alibi. And a good one, too. They all knew each other well. One of them couldn't have done it unless...
Unless what? Well, go on, man. We're in lodge here.
Unless all the gentlemen knew, sir. Unless you... Unless they were all in it together.
Conspiracy, eh? Is that what you think?
Well, sir, it hardly seems
feasible.
feasible.
I don't know, Pusey. It's an idea. And yet, but it couldn't have been so in this case. They would have all had to be in it. Don't you see? And I was there.
Yes. Of course, sir. I was forgetting that.
No. Impossible. We'll have to think of something else, Pusey. No, we'll go over the alibis together. I mean, there may be a loophole.
They settled down to work, and not wishing to trespass on the inspector's province, I drifted off to find Kingston. I finally tracked him down on the terrace. He was standing alone in the moonlight, smoking a cigar, and looking rather like a Hollywood leading man. He took my arm eagerly.
That chap Peters.
Yes?
Well, this is rather in the nature of a confession.
Oh, yeah?
No, I didn't rob him or anything. I took down his will. I wrote it out and he signed it.
I don't quite see what...
Look, I know I can trust you. I have heard about you from Janet. You see, I altered it a bit.
Did you now?
Oh, not in substance, of course, in form. As he dictated it, it ran something like this. To that unspeakable bounder and unjailed crook, my brother, born Henry Richard Peters, whatever he may be calling himself now, I leave all that I possess. I do not do this because I like him. Well, it went on in the same vein. I didn't think it was decent. A thing like that can cause a lot of trouble. I cleaned up the wording a bit.
Very sensible. But I don't quite see where this is leading.
Well, you see, as soon as I saw Harris, he reminded me of someone. Tonight at dinner, when you mentioned the funeral, I remembered who it was.
Peters?
Yes. The more I think about it, the stronger the likeness becomes. Well, you see what I'm driving at?
I think so. You think Peters and Harris are...
Brothers.
Oh.
Now I've said it, it doesn't sound so exciting, does it? Anyway, I thought there might
There
be...
you are. I've been trying to find you. There's a call for you, Dr. Kingston. A Mrs. Bedford.
Oh, yes. I've been expecting this. She's a week overdue. I'd better go. Would you say goodnight to your father for me?
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
I'll let myself out. Thank you for a splendid evening.
Quite, romantic, isn't it? Out here in the moonlight. Night-scented stocks in the garden. Nightingales in the ilex.
Albert,
Yes?
do you know who did this beastly murder?
No, not yet.
You think you'll find out?
Yes, I'll find out.
Albert, will you hold my hand? It'll be a dreadful shock to Leo when he has to know.
Poppy?
Well, they'd all shield her, wouldn't they? After all, she has the most to lose. Go back to town, Albert. Give it up now. Don't find out.
You look very lovely tonight. Your hair, your dress, oh...
I'm sorry about this afternoon. I'm sorry about what I said. That woman, I know...
Mr. Campion. Oh, I beg your pardon. Forgive me, Miss Janet.
What is it, Pepper?
A young lady has called to see you, sir. I put her in the breakfast room. Miss Effie Rowlandson, sir.
Miss Effie Rowlandson. I'm afraid I looked at her blankly. She was petite, blonde, and girlish, with starry eyes and the teeth of a toothpaste advertisement. Her costume was entirely black, save for a long white quill in her hat, and the general effect lay somewhere between Hamlet and Aladdin.
Oh, you don't remember me. Oh, I was sure you would. Oh, how awful of me to come.
Perhaps you got the wrong man.
Oh, no. I remember you. At the funeral.
Oh, yes. Rowley Peters' funeral over at Tethering.
That's right.
I do remember now.
I knew you would. I just knew it. I'm like that sometimes. I just know things. I knew you'd help me. He trampled on me.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know when I've been so mistaken in a man. He was hard, I knew that. All men are hard, aren't they? Not like him. Oh, but I ought not to talk about him like that, did I, when he's dead? If he is dead. Is he?
Who?
Oh, you're cautious. Rowley Peters, of course. I used to call him Roly-Poly. Didn't I make him cross? Well, it's wrong to laugh when he's dead. If he is dead. Do you know?
My dear girl, we went to his funeral, didn't we?
Look, I've come to consult you, Mr. Campion. I'm putting all my cards on the table. I want to know if you're satisfied with that funeral.
It wasn't much to do with me.
Oh, wasn't it? Well, why was you there, I want a straight answer. There was something funny about that funeral, and you know it.
I'm perfectly willing to help you. Suppose you tell me why you think I can.
Well, I'll trust you. I was engaged to marry Rowley Peters, Mr. Campion, and then he went and died in a hole-and-corner nursing home and left all his money to his brother. And if you don't think that's suspicious, I do.
Because he left it all to his brother?
Well, it's funny he died at all, if you ask me. I think he's done the dirty on me. If he's hiding, I'll find him if it's the last thing I do. I came to you because you're a detective and I like your face.
Splendid. But why come here? Why come to Keepsake, of all places?
Oh, I've got a friend in the village, and he's seen my photographs of Rowley. A few days ago, he wrote to me, this friend. There's a gentleman in the village very like a friend of yours, he wrote. Come and take a look. Well, when I got here, I found the man I'd come to see had got himself killed this morning. So I came to you.
And you want to identify him?
Yes.
Why me? Why not go to the authorities?
Well, you see, I felt I knew you.
It was a strange night with a great moon sailing in an infinite sky. Lugg, peeved at being fetched out at such an hour, drove us through Keepsake, its streets empty and mysterious in the false light. Miss Effie Rowlandson shivered in the back seat with a blanket round her knees. I began to feel that she was going to be a great responsibility. Well, here we are, Miss Rowlandson. Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to save this till morning?
No, thank you. I made up my mind to go through with it tonight. I've got to know.
Come on. We'll see if Inspector Pusey's still up.
Come along, miss. No need to be scared. I tell you, sir, we could do with a bit of help. We tried the landlord of his flat in London.
No good.
No, nothing. It's through here, miss, if you don't mind.
All right.
Fine. Just a bit cold.
There's a light switch just inside the door. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll go first. Don't worry, miss. He's the only one in here. He's on a table and there's a sheet over him. So when you want me to draw it back, just you right. Now. Oh, my God!
He's gone! He's gone!
What's happened to him? You told me he'd be here. I was going to look at him. And now he's gone.
Perhaps it would be best if the young lady went home.
Oh, I'm not going back to the Feathers by myself. I won't. I won't.
I'll drive you down. The situation had all the unreality and acute discomfort of a nightmare. The fields and walls and hedges on either side of the road were ghostly in the false light. It was hot, and there wasn't a breath of wind anywhere. Effie, beside me in the Lagonda, was shivering so much I thought she might pass out.
I've had a shock. I steeled myself when it wasn't necessary. That was one thing. Then I realised Rowley got out by himself. That sheet, it was just thrown back like someone had got out of bed. You didn't know Rowley Peters like I did, Mr. Campion. He was clever. He was clever and cruel. And he's about somewhere. He's hiding.
He was dead this afternoon. Since miracles don't happen much nowadays, he's probably dead still.
I'm not an imaginative girl, Mr. Campion. But you read of funny things, don't you? Suppose he was to rise up behind one of those banks by the side of the road and come out towards
Shut
us.
up! There's some perfectly reasonable explanation. When you get back, have a stiff drink and go to bed. You'll find it's all been cleared up by the morning.
Oh, you're hard. I like hard men. I do, really.
Well, we're here. Stay by the car. Which door is it?
It's the one marked club room. Expect it'll be locked.
The one round here?
Yes, it's that one.
I say, you're fearfully late. Do you know what the time...
Good God! Whip it!
Oh, Campion. Hello. Terribly late, isn't it? I'm just off.
Hey, Whip it. Where are you going?
Well, bed. Where else? It is past midnight, you know.
What are you doing here?
Well, I heard you knock, so I thought
Not here at the door, in Keepsake.
Oh, well, I'm staying here for a day or two.
Mr. Whippet, it's gone. It's disappeared. What shall we do?
Ah, Miss Rowlandson. It's very late.
It's gone. Rowley Peter's body.
Oh, awkward. Holds things up so. Well, glad to have seen you, Campion. I'll look you up sometime. You'd better go in, Miss Rowlandson. It's terribly late.
Good night, Mr. Campion.
Good night.
Yes, good night. Oh! Your foot. You seem to have left it in the door. I can't...
Look here. If you know anything about this business, you better tell me. What do you know about Peters?
Nothing. I'm just staying here. Oh, I've heard the talk, of course. Close the door when
Wait. You had one of those letters. Have you had any more?
About the mole? Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I have. I've got it somewhere. I say it's terribly awkward, you losing the body. Have you looked in the river?
The river? Do you know anything?
Do you mind, Campion? You're creasing my dressing gown. Well, it's the obvious place, isn't it? Now. Oh. Look, it's fearfully late. Way past my bedtime. I'll look you up tomorrow, if I may. I don't mean to be rude, but... Oh, what's that?
Well...
Good night, Campion. See you tomorrow. Good luck with the body.
As I drove back to the police station, I tried to reconcile Whippet's appearance with the whole mysterious business. And why the river? Why should he think the body would turn up there? I covered the half-mile in a little under a minute and pulled up outside at the same moment that another car arrived from the opposite direction. As I climbed out, I recognized Leo's respectable Humber.
That's you, Campion. Most extraordinary business. Pusey told me over the phone. I don't like monkey business with a corpse. Not a bit like my district, indecent. Pusey, anything to report?
Come round and look, sir. All these windows were bolted on the inside. I checked round at about 11 o'clock. Well, the body was here then. I was thinking about bed when Mr. Campion arrived with the young lady and Mr. Lugg. Oh, he's inside, sir, drinking tea.
Yes, he would be.
Well, that's when we made the discovery, sir.
Well, did the key leave your possession?
No, sir.
Pusey, I've always found you an efficient officer, but you're asking me to believe a fairy story.
No, sir, you see...
If the body didn't go through the windows, it must have gone through the door. And if you had the only...
Excuse me, sir. But Mr. Lugg and me, we made a discovery. You see, all the buildings in this yard were put up by a local builder. And, well, they've all got the same lock.
I see. Any keys missing?
Well, no. But, well, we've had the builder in doing a bit of work recently. There's been a lot of toing and froing.
Scammed inefficient.
Yes. Well, there's something else we found. Look, over here. Now, this fence was perfect this afternoon. These boards have been kicked out tonight.
So this was where he was brought through,
Looks so, sir.
Have you looked in the lane behind?
Yeah, me and Mr. Lugg had a good look round, sir. There's nothing. The ground's too hard for there to be any marks. He was a heavy fellow. Seems very likely it was done with a car or a cart. Yeah, excuse me, sir. I think the best thing is if we wait till morning and question all those as live nearby.
In the end, we left it at that. Leo drove back to High Waters and Lugg followed in the Lagonda. Pusey went to bed, and I walked off down the lane at the back of the shed, with the moon already sinking and faint streaks of light in the east. It was colder, and I was in the mood to walk home. The lane went on for some distance between high hedges, and I sauntered on, my mind on the business. After a while, I passed through into a field that rose up to form a considerable hill, black against the sky. It was very dark at the bottom of the hill, and as I plodded on, lost in thought, there came down to me suddenly a sound at once so human and so terrifying I felt the hair on my scalp rise. Pig! For a moment I stood still, prey to all the irrational fears of childhood. Then I set off up the hill at the double. Suddenly, as I reached the brow, I saw something silhouetted against the grey sky. A tripod with something on it that I at first took to be a machine gun. It was a telescope.
A very good day to you.
Yes. Good day.
Perhaps I have the advantage of you, sir. You are Mr. Campion.
And you're Mr. Hay-Ho.
It'll do.
We met at a funeral.
This is a most unexpected pleasure. I was hoping for an interview. I didn't expect to find you wandering about in the dawn. Most young men nowadays prefer to spend the best part of the day in bed.
You're up early yourself. Waiting to see the dawn?
That and other things. I take it you are investigating the death of that unfortunate fellow Harris.
Do you?
Well, you needn't be coy, Mr. Campion. I can be very useful to you.
Oh, yes?
Yes, for a reasonable sum, I will undertake to give you certain information.
Information that it would take you a long time to collect alone, and which should lead you to a very successful conclusion of the case. Your professional reputation will be enhanced, and I shall, of course, take none of the kudos. Now, the terms...
Harris was a relation of yours, I suppose.
My nephew. Not a very dutiful one. He was quite wealthy, you see, and, well, not very generous.
Nephew. Well, that explains the mystery of the cough.
What?
And Peter's. The gentleman whose funeral you attended, was he a nephew?
I have several nephews, Mr. Campion. Look, I hate to press the point, but shall we say 500 guineas for a complete and private explanation of the whole affair? Or, of course, we might split it up into lots, as it were.
If you do know anything, it's your duty to go to the police.
Oh, dear me. Is this your last word?
I'm afraid so.
Well, I gave you the chance. You can't deny that.
Well, if that's all...
My dear young man, don't be hasty. I can help you. Why should we quarrel?
If you knew anything of importance, you'd hardly dare talk about it.
Look, you don't understand. My position is simple. Safe and simple. I have an asset that I intend to realize. There are two likely purchasers, you and another party. I shall simply dispose of the goods to the highest bidder.
Fine. Well, I'll offer half a crown. Let me know if I'm outbid.
Wait. You've a lot to lose, Mr. Campion. Suppose we meet here tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. If I can't get satisfaction in other quarters, well, I may bate my price a little. What do you say?
Perhaps.
Here then, 7? Good morning, Mr. Campion.
And I went off down the hill. At the time, I thought I was quite justified in letting him stew for 24 hours. At the time, I didn't know the kind of person I was up against. Whenever I'm apt to get over-pleased with myself, I remember that little chat on the early morning hillside. As I came wearily up the drive at high waters, it was full dawn. The air was magnificent, the sky a translucent blue, and the birds were roaring at one another in undisturbed abandon. I had a tepid bath and slept for a couple of hours, but I was waiting for Leo when he appeared around 8. We went for a stroll round the garden before breakfast, and I put my request to him.
Had the fellow watched?
Yes.
Good idea. I'll ring Pusey. Extraordinary name, hey-ho. Any reason above general suspicion?
He tried to sell me information. In fact, he tried to sell me the solution to the whole business.
What? Bring him in. I mean, this is no time for pussyfooting, my boy. We want to get him down to the station and tell him where he stands.
I don't think I would, sir. Leave him loose and see what he leads us to.
Well, I don't know, but, well, as you like. Prefer the more straightforward methods myself. Oh, well, let's go in. I'll get on to Pusey.
As it happened, of course, he was perfectly right, but none of us knew that then. I breakfasted alone, and Janet drifted in, tossed me a glance of faint contempt, and drifted out without speaking, 2 bright spots of colour burning on her cheeks. I decided, for want of anything better to do, to drive over to Holt Knight's to see Poppy. I found her in the lounge. It was early, and so we were alone. She seemed delighted to see me, and, as usual, insisted on getting me a drink at once.
Scotch on the rocks, as the Americans say.
It's a bit early.
Oh, Albert, don't be a fuddy-duddy. Here, more rocks than Scotch. How's that?
Thanks. Did you have any visitors yesterday morning? Someone who popped in and then left, perhaps?
Well, yes, I suppose I did. I'm afraid I haven't told Leo about it. It's rather awkward. People down here are terrible snobs.
I don't quite follow.
It was Hey-Ho. He's an awful little bounder, but he's got to live like anyone else.
Hey-Ho is a friend of yours?
Oh, no, not a friend. But he came to me for help yesterday morning.
He wanted to borrow money?
Oh, no. I mean, I might have lent him a pound or 2, but you wouldn't say he borrowed money. You see, he came to me and told me the whole story. Harris was his nephew, apparently, and there'd been a lot of jiggery-pokery going on. This little tick Harris had done Hey-Ho out of all his money. Well, I mean, I knew what Harris was like, so I could quite believe him. I let him into Harris's room.
You what?
Oh, Harris was in there at the time. Hey-Ho wanted to see him privately. There was an awful row, and Harris sent him away with the flea in his ear. I never told Leo.
And that was on the morning that Harris was killed?
Well, yes, of course. Yesterday.
Well, how do you know Hey-Ho wasn't here when the urn toppled off so conveniently?
It wasn't convenient, Albert. My God, look at the mess. It certainly wasn't convenient.
Poppy.
He wasn't here. He left a long time before that. I know what goes on in my own house, I hope. I know it's the fashion around here to think I'm a dear, silly old fool, but I'm not completely demented. Here, let me freshen up your glass.
Thanks. And so why was Hay-Ho here yesterday evening?
Well, it's difficult to explain. He came to offer me his help as a man of the world.
Thanks.
I think he really came to scrounge a drink.
I looked down at the glass in my hand and twirled the little blocks of ice round and round in the pale amber liquid. It was then that I had the whole case under my nose. Unfortunately, I only saw half of it. I hadn't had time to consider this for very long when I heard the sound of a car on the gravel outside, and thinking it might be Leo, Poppy and I strolled out to meet him. But it was Lugg in the Lagonda, and as I hurried up, I saw that his great moon of a face betrayed unusual excitement.
Hop in. The General wants you down at the station. Got something for you.
They found the body.
Oh, got your second side outfit working again, I see. Oh, morning, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Poppy. Leo's waiting for me down at the police station. I'll send him along when the excitement's over.
Do. He's a pet, Albert, one of the best. Tell him I'm silly and sorry, all right?
Where was it?
In the river.
The river?
Calm as you please. Bloke in a fishing boat picked it up.
But... dear me.
Funny place we come to. First they bang a chap on the head, then they sling him in the river. Some persons are never satisfied, really.
But why the river? It's bound to be found sooner or later.
It's an outrage. Disgraceful. In my own village, it shocked me, Campion. There was no point in it. I mean, it's wanton mischief.
Do you think so?
What do you mean?
I think there should be a post-mortem.
What?
Someone good, but someone discreet as well. Not Kingston, for heaven's sake. Anyone else locally do?
Well, yes, there's old Professor Farrington. He did something of the sort for us some time ago. But you can see for yourself the cause of death. Are we justified in having a post-mortem?
It's always justified in the case of a violent death.
Yeah. When you saw the body yesterday, did you notice anything that put such an idea into your head?
No, I didn't. But this makes all the difference. Water has a peculiar property, doesn't it?
What do you mean?
It washes things. As I walked out of the police station, I was thinking of Whippet. Whippet and the anonymous letters, Whippet and Effie Rowlandson, Whippet and his extraordinary guess about the river, if it was a guess. I decided to look for Whippet. He wasn't at his hotel, and in the end I had to go back to High Waters unsatisfied. After lunch, I decided to take a turn about the garden to try to get a few things straight. It was one of those vivid summer days that are hot without being uncomfortable. As I walked down the grass path between the lavender hedges, I heard the sound of voices, and something familiar about one of them caught my attention. 2 deck chairs were placed side by side on the rose lawn with their backs to me, and I heard Janet laugh. At the sound of my approach, her companion rose, neat and cool in his white flannels. I experienced an odd sensation, half relief and half exasperation.
Whippet! Campion! Found you at last. I've been searching for you all over the place, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, where?
Oh, here and there, roundabout.
I've been busy. Hello, Janet.
Now, this is a nice friend of yours, Albert. Oh, do sit down.
There's a deck chair over there. Complicated things.
It's been found, you know, in the river.
Yes, I heard in the village.
You've got a lot to explain.
Yes, I know. Well, that's why I've been looking for you. There's Miss Rowlandson, for one thing. And, this. Came this morning. Have you had one?
Although the Skinner is at hand, his ease is in the earth. Peace and hope are in his warm heart. He foldeth his hand upon his belly. Faith is his that can remove the mountain or his little hill.
Same postmark as the rest. Funny, isn't it?
Do you make anything of it?
No.
He foldeth his hands upon his belly. Who's the he?
Well, I took it to be the mole. His little hill, you know.
Well, I suppose you both know what you're talking about.
I think I'd better go now. Now that I've found Campion and cleared all this up. You've been most kind to put up with me, Miss Pursuivant.
My pleasure, Mr. Whippet. Goodbye.
I'll walk with you to the gate. Look, Whippet, you'll have to explain. What are you doing in this business in the first place?
Who's that girl, Effie? She's got a strong personality, Campion. I met her at Pig's funeral, and she sort of, well, collected me. When she asked me to drive her down here yesterday, well...
What about the letters?
You're not supposed to take them seriously, are you? Anonymous letters. Well, and yet, I wonder who's writing them. It's very disturbing, Campion. I'll be at the Feathers. Look me up when you can spare the time, and we'll go into it. Goodbye.
Ah. I don't want to interfere, Albert.
No?
Mr. Whippet told me a bit about Effie Rowlandson.
He did? Well, thank goodness for that.
I don't think you should let her annoy him.
What?
It's bad enough to bring her down here in the first place, without letting her get her claws into other people. I hate to have to talk to you like this, Albert, but really, you know, it is rather disgusting of you.
Before I could stop her, she turned on her heel and stalked back into the house. I followed her, of course, but she had shut herself in her bedroom, and once more I was given furiously to think. I went into the library, a large, old-fashioned room, cool and with the aromatic smell of paper. I sat down in a big leather armchair to think things out, but my lack of sleep was too much for me. I dozed off. I was awoken by...
Sir? Sir?
What is it, Pepper?
Sir, the telephone, sir. Miss Poppy Ballou ringing from Holt Night, sir. Perhaps you'd like to take it in here, sir?
Thank you, Pepper, yes. Poppy.
Oh, Albert. I've got an awful confession to make.
Oh, yes?
I'm afraid you're going to think I'm rather stupid. It seems Hey-Ho did come back that morning, the morning Harris was killed. One of the girls saw him. It was a long time after his row with Harris. I thought he'd gone. The girl knew I'd given him permission earlier, so she thought it... Oh, Albert, will you have to tell Leo?
Arrest Hey-Ho? Why, I don't think we can arrest him, don't you know? Bring him in, question him, wanted to do that all along, but we can't hold him.
But you must hold him. That's the point.
We're not a tittle of solid evidence.
Pull him in for something else.
Trump up a charge? Well, the fellow's a blackguard, I know, but monstrous.
At least keep him for 24 hours.
Well, what's on your mind, my boy? You sound apprehensive. Anything in the wind?
I don't know. Look, you think about the question of arrest. I'll go down to his lodgings with Pusey and pick him up. There's a constable on the place, isn't there?
It's all under control, sir. He's been in all day.
Good, good.
That's his room, where the light is. You can see him if you look.
Where?
Oh, there he is, Inspector. That shadow on the curtains. He hasn't moved for an hour.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Constable.
What, sir?
I'm afraid you're going to be dealing with dog licenses for quite a long time to come.
It was a coat and bolster over a chair, of course. Pusey stood looking at it when we got into the stuffy little attic bedroom, and he kept his temper remarkably well. From the constable's evidence, Hey-Ho could have had an hour's start at the most. Pusey mobilized his small force with speed and efficiency. He reported on his progress to Leo at the police station around about 11 o'clock.
He didn't leave by bus, and he hasn't got a car. If he went on foot by any of the main roads, he moves a deal faster than any ordinary animal. Can't understand it. Unless he took to the fields.
Seems to pin it, though, this bolting. Extraordinary thing. I took a dislike to the fellow the first time I saw him. Must have been hiding in Hall Nights all the time.
We'll get him, sir. The whole village is on the lookout, and none of us here will rest tonight. You go back to your bed, sir. You can leave him to us.
You've searched the hilltop?
Every inch. His telescope's up there, but nothing else. Besides, he couldn't get up there without being seen. Not unless he was a mole.
What?
Travel underground, you see, sir.
Leo drove me back to high waters, and I climbed into bed for the first time in 48 hours. I was in dreamland, as the books say, the minute my little golden head touched the pillow. I only seemed to have been asleep for about a quarter of an hour when...
Mr. Albert! Mr. Albert! Oh, Stroop, wake up! Mr. Albert!
What?
6 o'clock, you told me to wake you.
Oh, God.
Now, why you bothered? A.O.'s running away from a pack of rozzers all set to jug him for murder, but he's not going to pass up his little appointment with you. Oh, dear me, no.
Have you rung Inspector Pusey?
Yeah, not a sign. Searching all night, he said. Not a whisker.
Oh, dear.
I'll come with you if you like. Nothing like a long country walk before the dew's off the grass. Cools the feet.
I sent him back to bed, dressed, and went out. It was a fine, clear morning with a promise of great heat in the day to come. The sky was opal, the ground was soft, and it was a pleasant morning for walking. But I found my feet lagging, and I entered the hill meadow with the deepest foreboding. When I reached the summit, I felt relieved. I disturbed no more than a brace of larks, and the hilltop was bare but for Hay-Ho's old brass telescope mounted on its tripod. I wiped the dew from the lenses with my handkerchief. The view was stupendous. Holt Knights was rose-red and gracious in the grey saltings. The river mouth sparkled in the morning sun, and around it lay the pocket-handkerchief fields. The corn high and green, the pasture browned a little in the hot weather. I stood there for a long time looking at the scene. So peaceful, so quiet, and so charming. There was nothing out of place, nothing frightening or remarkable. And then I saw it. About half a mile away, in the midst of a field waist-high in green corn, there was a dilapidated scarecrow. A grotesque, unnatural creature set up to terrify the not-quite-so-clever rooks. But the rooks were swarming upon it. Mr. Hay-Ho had been found.
Just one, you think, sir?
It looks that way. One thrust, strong and deep, over the collarbone and into the jugular.
Done here, do you think?
The road's just over there. The murderer wouldn't have had far to carry him.
It might have been done here. There's enough blood.
What was he doing in the middle of a field with a murderer, anyway?
A bit of private business. I'd like an opinion on the wound.
Well, Professor Farrington will be along later this morning to see the other body. And...
We can get Kingston to have a look in the meantime. Are we going to leave him up here?
Well, we should. At least until Farrington arrives. But we can't leave the fella hitched up out in the sun like this. It isn't decent.
Pusey and I took Hay-Ho's body off the piece of broken paling and laid it down among the green, whispering corn. The police then brought it on a tumbril to the little mortuary behind the station. Leo and I stood alone in the mortuary shed between the two white-covered things that had come to upset so violently the time-honored piece of keepsake.
This is what you were afraid of.
Something like this. He had definite information, you see. He talked about it.
But who's done it, Campion? Don't you see, my boy, a terrible thing is happening. It's the strangers who are being killed off. The field's narrowing down to our own people. Good God, what's to be done now? Come.
I've got Dr. Kingston outside, sir. Very anxious to help.
Oh, well, better have him in.
And I've sent a constable down to fetch Miss Rowlandson to have a look at, well, the other gentleman. She'll be back any time.
Good.
Right. Well, if you'd like to go in, Dr. Kingston, it's, this one here. Oh, dear me, quite a mess, isn't it? Well, it looks like it was done with something, narrow and sharp. A dagger. A trophy, perhaps. Something like, you know, the ones on the wall of the billiard room at Holt Knights. That kind of shape. Now, there's nothing to worry about, Miss Rowlandson. No more nasty shocks.
Are you ready?
Yes. Oh. Yes. Yes, that's Rowley Peters.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. I wasn't in love with him. But I'm sorry he's dead.
Now, come on, miss. Let's go back to the station and have a cup of tea. We better get a statement down on paper.
He used to take me out a lot. We got engaged, or nearly engaged. And then... Oh, Mr. Campion, you know the rest.
Yes.
Can I go now? I'd like to be by myself for a while.
Yes, of course, my dear.
Lugg's outside. He'll drive you home.
And so it's really Peters we've got in there, isn't it?
I'm not sure anymore. I thought I recognized the corpse. I thought it was Peters, but now... You can't really identify a man after 25 years, and the two brothers were obviously alike.
Does it matter? They're both dead.
Whereas the murderer, on the other hand,
is still roaming around somewhere.
Good morning, Inspector.
Ah, Professor Farrington.
You've got a remarkable amount of bodies here. I heard from Sir Leo what you were suggesting. It's diabolical, a diabolical thing.
Then you think I'm right?
Not so fast. I wouldn't dare give an opinion without a careful autopsy.
No, of course.
But you may be right. I wouldn't be at all surprised. We'll know before long. Have this sent round to me. I'll let you know for certain in a day or two.
Oh, I thought...
But I think I dare express an opinion, a very tentative one, you understand, that he met his death sometime before he had that crack on his head.
Poison?
Chloral hydrate, most likely. The bang on the head was in the nature of a blind. You've got a clever man working against you, Mr. Campion. Now, let's have a look at the other poor fellow.
For 2 days, things hung fire, and Pusey and I collected what useful scraps of information we could. Janet developed a strained expression, Poppy took to her bed, and even Whippet was more solicitous than I'd supposed possible. I packed him off to talk to Janet, who was kind enough to put up with him. Kingston, of course, was very much in the foreground, and I even found him useful. He was an inveterate gossip with a cavalier regard for the laws of libel. Leo was perhaps the worst affected of us all. He sat in his gun-room staring mournfully at his magnificent collection of sporting trophies. A mass of papers lay disregarded on his desk.
We've got 10 days. The inquests have been adjourned to give us a breathing space, but that means we've got to get results. Every morning I wake up wondering what the day's going to bring forth. We've got a killer at large in the village. God knows where he's going to strike next. And what have we got? Nothing.
Oh, Leo, come on. It's not as bad as all that. Kingston's put me on to Peters' solicitors.
Peters. We've got 2 Peters. We don't know which is which.
The first Peters, the one who died in Kingston's nursing home. Apparently, he was insured with mutual ordered life endowment for £20,000.
Yeah, so it all went to Harris?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Interesting. But what does it mean? Oh, look, Campion, I've known you since you were a child. And I know when there's something on your mind. If you know anything, you must tell me. I think I could bear anything rather than this uncertainty.
Oh, Leo. I'm not sure.
Well, it doesn't matter. I must know.
I know how the first murder was done, and I think I know who did it, but I'm not sure. At this stage, proof is impossible. Give me another day or two.
Well, I'd rather you told me now.
We can't do anything without evidence. 48 hours.
Very well.
There is something, though. Can you get a Home Office order for the exhumation of R.I. Peters, buried over at Tethering last January?
Well, I could try, but my dear fellow, identification after all this time.
I've got an idea about that.
And it's important?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Can I use the phone?
Yes, of course. Anyone interested?
Dr. Kingston.
Oh, been making a bit of a nuisance of himself lately. A bit too much like a schoolboy.
You should enjoy this, then. I'm going to ask him to show me round his graveyard.
No, really. I'm glad of something different to do. It's been a quiet day. You said you were interested in the soil.
That's right.
Well, yes. I think there might be some kind of preservative. About a year ago, a grave digger dragged me out to see a most odd thing. He opened up a grave to put in a relation of the dead woman, and the coffin lid had come off. She'd been in the ground for 3 years, but the body was almost perfect. How did you guess?
Cow parsley. You often find it growing in soil like that.
Oh. Wait a minute. You're not thinking of an exhumation, are you?
Perhaps.
I say, it'll be rather jolly. Exciting. I've never been present at an exhumation.
Nothing fixed, so you'd better keep quiet about it. Gossip could be fatal.
A question of identification, I suppose. What a stroke of luck he was buried here. In 99 cemeteries out of 100.
Yes, but do keep quiet about it, for heaven's sake.
Oh, yes, of course. Besides, I don't see a soul to talk to.
The following day, the third since Hay-Ho had been found, I woke up with a sensation of apprehension, a premonition that things were going to move, although if I'd known in what direction, I don't think I'd have got out of bed. It began with Professor Farrington's report. He came over to make it verbally while I was at the station with Pusey.
It was chloral hydrate.
So, he was poisoned.
Well, it's difficult to decide how much the man had taken before his death. There's no way of knowing, you see, whether when the stone crashed down on his head, he was already dead, or just drugged.
What would the chloral hydrate have done exactly?
Made him sleepy. If you came on a man suffering from a small dose of the poison, you'd think he was in a deep, natural sleep.
What about hey-ho?
Oh, there's no funny business there. Very brutal. One quick thrust.
Yes.
It was an interesting wound. Remarkably lucky or delivered by someone who was no fool. Caught him just over the collarbone and went straight down into the neck. He died at once.
And the knife?
I can draw it for you. Or at least the blade. Long and thin, you see. Like this.
I left them together and went off to find Whippet. Neither he nor Effie Rowlandson were at the Feathers when I arrived, but presently he came up alone in his baby Austin.
I've been house hunting. There's a little villa down the road that interests me. I like empty houses, don't you? Whenever I'm in a district, I look at empty houses. We must look together sometime.
Yes, well, I really haven't got time at the moment. Look, I wanted to ask you, did you ever talk to Hey-Ho?
Oh, yes. Yes, I had several conversations with him. Not a nice fellow. Tried to borrow money.
Very likely. What else did you talk about?
Natural history, I think, mostly. Flora and fauna, you know.
Some are born blind, some achieve blindness, some have blindness thrust upon them. Moles come into the first category, don't they?
I went back to High Waters. There, the thing I had not foreseen, the thing for which I shall never forgive myself, awaited me. Lugg had gone. There may be men servants who go off without a moment's notice, but Lugg's not one of them. We searched and searched, but there was no sign of him. He disappeared as mysteriously as Hey-Ho had done, wandered into the fields and vanished in precisely the same way. I didn't know what to do. In the end, I rang Kingston.
Glad you called me. I came over right away. There's obviously no time to lose.
So what's your idea?
That chap Whippet. I've been keeping an eye on him. Oh, I know, old school friend and all that, but you don't really know him, do you? And someone must be behind all this.
Well, go on.
There's a house, an empty villa all by itself at the end of a partly made-up road. Whippet's been down there once or twice, poking around. I think he actually got the key from the agents. Didn't it occur to you that Hey-Ho probably wasn't killed in that open field? It's a lonely little place, just right for a spot of bother. I think we should take a look.
Well, I suppose anything's better than hanging around here. All right, come on.
We'd better take your car, it's faster. Straight down the hill, then left. Look out!
Oh, it's all right.
Pull over.
No time.
You haven't been sleeping. Pull in there. I've got a hip flask in my bag. Pull in, or I won't be responsible. Here, have a drop of this.
You're right. That is better. I think I'll have another. Just what I needed. Can I hang on to the flask for a while?
Of course.
Dear me.
Are you all right?
Yes. I think so.
What's the matter? Feeling tired?
Brandy, I haven't eaten for some time.
Perhaps I'd better drive.
Thanks. Got to get out of luck. I'm tired, terribly tired.
I was aware of him pulling up, and through my half-closed eyes I saw a dilapidated little villa, its white stucco streaked with many rains. At the side of the house there was a garage with a badly made drive leading up to it. I was aware of Kingston unlocking the door of the garage, and then I was down at the bottom of the car, my eyes closed and my breath coming at regular intervals.
Well, there you are, my dear Mr. Campion. Sleep sound. There. Let me wipe the wheel. Press your hands onto it. Carbon monoxide, easy death. That's why suicides choose it so often. So simple. I just leave you in the car, start the engine, and close the doors. The neurotic Mr. Campion has done the inexplicable once again. Suicide of distinguished London criminologist. I was too clever for you. Too damned clever.
By half. That business with the hip flask was poor stuff. I smelled the chloral as I raised it to my lips. I simply didn't drink. But I hadn't realized the fellow's strength. When we came to grips, there was muscle there, and weight to back it up. Besides, he was demented. He fought like a fiend. I no longer had any doubts about the identity of the hand that put the knife into Hay-Ho's neck. His great shoulders hunched against the light. He leapt on me and we fell to the ground. I nearly escaped him once. I'd nearly reached the doors when something like a vice seized me round the throat. I was lifted bodily and my head crashed down onto the concrete floor. It was like going down very suddenly in a lift. It went on, and at the end there was darkness. I came up slowly in little jerks. I was aware that my arms were moving up and down in a slow rhythmic movement I couldn't control, and then I was gasping, fighting for breath.
Look out, you're doing nicely. Now, don't get excited. Steady yourself.
The voice came to me like a dream, and I saw through the fog a ridiculous small boy with ink smeared all over his face looking down at my bed in the sicker. Then the ink disappeared, but I still saw the same face.
Take it easy.
Whip it. What are you...
Take it easy.
Lugg. For God's sake, we've got to get Lugg.
I know. Here, let me help you up. Oh, positively dangerous, isn't he? I let Kingston get away before I got you out. I didn't want two of you on my hands. He took your car.
Come on. We've got to get to him before it's too late.
A fellow came by on a bicycle a moment ago. I've sent him off to tell the others. He's going to send the whole crowd up to the nursing home. I thought that was best. I've got my car in the meadow round the back. Let's go to tethering straight away, shall we? How do you feel now?
Rough. And I've got a terrible vision of Lugg hoist up on a scarecrow stake as high as Nelson's column. Doesn't this thing go any faster?
Locked.
Break it down.
It's like a barracks. Where do we begin?
Upstairs, quick.
5 doors on the landing were open, so we concentrated on the one that wasn't. It was unlocked, but someone held it on the other side. We could hear him snarling and panting as he fought with it.
Now, wait! Be careful!
Through the open door, I could see a bed, and on it was a large, familiar form. The face was uncovered, and as far as I could see, the colour was natural. But as I stared at it, I saw the thing that sent the blood racing to my face and turned my body cold.
Lugg. His hair. It's been dyed red.
What colour was Peter's?
And so I saw the truth. The body of one fat man is much like the body of another when the hair is dyed and the features obliterated. Kingston was going to have a body for his exhumation after all.
Campion!
It's all right, Whippet. You can come in now.
Oh.
I think I heard Lear's car pull up outside. It took 3 policemen to get Kingston into the car, and when he came up before the magistrate, there was an unprecedented scene in court. At the assizes, the counsel pleaded insanity, a defence which failed, and I think justifiably. But that was later. My own concern at the time was Lugg. For a long time, it was touch and go. It was chloral hydrate again. Kingston didn't want any wound showing on his exhibition corpse. What the finishing process was going to be, I can only guess. I don't like to think of it even now. Lugg told us his story as soon as we got him round. It was elementary.
He just rang me up. Suppose he made sure you was out first.
What did he say?
Give me a message that was supposed to be from you. Work in town or something. Said you wanted to see me at his place first.
And he picked you up?
That's right.
Well, that's why no one saw a car. If it was Kingston's car, no one would notice. It's too well known.
Well, anyway, he drove me to his place and he told me to wait for a while. Got me a beer. I thought he was a real gentleman.
And you drank it?
Well, of course I drank it. How was I to know you was leading this bloke up the garden with you come and hold me hand every 5 minutes? You stuffed him full of this exhumation, thinking he'd go for you, I suppose. Never thought of me. Isn't that you all over?
Let's be thankful you're alive to tell the tale.
Oh, I am. But what about this orange barnet? I've got to shave me head now. What me London friend's going to say? Holiday in the country? Oh, yes, very likely. Little place called Wormwood, was it? Or maybe Dartmoor or Brixton.
During the next 24 hours, we worked incessantly, and at the end of it, the case against Kingston was complete. It was on the evening of the day on which the exhumation had taken place that Leo, Janet, and I went down to Holt Knights. Leo was still seething.
Bricks. Yellow bricks wrapped in a blanket and nailed in a coffin. Even now I don't see how he did it alone.
He wasn't alone. He had Peters to help him.
You're terribly confusing. How many brothers were there?
None. Only the one inimitable pig.
But why go to all that trouble of pretending he died in January?
Insurance. £20,000, my poppet. He and Kingston were going to do a deal. Tie up with a medical man and let mutual ordered life endowments solve your money problems. Pig invented the brother, and they killed him off together.
Yellow bricks.
Neat.
Very.
So why didn't it work?
Because Pig was a crook, basically. He wouldn't pay up. Once the deed had been done, Pig had Kingston by the short and curlies. I think he kept his doctor pal on a string, promising, and then laughing at him. He didn't reckon with the sort of man he was dealing with.
Mad?
Well, not quite.
And what about Hey-Ho?
Wicked uncle finds wicked nephew in clover and wants to browse too. Another danger for Kingston.
Yeah, I think we had him to dinner. Terrible fella. Hey-Ho blackmailed him, I suppose, after guessing the truth, huh?
Hey-Ho was certainly selling discretion, but I don't think he even guessed Kingston killed Pig. He made an appointment with Kingston to talk it over, and they chose the empty house. Kingston killed him there, and later on carried him to the cornfield where we found him.
Oh, he deceived us all very well. I never dreamed.
Utterly deceived. Seemed a decent enough fella.
Yes, he was amazing. My arrival must have shaken him up, but he trotted out that brother story immediately and made it sound convincing. The only mistake he made was in dumping the body in the river when I said I was going to examine it. He acted on impulse. He saw his way and went straight for it every time.
You ought not to have walked into that last trap he set for you.
I had to. We had no proof. He'd have got clean away with the first two efforts. All the same, I don't think I'd have been so foolhardy if it hadn't been for Lugg.
All the same, you'd have looked pretty green if it hadn't been for Gilbert.
Gilbert?
Whippet.
Oh, yeah.
We had a word or two on the phone before Kingston picked me up. We guessed that if Kingston was going to try anything, he'd take me to that empty house. But still, I shouldn't have been so brave without him.
Then you know about Gilbert?
How much do you know?
A little.
Dear me. Leo was on the point of demanding an explanation when we pulled up at the Knights. We found Poppy, Pusey, and Whippet waiting for us in the lounge, and when we were all sitting round with the ice cubes clinking in our tall glasses, Poppy suddenly turned on me.
You've made a mistake, Albert. I don't want to be unkind, dear, and I do think you're very clever. But how could Dr. Kingston have killed Harris or Peters or whatever his name was when he was in this room playing poker with Leo?
Yes, that's right. Quite forgot. Just cashing in his queen pot when bang, down came the urn.
You said yourself it couldn't have been an accident.
It had occurred to me, sir, too. I was going to mention it.
Well, I think the time has come for me to do my parlour trick.
What?
Poppy, when Dr. Kingston called that morning, you gave him a drink, didn't you?
Of course.
What was it?
Oh, scotch on the rocks, highball, something like that.
With ice?
Oh, yes. It was a blazing day.
And do you know where he was all morning?
Well, no, not really.
Did he go upstairs?
Yes. He went to have a look at one of the girls. She had a touch of flu.
Was he up there long?
Well, yes, he was. Quite a while now, I come to think of it. But I don't see. This was a long time before that vase fell on, Harris.
While he was upstairs, Kingston went in to see Harris, alias Pig. Pig had a shocking hangover, and he asked Kingston for something for it. Kingston had some chloral in his bag. It's a reputable narcotic used in small quantities. He gave Pig a tidy dose, and Pig staggered out and settled down in the deck chair.
Yeah, but even so...
Wait a minute. Kingston was just going to let Pig die of the chloral, but that was risky. He noticed the position of the deck chair and the vase right above it. He sipped his drink
and he saw his chance.
But, my dear fellow, I keep telling you, he was with me.
It was the drink that did it. He had 2 or 3 solid cubes of ice in his glass. He slipped upstairs, the rest was easy. He took the urn out of the socket that kept it in place and balanced it on its peg, half over the ledge. He propped it up on the ice cubes and went down and played poker.
Good God.
Amazing. Oh, there was a risk that someone would notice, but, well, it was small. No one did. He just had to wait.
Until the ice melted and the urn fell. Oh, it's horrible.
Powerful smart. If I might ask you, sir, how did you come to think of that?
The moss on the ledge was damp when I first arrived. It didn't dawn on me at first, but when I had a drink here the other day and I saw the ice, it just slotted into place.
Wonderful. I was after the same fellow, of course, but the alibi put me out.
Mr. Whippet, very pleased to have you here, of course, but where do you fit into this extraordinary story? I mean, what you doing here?
Well,
His little hands are sore and his snout bleedeth.
Eh?
This is Gilbert Whippet, Jr., son of Q. Gilbert Whippet, chairman of the Mutual Ordered Life Endowment Company, sometimes called the M-O-L-E.
Mole.
Oh.
You always were a lazy little beast, Whippet.
I prefer writing to action. Well, I'm sorry to have dragged you into all this, but we had nothing to go on, except a sort of uneasy suspicion. I couldn't approach you direct because, well, there was nothing direct about it.
Lugg and I appreciated your style.
Well, it seemed the best way to ensure your interest. Whenever I thought you might be flagging, I wrote again. And you just followed the mole.
When Lugg and I set off for London the next day, Poppy, who had come to High Waters for lunch, stood with Leo and waved goodbye to us from the lawn. The sky was dappled blue and white, the birds sang, and the air smelled of hay. Janet, with Whippet in tow, came running out to us just before we started off. Her eyes were dancing, and she looked adorable.
Congratulate us, Albert. We're engaged. Isn't it wonderful?
What? Yes. Congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy.
I'm indebted to you, Campion.
We drove for some time in silence. I was thoughtful, and Lugg, who was as bald as an egg, seemed depressed. As we reached the main road, he nudged me.
God, what a performance.
Whose?
That bloke Whippet. Come down to a place with Miss Effie Rowlandson and go off with Miss Janet Persueven. That took a bit of doing.
Lugg, how would you like to walk home?
The Case of the Late Pig by Margery Allingham was dramatised for radio by Gregory Evans. The cast: Albert Campion, James Snell; Lugg, Cyril Shapps; Whippet, Hayden Wood; Janet, Diana Bishop; Leo, Garrard Green; Kingston, David McAllister; Poppy, Judy Franklin; Effie, Amanda Murray; Inspector Pusey, Christopher Scott; Hayho, Philip Menachem; Parson and Pepper, Michael Drew; Farringdon, Paul Nicholson; and the police constable, Nicholas Orchard. The programme was directed in Bristol by Brian Miller. Now there's a bit of time in hand before 10 o'clock, the weather forecast and the news. So let's have a look at the remainder of some of our programmes this evening. Offering a drink is a traditional sign of hospitality and welcome, and yet it's thought that 750,000 people in Britain have a serious drinking problem. Treatment for that problem can vary widely. Some drinkers, for example, want to abstain completely, while others prefer to learn to drink at a safer level. Tonight, at 10:15, Peter Evans considers some of the treatments available, as well as the reasons for their wide variation of aims, in Breaking the Bottle. Loneliness, like alcoholism, is on the increase, paradoxically when, in this age of communication, it's becoming increasingly difficult to be alone. Later this evening, in A Word in Edgeways, loneliness is the subject for discussion. Here's Brian Redhead.
There used to be a particularly soppy song which asked the question, "Are you lonely tonight?" It was really a come-on for the last waltz, but it is a real question. Loneliness, or so they say, is a growing malady. And tonight on A Word in Edgeways, I want to ask David Benedictus, Jean McFarlane and Frank Wright if they believe that loneliness is widespread, and if so, why? What is this unwanted solitude? Well, that's A Word in Edgeways tonight at 11:15.
And that's followed by another episode of Ray Gosling's On the Train to New Zealand. And speaking of trains, now from our motoring and travel unit, here's some motoring information. With temperatures dropping rapidly, driving conditions are becoming treacherous in most areas tonight. In South Wales, there's no improvement so far, as the roads are concerned. All roads are virtually impassable, including the M4 motorway and the A48, the main London to Fishguard road. A similar situation applies in the Gwent area, where the roads are blocked by deep snow. Drivers heading for the West Country will find the M4 motorway closed in both directions from junction 17 near Chippenham in Wiltshire to Newport in Gwent, and that includes the Severn Bridge. It's expected that the M4 will remain closed all day tomorrow. Drivers making for Devon and Cornwall will find the A303 and A30 passable with care to Exeter, but after that the A30 is blocked to Bodmin. The alternative route is the A38 via Plymouth, although conditions are bad, with the road reduced to single alternative lanes in places. Drivers using the A40 to enter Wales will also find conditions hard going, and police don't advise travelling into that part of the country at all. In Wiltshire, the A4 is closed between Marlborough and Caen, and all roads north to south are closed over Salisbury Plain. The M50 motorway is closed in Herefordshire, and the M5 is only passable with care. Well, that's our motoring information, and now here's a quick look at the weather forecast. Most districts will have bright periods, although patches of freezing fog may persist in a few areas. There'll be scattered snow showers, mainly over eastern and northern Scotland. Southwest England will have outbreaks of snow, possibly giving heavy falls in places, although rain is likely at times in the extreme southwest. The snow may extend to the extreme south of Wales and some other southern coastal counties of England for a time. It will continue very cold and frosty. And the outlook for Monday and Tuesday, continuing very cold with severe overnight frost. There'll be sunny intervals, but also snow in places and patches of freezing fog. That's the forecast.
Christmas story for you. Originally from the precise pen of the English short story writer Margery Allingham, our new adaptation is by Don Dickinson and Alan Gutman, and it takes a few liberties with time and place, as well as intent. But the season remains the same. It's 1944, and our setting is rural Ontario. And surely nothing bad could happen on Christmas Day in the morning.
All right, now, everybody, here we go for the big finale. Glad to have you with us this year, Judge. We need a good bass.
I'll give it my best, Chief.
All right, now. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly
Coffee would be lovely, Mrs. Jacobs. And that was a superb lunch.
Oh, why, thank you, Judge. Coffee, Bob?
Yeah, I'm sure we could all use some. And how about some liqueurs?
Could you get them out of the buffet, darling?
Yeah, I think that's your department, love. Yeah, we'll be in the study.
Yes, of course, dear.
We got to go. So, how's retirement treating you, Judge?
Oh, it's a little early to tell, but if today's any indication, I'm going to settle into Port Pike just fine.
Good. I hope you don't find things too tame here after the big city. Cigar, Judge?
Oh, Cuban?
Yeah, I love a good cigar. Weren't for this damn war, they'd be a lot easier to get.
Oh, thank you. Well, here in Canada, thank God, we're removed from the worst of it.
Yeah, true, but they can't put Hitler in his place soon enough for me.
Oh, you're not alone there, Chief. My, this is a most enjoyable cigar. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. And please, call me Bob.
Well, all right, Bob. The way things are going, they'll have put Hitler in his place before next Christmas.
Yeah, I'll drink to that. If Marie ever shows up with the coffee and liqueurs.
The notion of war seems so inappropriate at this time of year.
Quite right. We shouldn't let it dampen our spirits. In fact, I've
got good reason to celebrate this Christmas.
Oh?
Yeah. It looks like the province is going to buy a big parcel of land I own just south of town. Good price, too.
Well?
Yeah, nobody gets rich being chief of police. Not in a small town, anyway.
The province, what's their interest in that land?
Well, there's a new highway coming through.
Really? I
Yeah,
haven't
but
heard.
not many did. They kept it pretty quiet.
Well, how did you find out?
You mean? Well, you know, you hear things. Mayor's office. But I had my eye on it for years, mind you. Be great for the town, you know, new jobs, business, and tourists. Yeah, it's going to put a lot of money in a lot of pockets.
I dare say.
Yeah, it's the small businessmen who'll reap the benefits, and the farmers, faster transportation. Yeah, this town has to move with the times.
Yes, although I feel that growth always has its price.
Here they are, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Bob, look, I got to talk to you. I've got trouble.
Marie, will you leave our coffee on the table? Yeah, thanks. And, dear, would you close the door?
Oh, of course, dear. We won't bother you a bit.
Bob, I don't know what to do. Looks like he's really done it this
Royce, where are your manners?
What?
Aren't you going to wish Judge Lewis a Merry Christmas?
Oh, sure. Merry Christmas, Judge.
Judge, you remember our somewhat excitable mayor, Royce Andrews?
Of course. Happy Christmas, Mr. Mayor.
Now, settle down, Royce. It's a holiday, for God's sake. Can't this wait till next week?
Not this time. It's murder.
It's murder? Now, Royce, you better sit down. You want a coffee?
Yeah, please.
Royce, what?
Sorry, Bob. My God, I can't stop shaking.
Judge, you'll have to excuse Royce. He's not used to these calamities.
I understand. But it would appear that Port Pike is apparently not so different from the big city after all.
Yeah, what happened, Royce?
It's old man Noakes.
The mailman?
Yeah. He's dead. Killed out on Ashby Road. Looks like a hit and run.
Any suspects?
I'm afraid so. My son and that girl he's been seeing.
That damn kid again. Well, this had to happen sooner or later.
But it's not his fault.
Yeah, it never is.
It's different this time. There's something strange going on.
Yeah, what do you mean?
They found Noakes dead on Ashby Road, 200 yards from the crossroads, where they figure he was hit. But apparently he had just delivered mail to someone a mile off Ashby Road.
And what's so unusual about that?
Well, do you think he got hit, walked a mile into the bush, delivered somebody's mail, then walked a mile back to the main road to drop dead?
That doesn't sound very plausible. Whose mail did he deliver?
Some old woman named Margery Fison. Lives in the old Benson place.
I didn't know anybody lived up there.
Neither did I. But she does, all right. A strange one.
President Roosevelt stated that the Allied forces were braced for an all-out effort.
Not the war news, Hicks. Try something else.
Elsewhere.
That's more like it.
May your days be merry and bright. And may all your Christmases be white.
Good afternoon, sir.
As you were, Benham. Except for the singing.
Was Bing
Yes, sir.
Crosby singing
The radio,
White
Hicks.
Christmas. Stay tuned.
Oh, boy, we're going to have to give you a bigger heating budget, Bob. It's freezing in here.
You like some coffee? Hicks, get the mayor some. You, Judge?
No, thank you.
Well, Benham, I understand you were the investigating officer on the Noakes hit and run.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir. Well, get on with it. Tell him about the mail.
Oh,
Tell him about...
all right, Royce. Take it easy.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Mayor.
Hicks,
Yes, Chief.
we're going to talk to the hit and run suspects. Take it to my office.
Right away, sir.
Well, Benham, what happened?
Beg your pardon, sir, but who is this gentleman?
I'm Judge Donald Lewis, retired. I'm here in an unofficial capacity.
With all due respect, Judge, I can't see that we really need you.
Royce?
Well, no, really, Bob. Don't you think this would be better handled as a private police matter?
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, that is your son in custody in there.
I'm well aware.
And he may be in need of some expert legal advice before the day is out.
Oh. I see.
Now,
Certainly.
Royce, we have nothing to hide from an ex-judge. Besides, you were the one who told him the story.
Yes, of course. I guess I'm just a little rattled. My son in jail. For the press.
Yeah, we all understand, Royce. Benham, fill us in on the details.
Yes, sir. The deceased was proceeding in a northerly direction on a two-wheeled vehicle at approximately 9:28 a.m. His visibility impaired by a moderate snowstorm. The alleged impact vehicle...
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, Benham, you've been listening to too much Boston Blackie. Now, start again and make it simple so the mayor can understand.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. It's kind of hard to explain. Let me draw it for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, now here's Ashby Road, running north and south.
Yeah.
And here's Simcoe Road, running across it east and west.
Right.
So it's at the crossroads, as far as we can tell, that Noakes was hit. He'd been heading north along Ashby Road.
Anybody see him?
Yes, sir. Checked that out myself. Charlie Decker put the lift bridge down for him a little before 9.
Where is the lift bridge, Constable?
Down here, Judge, about a mile south of the crossroads.
Ah.
And where did they find him?
Up here, about 200 yards north of the crossroads.
What about the car, Benham?
I was patrolling eastbound on Simcoe, heading towards the crossroads, when I found a suspect vehicle in the ditch at the side of the road. Apparently, it had been heading westbound.
Did another car force it off the road?
I don't think so, Mr. Mayor. See, I didn't see any other cars west of the crossroads. And Charlie said nobody else had gone over the bridge that morning from the south, and we had to close the road a few miles north of the crossroads late last night because of the snow.
Well, someone could have come along Simcoe from the east, hit Noakes, turned around and gone back the way he came.
Yeah, what about that, Benham? The real culprit could be miles from here by now.
Good point, sir.
Aha.
But I thought of that myself. There was a telephone repair crew working about 2 miles east of the crossroads on Simcoe, about here. The suspect vehicle was the only one they saw on the road that morning.
Yeah, very efficient, Benham.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, well, it does sound open and shut, Royce.
But the mail. Tell him about the mail, for God's sake.
That's the strange part of it, sir. On questioning the local residents, I found that a Mrs. Fison had her mail delivered this morning.
Yeah, go on.
Well, we found Noakes' bicycle here at the crossroads, and his body about 200 yards north. Mrs. Fison's place is between those two spots, about a mile into the bush. Dr. Jenkins said Noakes couldn't have lived more than 5 minutes after he was hit.
Which begs the question, how did a mortally injured man drag himself 2 miles in a snowstorm, there and back, to deliver some letters?
Well, Benham, what do you make of it?
I don't know, sir. It's a strange one.
I'll tell you what I make of it. Noakes wasn't hit by a car at all. Any hard evidence?
Well, not exactly. Doc Jenkins said any blunt object could have caused the injury.
Well, there you are. Noakes probably left the bike at the crossroads because of the snow. While he was tramping around in the bush, he probably came across somebody still. You know what goes on up there, Bob.
Yeah, that's true.
The guy clubbed Noakes, panicked, dragged him back out into the road to make it look like a hit and run. Who found him out there, anyway?
Father Meehan found him on his way to Mass.
Did Father Meehan see anybody else?
He didn't see anything.
You should be out in the bush breaking up those whiskey stills instead of putting innocent boys in jail.
Royce, calm down.
What about the boy, Constable? What was he doing at the side of the road?
He was being ill, sir.
What?
Well, he and his companion had consumed... That is, they were under the influence... They've been drinking, sir. Heavily.
I see.
What condition are they in now?
Much better. More scared than anything.
Fine. Maybe we can scare some facts out of them.
Damn. Look at the time. Probably breaking out the good stuff at the party by now. You want a cigarette?
No. I still don't feel so good.
Hey, don't worry. We'll be out of here in no time. Get to the party. We'll have a few drinks. Maybe a little fun on the way home.
Oh, Jimmy. How can you think about that now? I'm sure we hit him.
I'm telling you, we hit the bike.
I just keep thinking about that awful thud. We hit him.
It was the bike. Now, listen, my dad must have heard about this by now. There's nothing to worry about.
Why didn't you stop? Why'd you keep going?
'Cause he was okay. You just keep your mouth shut and everything will...
Afternoon, Jim. Carol Ann.
Hi.
Merry Christmas.
Hello, son.
Well, Dad, You certainly took your time getting here. Who's this?
This is Judge Lewis, son.
Hello, Jimmy.
He's here to help us.
Help us? What do you mean?
The car just went off the road. What's the big deal?
He's dead, Jim. Now, I know you didn't do it.
What are you talking about? Who's dead?
Oh, Jim, I knew you should have stopped. Oh, God, what are we going to do?
Philip Noakes is dead.
Chief, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm telling the truth.
Benham, you wait outside, please.
What? Oh, yes, sir. I'll be down the hall if you need me.
Jimmy, I think you better tell us what you know.
I gotta sit down.
Well, there's not that much to tell. I admit I saw Noakes. Stupid old man. He's right out in the middle of the road, and he's pushing that crummy bicycle. He pushed it right in front of the car. I sideswiped it, I guess.
You guess you sideswiped it?
Okay, I hit it. Stupid old...
What did Mr. Noakes do?
Do? Well, he was mad. He started swearing at me. You should have heard the language.
Is that the way it happened, Carol Ann?
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's how it happened.
So Mr. Noakes wasn't injured at all?
No, but he'd have wrung my neck if he'd stuck around.
What did I tell you? It had to be somebody else.
And then what happened?
Well, it was snowing pretty hard. And just west of the crossroads, I must have hit an icy patch and skidded off the road.
Were you drunk?
No.
Judge, you have any questions?
Not just now.
Then I think we should take a look at the scene of the accident.
Bob, these kids have been through a lot today. Sure you're not going to hold them any longer?
Yeah, right. I'm sure we could arrange for them.
Pardon me, Chief. Perhaps you should examine the spot before you make that decision.
Now, see here.
No. He's right, Royce. We mustn't show any partiality. I'll have Hicks make you two as comfortable as possible. Benham?
Yes, sir.
Get my car. We're going out on Ashby Road to have a look around.
Yes, sir. Right away.
The judge and I'll meet you at the car, Royce.
Be right there. You better be telling the truth, boy. The chief has helped me cover up your little adventures in the past, but this time, it's serious.
Mr. Andrews, it wasn't his fault.
Shut up, you little tramp. I suppose you bought him the liquor.
Dad, what are you...
Hey, Jimmy!
Listen, if this thing goes to trial, there'll be more on the line than your skin. The chief and I have a good thing going. We don't need this kind of trouble. Do you hear me, boy?
Yeah. I hear you.
And you better pray it's not too late. Will you turn that thing down?
Sorry, sir.
And, Judge, will you roll your window up? It's freezing in here.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. It was getting a little smoky.
Okay, I'll put it out.
Hey, there's the car up ahead. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, Royce. And it's a bit shot, though.
That's an old dent.
Yeah, pull over, Benham. Let's have a look.
Not much to see here, sir. Snow's covered up the tracks.
Yeah, too bad. Well, maybe we'll just go on to the crossroads.
I'd like to take a quick look, if you don't mind, Chief.
Waste of time, if you ask me.
No. Go right ahead, Judge. Benham, you go along with him.
Yes, sir.
We will continue with our program of Christmas music in a moment. The CBC would like to take this opportunity to wish you season's greetings and a happy, prosperous new year. We now return to our presentation of Christmas music.
We've got to put a lid on this fast.
Calm down, Royce.
If this goes to court, there's no telling what else will come out. If they find out how we've stretched the law for Jim, it's not much of a jump to uncovering everything else.
I think I don't know that. I would you alone put us away for years.
Why have you got that nosy old coot following us around?
Listen to me, you idiot. You're the one who shot your mouth off in front of him in the first place. The man was a magistrate. I couldn't get rid of him after he'd heard everything.
Okay.
So what are we going to do? All right, first of all, you got to stop behaving like you've been caught with your hand in the till.
But I
just keep your head and let me handle it. Look, I managed to get you elected 3 times running. I can handle anything.
What are you going to do with...
Shut up.
That's very interesting, Constable. I wonder what counts for that.
Yeah, accounts for what, Judge?
The unseasonable amount of snow you've had this year.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I have a theory about that,
Did
sir.
you find anything, Judge?
I'm afraid the constable's right. The snow has covered everything. We did find some stains on the front fender. You may want to have them analyzed.
Mm-hmm.
But the key to this whole thing seems to be that old woman. What was her name, Benham?
Fison, sir. Mrs. Margery Fison.
Right. If Noakes did deliver mail to her, I think you'd better start looking for another suspect.
Well, let's get over there.
All right, Constable.
Fison. Margery Fison. Didn't know anyone by that name lived around here.
Maybe she's not on the voters list.
You talked to this woman, Benham?
Well, sort of, sir.
Sort of?
Well, don't get me wrong, sir. She seems like a nice old lady. But there's something... I don't know.
What?
There's just something odd about her. Very odd.
Seems unlikely a dying man could have covered this much ground. Any tracks when you were here this morning?
No, sir. The snow had covered everything. You all right, Judge?
I'm fine, but I think we're losing the mayor.
Hey, my shoe came off.
Oh, well, maybe we better wait for him. Is it much farther?
You just see the roof behind this hill.
Looks a bit run down.
Yeah, the place wasn't lived in for years. No wonder. Pretty isolated out here.
How close is the nearest house?
About a mile and a half, sir.
Damn shoe came off. My foot's wet, and it'll kill me. Where is the place, anyway?
Just over the hill.
Damn. Probably caught pneumonia out here. Well, this settles my mind. Nobody could make this trip after being struck by a car.
Constable, you actually saw the mail Philip Noakes delivered?
Yes, sir. They were all Christmas cards. About 15 or 20. Mrs. Fison made a point of showing me each one. Well, here we are.
Anybody home?
Just a moment. I'll be right with you.
Hope it's warm in there.
Four of you. Well, isn't that nice? Come in. Mind your poor head.
Ouch! What?
Oh, my, that must have hurt. You'll have to sit down at once. Most people have to stoop. I'm all right, you see, because I'm not tall. This is my chair here. Do sit down. Oh, my. Your shoe.
It's nothing, really.
Now, you must put your feet by the heater or you'll catch your death when you go out. So very chilly, isn't it? But seasonable. And that's always nice. Don't I know you?
Yes, ma'am. Constable Benham? I was here this morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Didn't you have a beard then?
No, ma'am.
No, of course not. I was thinking of my uncle. He was a policeman, too.
Yeah, now, Mrs. Fison, we understand...
I hope I didn't keep you waiting outside too long. I was on the phone with dear Marion. My sister, you know. Don't see her so much since the children came along. Really has her hands full. But I do look forward to a call at Christmas.
Mrs. Fison, could you tell us about...
I quite forgot to say it before. A Merry Christmas to you all. Isn't it wonderful how it keeps coming around? It's such a happy time, isn't it? Oh, would you like to hear something else?
Thank you, Mrs. Fison. Perhaps a little later. Let me shut it off for you.
Oh, I thank you. Do I know you?
No, I don't think so. I'm Judge Donald Lewis.
Oh, how do you do? A judge in my home. Marion would be so impressed.
Mrs. Fison, we do apologize for imposing on you.
Not at all. Visitors are a great treat. Not everybody braves my footpath in the winter.
But someone was here today.
Oh, why, yes. Only this morning there was a young man, a policeman to be exact. You know, you look a lot like him.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a beard, though. Anyhow, he came all the way over to wish me compliments of the season and to see if I'd got my mail.
And you did. Those cards on the mantel?
Oh, it's lovely to see them all up there again. One of the real joys of Christmas, isn't it? Messages from people you love and who love you. And all so pretty.
Did you come down to meet the mailman?
I wasn't up. Wasn't it dreadful? I was late this morning. In fact, I was only just picking the letters off the mat there when the policeman called. He helped me gather them. Nice boy. There was such a lot. I just lay in bed this morning thinking of them instead of moving.
Still, you knew they were there.
Oh, yes, I knew they were there. May I offer you a cup of tea?
No, thank you. But may I use your phone? My wife will be wondering where I am.
Of course. It's just through that door and to your right.
Thank you. I won't be long.
How are your shoes? Are they dry yet?
Just about. Bob, are we nearly through here?
Yeah, as soon as the judge gets back. Yeah, living way out here must have its problems.
It's not so bad, really. A boy comes out every few weeks with my supplies. A visitor once in a while. And then there are my cards. Don't they look lovely?
Yes, quite nice.
You were right, young man. That's just the place for them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You taking up decorating, Benham?
That's good.
They seem to add so much to the place. This one in particular. It's from my son.
May I see that?
Of course. Oh, I do hope your wife wasn't worried.
What? Oh, no, everything is just fine. You say this is from your son?
His name's Daniel. Such a handsome boy. Strong chin, just like his father. I just can't believe he's old enough to be in the army.
Really? Where is he stationed?
Oh, it's on the envelope.
France. What regiment?
The Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders.
I've heard of that one. Well, gentlemen, I think we've taken up enough of Mrs. Fison's time.
I'll second that. You watch the beam, Royce.
What's that?
Duck your head.
Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Fison. I hope we didn't disturb you.
Not at all, not at all.
Here's your son's card.
You know, I think I'd like you to have that.
What? Oh, no, I couldn't. Your son's card.
I'm sure he'd want you to have it, too.
Well, I
Imagine a judge in my house.
I don't know what to say.
Of course you do. Merry Christmas.
A very merry day, indeed.
Well, let's go.
Yeah, thank you for your cooperation, Mrs. Fison.
No trouble at all. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye, Mrs. Fison.
Well, that was a waste of time.
It had to be done, Royce. Benham, you better get more men out here and comb the area. Maybe Noak's killer hasn't got too far yet.
Right, Chief. If you'd listened to me in the first place, we wouldn't have to come all the way out here. The killer's probably out of the province by now.
Not unless he broke out of your jail. I think there's more to this than meets the eye.
What?
What are you getting at, Judge?
Do you see any phone lines?
Phone lines? What do you...
I thought something was strange when I discovered the phone was disconnected. Mrs. Fison said she had just received a call.
You're right, Judge. You can see where the lines used to be hooked up.
Yeah, that was the first thing. Then her son's regiment, the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders. I have a nephew serving with those boys, and they've never been overseas. Not in this war.
This war?
Take a look at the card. See the date.
December
1916?
What's all this nonsense mean?
God.
It means, Mr. Mayor, that Philip Noakes was nowhere near this place today.
What?
What we've discovered, gentlemen, is a sad ritual. I guess she'd been putting out the same cards every year from people who are long gone. Poor dear. She probably thinks it is 1916.
Then Jimmy
Oh, shut up, Royce. Yeah, Jimmy did it. And we're gonna pay for it.
I don't understand, sir. Is something wrong?
Leave them alone, Constable. Let them enjoy their Christmas while they can.
You have just heard On Christmas Day in the Morning, a dramatization of the Margery Allingham short story by Don Dickinson and Alan Gutman. Sandy Webster starred as Judge Donald Lewis, with Colin Fox as Mayor Royce Andrews and Arch McDonnell as Police Chief Bob Jacobs. Sandra Scott played Mrs. Fison, and Robert Haley was heard as Benham. Elva Mae Hoover played Mrs. Jacobs, as well as Carol Ann. Michael Wincott was Jimmy, and John Stalker played both Hicks and the radio announcers. Our recording engineer is John Jessup, with sound effects by Bill Robinson and Kathy Perry. Our production assistant is Nina Callahan, and the series story editor is Earl Toppings. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell.
Is this Kemp's Cafe?
We're closed.
Is this Kemp's Cafe?
I told you we're closed. It's 11:30.
I don't want to eat.
What do you come for, then?
Have you got any letters for me?
Shut that door and come in. Did you say letters?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
My name happens to be Val Girth. I was sitting on a seat on the embankment. I dozed off to sleep. When I woke up, this envelope was lying at my feet.
Well?
It's addressed to me, care of your cafe. I've never heard of this place before, but I thought I'd better come and find out.
Let's have a look. Is that your name? Percival St. John Wicks Girth?
St. John Wicks Girth.
What a mouthful.
Well, at least there aren't likely to be two of us.
You said it. Can't see two mothers saddling a brat with that lot.
I want to know about this envelope. It's been opened. Who did you give it to?
I see you take the long road.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. What was in this envelope?
Wait a minute. How do I know you are, Mr. Percival St. John Wicks Girth?
At the moment, you'll have to take my tailor's word for it.
Hmm? Well, why come all the way down here? Because of an envelope?
Ever heard of a drowning man clutching at a straw?
Who's drowning?
You can drown without going near water.
All right, I believe you. Some wouldn't. Name and Lugg, myself. Pleased to meet you. I've got another letter for you somewhere. Been here some days.
Why did you let the postman leave it?
Oh, people use this address. I never inquire. Here you are.
Hello? Couple of pound notes. Well, that's a good start. Who on earth? I say, have you ever heard of a man called Albert Campion?
Campion? Sounds familiar somehow.
Well, I think he must be a bit mad. Listen to this. Mr. Albert Campion, at home, any evening after 12. Improving conversation, beer, light wines, and little pink cakes. 17 Bottle Street, Piccadilly.
Little pink cakes.
And there's a note at the bottom saying, it's urgent, take care. How far is Piccadilly from here?
A good 3 miles. If you're going, you better hop it.
All right, good night, and thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Taxi, sir. Taxi.
That's a stroke of luck this time of night. 17 Bottle Street, Piccadilly.
Right, sir.
Albert Campion, improving conversation, little pink cakes. I don't know. Well, I've nothing to lose, I suppose.
Hi, driver, this isn't the way to the West End. Didn't you see the sign? Oh, damn it, I can't open this partition. Driver, where are you going? What did that note say? Take care. This taxi was a plant. What the hell? Driver, you drunk or something? I'll take off my shoe and smash your glass. Driver! All right, you asked for it. Look out, you're going straight for that lamppost. Look out! Driver, are you all right? Knocked out, eh? Well, I'm sorry I can't wait till you come round. You shouldn't try to Shanghai people.
Here! What do you think you're doing? Waking people up, eh? Why don't you learn to drive? Coming down here in the middle of the night, knocking down our lampposts? They ought to be alive.
Mr. Campion?
Ah, Mr. Girth, I'm sure. I was expecting you. Do come in. Dear me, that's a very nasty bump on your forehead. What's happened to you?
A taxi driver tried to kidnap me, but never mind that. What's all this about?
I shall be happy to explain. What about a drink first, though? Brandy and soda? Just the thing after a skirmish.
Thank you.
Well, sit yourself down. I'm sorry the flat's a bit untidy. We've been having an after-theatre party, hence the dinner jacket. Nice to get into one. Ah, now then, drink that. You'll feel better.
Thanks. My hat, that was a strong one.
I never believe in half measures.
So it seems. Now, Mr. Campion, please be good enough to explain who are you and what is going on?
Well, to take the first question first, my name you know. I could be described as an ex-professional private detective. I used to do it for a living. And then, when an uncle of mine, who was a bishop, left me a limited but satisfactory legacy, I continued to do it, just for the fun of the thing, when any situation or anybody intrigues me.
What on earth could possibly be intriguing about me?
I see you take the long road, Mr. Girth.
That's what the man at Kemp's Cafe said. What's it mean?
I'm afraid I owe you an apology, Mr. Girth. But as you discovered on your way here, I'm not the only person interested in you. Hence this rather indirect method of approach.
You're still talking in riddles.
Well, first of all, let me ask you. Have you seen last week's edition of Society Illustrated?
No, I have not.
Then you didn't see the photograph of your aunt, Lady Pethick.
Aunt Diana? What's she been up to?
She has had a picture taken holding your famous family relic, the Girth chalice.
Photographed holding the chalice? I don't believe it.
Well, look for yourself.
Oh, this is monstrous.
I was afraid you might think it in rather bad taste.
Bad taste? This is sacrilege. Oh, you don't understand. The Girth chalice is something beyond price. It's been with our family since before the conquest. We guard it for the crown. It's the reason for our existence.
I know that.
Father must be mad letting her do this. Oh, I see why you've brought me here. You're doing this for Father. I ought to go home, you're right.
I'm not acting for your father.
Then
will you listen?
Go on.
Some years ago, certain people formed a very exclusive club, the Société Anonyme. It has only about half a dozen members, and they all have two things in common. They're among the wealthiest men in the world, and since they can buy almost anything, the only things that really interest them are the things they can't buy.
Such as?
Oh, the Venus de Milo, things that aren't for sale.
Who are these people?
Well, I know about half of them. The trouble is they're very, very important. That embarrasses the international police. And in any case, they never come out into the open. They work through an agent. And if anything goes wrong, the agent takes the blame.
Am I supposed to believe all this?
Well, I don't know whether you remember, but the Mona Lisa disappeared on one occasion and turned up again in rather odd circumstances. The same things happen several times.
And where does this agent come in?
He sets up as a fence and lets it be known in the right quarter that he's prepared to pay a fabulous sum for the article indicated. Now perhaps you see why people are interested in you.
You don't mean they're after the chalice?
Of course they are.
You're crazy.
Now listen, Val Girth. You've got to believe me. I'm not nearly so ignorant of the position that the girth chalice holds in your family and in the country as you imagine. By warning you, I am placing myself at direct variance with one of the most powerful organizations in the world. By offering you my assistance, I'm endangering my life. But would you like me to tell you of the ceremony connected with the chalice? Of the visits of the Queen's Chamberlain every 10 years, which have taken place regularly ever since the Restoration? Or of the deed by which your entire family possessions are forfeit to the Crown should the chalice be lost?
But how did you know?
There's a great deal more I could tell you. According to your family custom, you come of age on your 25th birthday, when there is a ceremony in the east wing of the tower. You'll have to go to sanctuary for that. Another brandy?
No, thanks.
Oh.
I still don't get this business of my picking up an envelope.
Well, I've had people dropping envelopes for you all over the place. You're being watched. Poor Lugg spent his evenings at Kemp's for the last fortnight.
Lugg?
Magersfontein Lugg, my man, Borstal and Parkhurst. Oh, quite a character.
And what's all this about a long road?
A form of salutation, used by the other side to recognize each other.
Well, I'm in your hands. What do we do? Call the police?
No, not yet. The first thing is for you to put things right with your father.
How did you know I was on bad terms with him?
Yours is a famous name. Is it going to be difficult?
Oh, no. I'd have had to go down soon anyway. I'm 25 on July the 2nd, and there's a family custom that on his 25th birthday, the male heir is shown the secret room and, whatever's inside it.
Well, I don't want to pry into family secrets, but, do you know what's there?
No. My father does. He's never said a word. There are all sorts of rumors, of course. All right. We've got to stop these people getting the chalice.
If we can.
What do we do?
We go down to Suffolk.
But this Société Anonyme with all the money in the world, how are we going to fight people like that?
Aha, they have one weakness, an interesting one. They obey very strict rules, one of which is that if their chosen agent meets his death in the execution of his duty, they admit defeat and leave well alone.
Do we know who this agent is?
No, but we'll find out.
And then kill him?
Oh, let's say dispose of him. Now, how soon can we start?
Anytime.
All right, I'll get Lugg to pack some things in the morning, and down we go.
The last time I come past here, Mr. Girth, it was in a police van. I remember the time because I was in for 3 months.
Oh, I wish you'd shut up, Lugg. We're going to a house where they have real servants. You'll have to behave. Without appearing unduly curious, Val, I should like to know if you anticipate any serious difficulty in getting all friendly with your parent. It seems to me an important point just now.
I don't think so. It's really been my own pig-headedness that has kept me from going back ever since...
If there's anything about a woman, you can tell him. He's been disappointed himself.
Shut up, Lugg. How far now, Val?
Only a few miles. Do you feel like some lunch before we get there?
Why not?
Well, this is quite a good pub we're just coming to.
All right. Let's see what they can do while Lugg samples the beer in the 4-ale bar.
Doesn't Lugg eat lunch?
Not if he can help it.
More cheese.
Oh, thanks.
I wonder who this chap is we're looking for. I can't believe he's one of the natives. They don't get much beyond poaching. They're characters, all right. You wait till you meet old Peck and his son. But I can't see them mixed up in this kind of thing.
Well, the person I really want to meet is this aunt of yours.
Aunt Diana? She's a bit odd, and that's putting it mildly.
I gather from the caption to that photograph that she calls herself Maid of the Cup.
Yes. Apparently, in medieval times, when the menfolk were away fighting, the eldest daughter of the house was supposed to remain unmarried and shut herself up in Cup House. That's on the estate, and attend to the relic. Everybody had forgotten all about it until Aunt Diana raked it up from somewhere. And ever since Uncle died, she shut herself up in Cup House and treated herself like a sort of Vestal Virgin.
Has she any other eccentricities?
Oh, mysticism, modern art, and all that sort of thing. Wears funny clothes and wanders about at night communing with the stars, and disturbing game. Father hates it, but what can he do?
Val, what is this trouble with your father?
Oh, I'd rather not go into it. It started at Cambridge. I fell in love with a girl who lived there. I married her. My father cut me off. The girl died, and I haven't been home since.
Oh, wait, don't be such a fool. I always have that table.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Allen, but we didn't know you were coming.
Oh, we have to book now, do we?
Well, yes,
Is this club getting too big for its boots or something?
Who's the horsey-looking woman kicking up the fuss?
Mrs. Dick Shannon. She's got a racing stable on Heron Hoe Heath. Frightful woman. Hope she doesn't see me.
Now, girl.
Oh, now we're for it.
Oh, so you're back, eh? Didn't know you'd made friends with your father again. I've just come from the tower.
Oh, yes? May I introduce...
Trying to make him sell me 2 yearlings. What does he want with racehorses? I saw your aunt, too.
How is she?
Gets sillier every day. Well, you can tell your father from me I'm going to have those yearlings if I have to steal them. He's not capable of training them. Heard your wife died. I'm so sorry. Oh, goodbye. I'll be seeing you. Now, waiter, what about that table?
Sorry about that.
What an awful woman.
I can't stand her. Makes a nuisance of herself everywhere. Let's pay the bill and get away.
Who do you think I saw in the four-ale bar?
Some low friend of yours, no doubt.
I should say, little Natty Johnson.
Oh, so he's around.
Who's Natty Johnson?
A race gang tough, one of the Cleaver gang. Was he with anyone?
Chap with a beard, arty bloke. And what do you think? This arty bloke staying at the tower.
Is he indeed?
Friends of Lady Pethick.
Oh, that's interesting. And this bearded man
He was talking confidential with Natty Johnson. I know first-class dicks would arrest him for that.
So do I. Look, Val, I think it might be as well to stop in the village before you go on up to the tower and see what else we can find out.
So do I. We'll go to the Three Drummers. Mrs. Bullock will look after you like a mother. I'll wait there with you, and we'll send a note up to Penny.
Penny?
My sister. Lovely girl. I'll get her to come down, and she can give us all the news. Room all right?
Oh, yes, rather.
There's Penny, just parking her car.
Oh. Oh, who's the girl with her?
I've no idea. Albert, this isn't just some silly trick to get me back into the bosom of the family, is it?
I assure you it's nothing of the kind.
You do realize that the Cup House is burglar-proof. No ordinary thief would touch the chalice.
No ordinary thief would want to. You seem to have forgotten your fun in the taxicab.
Yes, but...
Val, you old darling.
Penny. My word, Mrs. Bullock was right. You look marvelous. Oh, it's good to see you.
Where on earth have you been?
Oh, never mind that now. This is a friend of mine, Albert Campion.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is Beth Carey.
Glad to know you, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Campion.
Hello.
Val, you haven't heard about the Careys, have you? Beth's people have taken Ty Hall. Oh, that's a house on the edge of the estates, Mr. Campion.
Oh, yes.
It's wonderful having neighbors again. Father's not been too nice about it, though.
Oh, why not?
Well, you see, the professor, that's Beth's father, he's let the gypsies camp in Fox Hollow.
Oh.
That's Mother's fault, I'm afraid. She thinks they're picturesque. But poor Verly Gorn's vanished this morning, so she may change her mind.
Penny, is everything all right up there?
You're like an old pointer. No, things aren't all right.
What's up?
Oh, Father's in a very strange mood altogether. He's furious about that photograph of Aunt Di.
I don't wonder.
And then she's invited a lot of art students down. He shut himself in his room, and we scarcely ever see him.
Yes?
Last night, there was a light in the east wing.
I'd better come up with you straight away. Albert, you don't mind if I go up to the house with Penny, do you?
No, of course not. I'll spend a few hours training Lugg for polite society.
Come up to dinner when I've made my peace with Father.
Oh, thank you.
Come on, Penny. Let's go up and get it over.
See you later then, Mr. Campion. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Evening, Gov. Did I give you a good time?
Oh, yes, thank you, Lugg. And thanks for waiting up. I thought you'd be safely tucked up in bed.
Not after what I've heard in the bar tonight. It's my opinion we ought to op it.
Oh? Why?
Do you know they got a blinking two-headed monster up at their place?
At the tower?
That's right. There's a secret room. And when the son of the house becomes 25, his father takes him in and shows him the horror. And he's never the same again. Like the king that hit the Wiggles.
How much beer did it take you to collect that little tale?
You'll see when I put in my bill for expenses. And that wasn't all.
Really?
No, it wasn't. I went for a walk. And what do you think I saw? A bald-headed woman. Not just a bit gone on top. She was quite hairless.
Well?
I asked about her. Mrs. Munsey's her name. And she's a witch.
Oh, come now.
Well, they all believe it, and then they come out with a yarn about an haunted wood that they none of them go near after the dark. I don't like it. Let's go home.
Lugg, we're doing nothing of the sort. And next time I want a bedtime story, I shan't ask you for it. Thanks to you, I look forward to a night of extremely unpleasant dreams. Good night. Yes. What is it?
Boss, what did I tell you?
What's the matter? What's happened?
They want you up at the tower.
Yes, but...
It's Lady Pethick. They brought her in early this morning, stone dead.
Have you sent for Campion, Penny?
Yes, and for Dr. Cobden. Oh, Val, did you see her? I was first down in the hall when Will and his son brought her in on a hurdle. Look at her face. She saw something dreadful, Val. She died of fright.
Don't think of it. She's got a bad heart, you know that. And if she will go wandering round Pharisee's clearing at night...
Oh.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Dr. Cobden.
Val, my boy, I'm glad to see you. You couldn't have come at a better time. You're needed here, I can tell you. Your father, good man, isn't much assistance in an emergency.
There'll have to be an inquest, I suppose, sir.
Well, no, I don't think that will be necessary as it happens. I'm the coroner of this district, don't you know? And I've been in attendance on your poor aunt so often lately. There was always a danger, of course, that any severe shock might have aggravated her heart condition. However, I never saw any reason to frighten her.
Yes, but, Doctor, she died of fright. Her face.
Oh, my dear, death is often ugly. I'm sorry you should have had to see your aunt. Of course, she must have had a shock, don't you know? Probably she saw an owl or trod on a rabbit. I warned her about this stupid wandering at night.
How's Father taken it?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about. It's been a great shock to him, naturally. So, I want all these friends of your aunt's out of the way as soon as possible. They're getting on his nerves.
We'll soon see to that. They're all down at the Cup House. I'll send Branch down.
Good. Now, about the funeral. I should, get it over quietly. No need to fill the house with visitors.
You darling, you're trying to hush it all up for us.
Oh, my dear child, I never heard such nonsense. There's nothing to hush up. I should fix it for Wednesday. The sooner you get these things over, the better. Now, don't bother to come down with me. I'll drop in again tomorrow. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Val, he suspects something. All this quiet funeral business, it's so unlike him.
Oh, I don't know. He told us her heart was bad.
But there is something down in Pharisee's clearing, something terrible.
Come in.
Enter suspicious character.
Albert, thank heavens you've arrived.
Thank you for those few kind words. I met an irate old gentleman on the stairs who invited me to take the next train from Hadley.
Oh, Dr. Cobden. I'm afraid he mistook you for one of the arty crowd.
Oh.
We've got to send Branch down to the Cup House and turf them out, unless you want to see them first.
No, I don't think so. Oh, there's only one thing. I suppose Branch will superintend their luggage.
Yes?
Well, I'd like to send Lugg along to help him.
And what's the point of that?
Oh, he's a very expert packer. He'll understand what I want him to do. You'll soon see.
Here you are, sir. All the doings just like you thought. And whose traps do you think they were in? Well, the bloke with the ginger beard I saw talking to Natty Johnson.
What's all this? What's he found?
Some drawings of your aunt in one of their suitcases. They're rather interesting. I don't see the point.
Nor do I.
Well, the point is that in each of them there is also a sketch of the chalice. Look, he's done it from every angle. He's even jotted down measurements. Oh, very professional.
What was the idea?
To give them to a jeweler and have the chalice copied, with the aim, no doubt, of substituting the copy for the real thing at some convenient moment, so that they could get it out of the country before anything was spotted.
Beasts. Why don't we ring the station and have them all arrested?
Well, he'd only retort that we'd pinched his diagrams, and then Lugg's record would come out and we'd all be in the soup.
Well, I like that.
No offense, Lugg, you've done a fine job. Now, off you go and play trains.
Are you sure we oughtn't to go after this fellow?
Well, he can't do much without these. And in any case, he's only small fry. What we want is the big man.
Sir, there's a man out there snooping round that chapel place. Look, he's standing on a pile of stones looking through the window.
I thought you said they'd all gone.
Oh, so they have.
It's not one of the arty crowd, sir. Look, he's quite old. Little fellow with a white beard.
I see him. Well, who is it? Anyone you know, Penny?
Well, of course it is. That's Professor Gardner Carey.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, yes, lad?
A party has just come visiting.
Visiting?
Tourists on horseback. Day after the funeral, get me? Not quite the article.
Albert, have you ever heard such cheek? Mrs. Dick Shannon has just arrived with two complete strangers.
What, a call of condolence?
No, she wants us to show our two beastly friends the chalice.
Well, why should you?
Well, we do open the chapel to visitors as a rule on a Thursday. It's part of the Royal Charter, but it is a bit stiff, isn't it?
Mrs. Dick Shannon. I remember, the loud-voiced lady.
Father can't stand her. He won't come down. Please come and help me do the honors.
All right. Where are they?
They're waiting outside the cup house. Val's gone down to keep them occupied.
Now, come on, Pennyworth. Are you going to show us over this museum or not? I'm afraid the horses may be getting bored.
This is Mr. Campion, a friend of Val's.
Oh, yes. Well, this is Major King, if we're going to have introductions.
How do you do, Miss Guth?
My other guest, Horace Putnam.
Very pleased, I'm sure.
Oh, come on, let's see the thing. Oh, is your father coming, Val? I wanted to talk to him about those yearlings.
I'm afraid Father's not too well at the moment.
Oh? Oh, no, of course. Poor Diana. Amazing it didn't happen years ago. Cobden's such an old fool. I wouldn't let him vet me for chilblains. Well, never mind. You've got the keys. That's the main thing. Well, open up. They call this place a chapel, Horace.
How very quaint.
Have to dress it up a bit, I suppose.
I'm afraid the lock of this door's a bit stiff.
I'll do it.
No. Let me.
I say, you're strong in the wrist for a woman.
Well, you can't be flabby in my profession, Major. Well, lead the way, Pennyworth.
After you, Mr. Campion.
Oh, thank you.
Do you know, I saw Mrs. Shannon training that horse of hers called Bitter Aloes this morning. Vicious brute. I thought he was going to kill her. She won, though. Used her whip like a ringmaster.
Really?
Here we are. We keep the chalice in this stone cavity over the altar. I just have to unlock the grill.
Another key. What a business you make of it.
Look, why do you have that black cloth over it?
Whenever a death occurs in the family, the chalice is veiled. We don't usually disturb it for 10 days.
Oh, really? Well, do you show the thing on Thursdays or don't you?
All right, then. Here you are.
What?
It's gone.
Couple of bricks? What sort of a chalice do you call that?
Well, it's not my idea of humor.
Sheer bad taste.
Well, I simply can't understand it.
Penny,
what on earth?
Just a moment. I think I can explain.
Father!
Oh, Colonel Girth, so you've come after all.
I thought I'd better. You see, I had so much on my mind. For the moment, I had quite forgotten.
I've forgotten what, man? Is this some stupid practical joke you're trying to play on us?
It's not a joke. I'm afraid you're all going to be disappointed.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
The chalice is being cleaned.
But what? Cleaned?
Yes, Mrs. Shannon. The chalice is being cleaned. I'm afraid you and your friends will have to come some other time.
Well, upon my soul, we...
Val, for God's sake, get these awful people out of here. And then meet me in the library. All of you. Thank heaven that woman's gone.
Only pray my explanation satisfied her.
Father, do you mean the chalice has really gone?
Of course it has. Vanished into thin air. I veiled it on Sunday morning, just after you said that busybody Carey was fooling about in the courtyard. It was perfectly safe then.
Hadn't we better send for the police?
No, not yet.
Oh, what are we to do? We can't just sit down and wait for it to turn up.
Couldn't you send for the chief constable? He's a friend of yours.
I could, but he'd only question the servants and cause a lot of fuss. No, we've got to find this thing ourselves. I'm convinced it's still in the house.
Look, Dad, if you've hidden it for some reason or other, please tell us.
Don't be a fool. Val, you come of age in a week. If your birthday were today, perhaps I should find this easier to explain. Now, please, I should like to be left alone.
Good morning, Penny.
Mr. Campion, what are you trying to do? Get run over?
No, rather not. I hoped you might be able to give me a lift.
Well, I can give you a lift as far as the village. I'm on my way to town to see my dressmaker.
Oh, splendid. I'm going to London, too. Well, this is a stroke of luck. I knew I'd never walk it.
Got a cheek, getting in before I ask you.
Well, there does seem to be room. And London is rather a long way.
Well, if you really want to know, I'm taking Beth with me.
Oh.
She's waiting for me to pick her up at the crossroads.
Oh, that's all right. I don't mind being squashed. Or perhaps you'd like me to sit in the dicky.
No. You'd better stay where you are if you must come. Beth. Uh-huh. Mr. Campion insists on our giving him a lift. Can you squeeze in?
Well, let me get out, and then you can sit between us.
Okay. Pardon me. Why don't you use your own car?
I prefer other people's. Such a saving of petrol.
Why are you going to London, Mr. Campion?
To buy a ribbon for my straw hat. The thing I've got now, my aunt knitted.
Why don't you turn him out, Penny?
Oh, I shouldn't do that. I know a man who did that once, and when he got home, he found that the suitcase he'd put at the back of the car was missing. You wouldn't like that, would you?
Oh, damn. Stalled it.
Well, start it again.
Oh, the battery's down. You'll have to get out and crank her, Mr. Campion.
Oh, certainly.
Here, leave the dicky alone.
Penny, what's he doing?
Well, I'd really be much happier in the dicky.
Mr. Campion, please.
Ah, a suitcase.
Don't you open that.
Now, listen, you're both very charming ladies, but I'm going to disregard your warning.
Oh, but
Mr.
don't
Campion,
open
don't.
that case, please.
Ah, just as I thought. My dear young ladies, where exactly do you think you're taking the girth chalice?
You dirty...
No, Beth, it's no good. We're sunk. Oh, why did you have to interfere, Mr. Campion?
Well, I'm afraid I play the role of the genie of the lamp. Wherever the chalice is, I'm liable to turn up at any moment. What were you going to do with it?
Keep it safe.
Don't tell him.
But we must, Beth. We were going to put it in the Chancery Lane safe deposit.
You were going to tell your father?
Well, of course. We relied on the 10 days veiling.
But then Mrs. Shannon came along and spoilt the whole thing.
Mr. Campion, you've been spying on us.
Oh, my dear Penny. You used the phone in the hall to talk to Beth last night, and you shouted so much that one would have to have been deaf not to be a spy. And then, when you were so annoyed at my suggestion that I should sit in the dicky...
All
well...
right, you win. Now, I suppose we go back.
Oh, no, we go on. Your brother's waiting for us at a pub in Coggeshall. A pub with a very nice name. The case is altered. And if I say so, the sooner we get there, the better.
Well, have it your own way.
Hello, my dear sister.
There. You don't play fair.
On the contrary, you talk too loud.
There was no need to listen.
I couldn't help
Oh,
it.
stop it. Now, let's be practical. Now, what we've got to do is to get the chalice to London.
That was the whole idea.
Yes, but we've got a better plan than your safe deposit.
What's that?
I know a firm in the city who'll turn us out a first-rate copy of the chalice.
What's the point of that?
Well, simply that I'd rather be playing hide-and-seek with a copy than with a real thing. However, the immediate problem is to get it safely to London.
We're pretty certain to be followed.
Who's to know it isn't still on the chapel?
What about our visitors yesterday? The unpleasant Mr. Putnam, who's making use of your retiring little friend, Mrs. Shannon, had a face vaguely familiar to me. I don't think he knew me, but he certainly knew that the chalice had disappeared. And I'm open to bet that he's not 20 miles away from here now.
Is this Putnam the big fellow you were talking about?
Oh, scarcely that. But he's certainly in the dab class. That's why I think we'd better split up. Now, I suggest you and I take the chalice, Penny, and Val and Miss Carey follow us and come to our assistance if need be.
But do you really think they're going to follow us? There's been no sign of them yet.
No, because up to this point we might have come several different ways. Now we've got to go straight to Kelvton and join the main road.
That's where they'll be patrolling, I fancy.
We could make a detour.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm rather keen to see our friends in action.
All right, then. Let's get going. Where's your car, Val?
Round the back, getting some petrol.
Oh, we go first, Penny. Oh, how about letting me take the wheel? I've got testimonials from every magistrate in the country.
Yes, I'm sure you have. When does the fun begin?
Any time now, I should think.
What's happened to the others? There's no sign of them.
I hope they won't get too far behind.
Well, perhaps they can't keep up. You're going pretty fast, you know.
I have my reasons. This is a lonely stretch of road, and there's a large German car coming up behind us. Ah, she's going to pass. Now, whatever happens, don't try and hit anybody.
What are you talking about?
Well, just round this corner, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there you are. They're right across the road. Ah, here they come.
What do we do?
Well, I told you, lose your head if you like, but don't try and hit anybody.
Quiet, you two. This thing's loaded. You know what we're after. Natty, you go and tinker with the bonnet. Okay. Charlie, you stand behind and wave things by. Okay.
What's all this about?
Shut up. Come on now, where is it?
I'm sorry, I don't wish to subscribe. I'm not a music lover.
There's a van coming. All right, wave it by like I told you. Don't you move, either of you. You've had a breakdown, seeing we're helping you. Nice of us.
You should take glycerine for your voice and peppermint for your breath.
Cut it out. All clear. Right, Charlie. Have a squint in the dicky.
No.
Thank you, miss. Now we know.
Oh, there's only my lunch in there.
Oh, your lunch, is it? Here we are, fingers. Oh, it weighs enough. Let's have a look. Here, these locks have been bunged up. Give us a knife. Oh, here, another car coming. Well, we'll open it in the bus. Come on, boys. Scarf that.
Mr. Campion.
Well, there wasn't very much we could do, was there?
Oh.
Oh, I say, you're crying.
Well, of course I am. You don't seem to realize. I was only trying to help, and all I've done is...
Well, I never heard anyone make such a fuss over 6 bottles of bitter.
You mean...
I warned them that they were taking my lunch, but they wouldn't listen.
Then where's
The chalice is quite safe. Did you notice that trade van our friends waved on so carefully? Well, that was Val and Beth. And they've got the chalice with them.
With them?
We're meeting them at the Huguenot Arm in Witham. So, let's get going.
Well, this merry morning seems to have become something of a pub crawl.
I think you're all beasts.
Sorry, Penny.
Well, it's all on my head, but I did want to get a look at the boys in action.
Did you recognize any of them, Mr. Campion?
Oh, yes. The unsavory object with the revolver was Fingers Hawkins. Oh. He's an old thorn in Lugg's flesh. I knew the others vaguely. All sound reliable workmen. They're probably swinging the beard at this moment and playing Who Says the Rudest Word.
Well, what happens now?
Well, the immediate problem
We've got it all worked out. You 2 kids are going home by train.
It really is the best plan.
Yes, but what about the van?
That's been taken care of.
Belongs to a firm in Ipswich. They're fetching it.
All right, masterminds. And who's this man you're going to in the city?
Mr. Israel Melchizedek, an old friend of mine.
Can you trust him?
Absolutely. His family have been jewelers' copyists for several hundred years. He'll be as silent as the grave.
When will you be back?
Tomorrow, if all goes well. Oh, I don't think there's a chance of any trouble, but should the worst come to the worst, rely on Lugg. He's as good as a police force, and about as beautiful.
I still think you're beast.
Oh, leave it to us, Penny. We're doing the best thing.
Well, what shall I tell Father?
Oh, nothing. I'll have a word with him when I get back. Now, come on, Val. Let's see the girls over to the station and then go and present ourselves to Mr. Melchizedek.
Mr. Campion. Oh, I am so very glad to see you.
How are you, Mr. Melchizedek?
Oh, well, we none of us grow any younger.
I want you to meet a friend of mine, Val Girth.
Girth? Not Mr. St. John Wyke's Girth?
Yes.
Ah.
We want your very special and very secret advice.
Will you come through to my office, please? We can speak there without being overheard or disturbed.
Oh, thank you.
You wish me to make a copy, perhaps, of a very famous chalice?
Taking the long road, Mr. Melchizedek?
Oh, no, my friend. I have too many friends to follow any road but my own.
Oh, thank heavens for that. We've brought you the Girth chalice. Unwrap it, Val.
Oh, this will be an experience for me. I know, of course, of the history of the Girth chalice, but I've never seen it. In the last 200 years, we have been privileged to handle many treasures, but even so...
Well, here it is.
Oh, a beautiful piece. Exquisite workmanship. Oh, yes. Oh, but Mr. Campion, Mr. Girth, surely you're not suggesting that this is medieval?
Of course it is. It's been in our family since...
But, Mr. Girth, if you will allow me to look at our records, I can tell you exactly when this copy was made.
What the devil?
Wait, Val. Oh, I'd rather you didn't take my word for it. I'm an old man, and remarkable mistakes of period do occur. And just by chance, I happen to have in the next room one of the most famous experts on this subject in the world.
Well, then.
Yes, well, fortunate. He was calling on me when you arrived and did me the honor to wait until I should be disengaged. You can rely on his discretion. What do you say?
I think we ought to have his opinion.
So do I.
I'm very glad. I'll ask him to come in.
But this is madness. Oh, no, it's not. But let them do the talking. I believe I'm beginning to get this thing straight at last.
Gentlemen, allow me to introduce the great American authority, Professor Carey.
Professor Carey?
Well, what do you know, Melchizedek? I think I owe this gentleman here a bit of an apology for trespassing in his garden the other day. I don't know if you saw me.
We saw you, all right. You were looking into the chapel.
Sure I was. I'm writing a book on East Anglian church decoration, and now I'm not on speaking terms with your father. I just can't get inside that chapel of yours. So I thought I'd do a little spying, even if it meant being chased by the gardener's boy.
Everyone thought you were after the chalice.
Well, I guess I could have done with that, too. But I see you brought it with you.
There it is. We want your opinion on it.
Oh. May I borrow your glass, Melchizedek?
But of course, yes.
Thank you. A lovely thing. Lovely. Well, just what do you want to know about it?
Whatever you like to tell us.
Well, the design is Renaissance.
What?
But the workmanship is very much later. I'd put it down as about 150 years old.
This is fantastic.
Mr. Girth, I think I could prove it to you. These jeweled bosses around the pedestal, if I'm not mistaken, one of them should unscrew. Yes. Yes, do you see? Now, this was the custom of my great-great-grandfather. He always signed his pieces so. There. Do you see? He's engraved it, I, Melchizedek, Facet, 1792.
I wasn't far out.
But do you see what this means? This is what my family accepted, at least my father and I do, as the Girth chalice.
Mr. Girth, I'd like to have a word with you and your friend. Maybe there's somewhere we could go away and talk.
Well, come to my flat. That's as good as anywhere.
Well, it suits me. See you, Melchizedek.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day.
Campion, I guess we'd better confess to Mr. Girth right now.
Yes. The truth is, Val, I've had my doubts about the chalice ever since I saw that photograph in Society Illustrated. So I called on my old friend, Professor Carey, and begged him to meet us at Melchizedek's.
But how did you know the girls were going to take the chalice?
Well, I didn't. I was going to persuade you to do it. But the girls jumped the gun.
It's beyond me.
I don't want to upset any family arrangements whereby you're told certain things at a certain age, but what you got here is a mock chalice.
Mock chalice?
Probably the last of many, all different in design.
Then where's the real one?
Oh, make no mistake, it's in your family's possession. Otherwise, you would have forfeited your land.
Yes, but where?
I think that point will be made clear to you on your 25th birthday next week.
But, of course. The room.
That's it.
That room does contain something terrible. I know it does. All my life, my father's been overshadowed by something. And my grandfather was the same. I've never talked about it before. But there is something there.
The real chalice is made of red English gold. It's probably a little bigger than a man's cupped hand. But I don't think there's any doubt that it has a very terrible and effective guard.
Albert! Oh, thank heavens you're back.
Hello, Penny.
Where's Val?
Oh, I left him in London. No trouble, just part of the master plan. Oh, what's the matter? You look worried.
Something terrible's happened to Lugg.
You must be joking.
No, I'm not. He's had a fit.
Fit?
Yes, it happened about dawn. I heard something howling outside my window.
What was it?
Lugg.
Well, I suppose he hadn't found the keys to the wine cellars by any chance.
No, nothing like that. He's been down to Pharisee's clearing.
Hmm?
Well, you told him to go there.
Well, I was only trying to keep the old brute occupied.
He saw what Aunt Di saw.
Oh. Oh, well, in that case, we're getting somewhere. Lead me to the patient. Now then, lad, what is all this?
I've resigned.
So I should hope.
Well, that's all you got to say, is it?
By no means. I leave you in a respectable household. A couple of owls hoot at you, and you carry on like a hysterical calf elephant.
I lost me nerve.
So I gather.
And so would you if you'd seen what I seen.
What have you seen?
A monster.
Oh, really?
I tell you I did. Down in that wood last night. As filthy a sight as I ever clapped eyes on. A great thin thing with little short legs and horns on its head.
A goat?
You listen to me, Cub. This thing was walking on its hind legs.
Oh.
It had human hands and it was 9 feet high.
Really?
I tell you, I saw it. It's the thing from the secret room, that's what it is.
Stop that. Never mention that. Do you understand?
Okay, Gov.
Well, you've better get up. And whatever you do, don't say a word to Branch or any of the other servants. Pretend you've had a bilious attack.
Boy, that's not quite the article. Heart attack, if you don't mind.
All right, heart attack, but get up. And remember, not a word to anybody. Come on, Penny.
Well, where are we going?
To see Professor Carey. Let's walk through the grounds. I've got quite a lot to tell you. So you see, we've got the wrong chalice.
I just can't believe it.
It's true, all right. But the point is that the other side don't know yet. So they're still trying to get hold of it. They'd soon know if they got it. They're no fools.
Where is it now, then?
In my London flat, being guarded by Val.
Is that safe?
Couldn't be safer. The flat's directly over a police station, and the police are watching it like hawks. Meanwhile, we've got 3 days before Val's birthday to try and sort things out down here.
3 days? Where do we start? We've absolutely nothing to go on.
Oh, yes, we have. That's my other piece of news. I've got a line on our friends.
How?
By parting with a £5 in £1 notes. That's how he wanted it.
Oh, Albert, please. What have you found out?
Well, yesterday evening, I had a visit at my flat from a very uninviting gentleman called Ernie Walker.
Who's he?
He's the man who drove the large German car that held us up on the way to town.
Why on earth did he come to see you?
To make a £5.
Ah.
He thought I might like to know something he overheard his friends saying when they found all they'd got was some bottles of beer.
What?
The words were, "We'll have to answer to the Daisy for this."
Who's the Daisy?
Exactly. Who is the Daisy? I checked with my friends, the police, downstairs. A chap called the Daisy was hanged at Manchester 5 years ago. And since then, the name has become rather fashionable with a smaller fry. But our man's the boss, and I've got a hunch that if we can lay Lugg's ghost, we'll get a line on him. Of course, Lugg may have gone batty and imagined the whole thing.
No, I'm sure he didn't.
Oh?
If you'd been brought up among country people as I have, you wouldn't scoff.
I wasn't scoffing. If I was, I wouldn't have suggested bringing in Professor Carey. If it is a genuine local phenomenon, you can bet your boots he knows all there is to know about it.
But of course, Miss Girth, I heard this yarn about the ghost long before your poor aunt passed over. In fact, here you catch me trespassing again. I've sat up several nights in your father's woods.
Did you see anything?
I can't say I did. I tried an automatic photograph once or twice, with a tripwire.
Any luck?
Well, I did get a picture once that could have been something. Tall, with horns, but it was all too blurred. It could have been a freak plate, I suppose.
Well, we're going ghost hunting tonight. Would you like to join us?
Sir, I just can't tell you how much that idea appeals to me.
I say, why did we bring in young Peck to help us? He and his father know more about this countryside than all the rest of Sanctuary put together. He works for you, doesn't he, Professor?
Yes, I was going to suggest it myself. As a matter of fact, old Peck has been my chief source of information in this affair. He has a cottage just down there, Mr. Campion, and spends all his days sitting in the sun, when you have any. Now, I'll tell you what. You two stay and have a bit of lunch, and then we'll go down there and get the youngster on the job.
Good afternoon, Mr. Peck.
Good day, Missy.
Is your son anywhere about?
Purse! Gentry be here.
I'm now coming. Good day, Miss Penny. Good day, Professor.
I hear that were a quiet burying. Your heart was poisoned.
Now, you be quiet, Father. Don't you speak ill of the dead. Can I be helping you at all, Miss Penny?
Yes, Percy. I want you to take Mr. Campion and Professor Carey down to Pharisee's clearing tonight. They think there's an animal there that wants snaring. Do you understand?
Yes, miss.
You wouldn't be scared, would you?
No, miss.
That ain't no animal, miss. That's a spirit, like I told Master Carey.
Of course, we don't want any tales told about this, you understand?
Oh, us don't talk, sir. Was you thinking of trapping that now, or do you want to shoot it?
Oh, trap it, certainly.
Percy, do you remember when you and I were kids? Val and I helped you and young Finch to catch an old ram that had gone wild in the Happy Valley.
That was with a stack net, wasn't it? Yes, us could do that. Allowing that's real.
You don't catch nothing. That's a spirit. You'll drop a net and that'll go right through it. Like that was water. You can make fools yourselves you like. I won't hurt.
What do you think about it, Percy?
Oh, I dunno, miss. I never rightly thought on it. Still, I ain't afraid of it.
Then you'll be down at Ty Hall at about 11:30 with a stack net.
I'll be there 11:30.
I won't. If you're wise, you'll stay in your beds, same as I do. There'll be more goose on it night than us thinks on. You stay out on it, miss. That ain't no wild ship down in Pharisees. And whatever comes on it, it don't be no good.
If that owl cries again, I shall have hysterics.
I wish you two girls would go to bed and keep out of it.
Nonsense. We're going to hold the fort for you and Albert. Whether you see a ghost or not, you want something hot when you come in.
Well, I suppose you'll be all right up here. Extraordinary how these old houses do creak at night, though.
We shall hold each other's hands till you come back.
Oh, what's that?
I be here, sir.
Percy, well done.
Am I right for time, sir?
Oh, fine. We'll go out by the side door, Campion. Wait there a minute, will you? We'll come round to you.
Good luck, and do be careful.
Here we are.
What's that dog you've got there?
Oh, 'tis Neb, sir, my old dog. I reckon I'd bring him with me. He'll be quiet as a mice, won't you, boy?
Have you got the net?
Here it be, sir. 'Tis a piece of an old un. I reckon us couldn't manage a whole heavy un.
Well, what's the plan, then?
Well, I reckoned I'd find a good tree with a branch sticking out on it, and I'd set on that with a net. And, when the thing come beneath, then I'd drop the net over it.
Well, suppose it doesn't come under your tree.
Oh, I doubt not that will, sir. That chases people, sir.
Oh, I see. We've got to be the bait.
That's so, sir. Now, if you don't mind, us'll keep quiet. I'll go first, if you please.
All right, Percy. Lead on. We'll follow. Well, this is the place and the hour, all right. When does the performance begin, I wonder?
It's certainly the right scene for it.
Almost too good to be true. Look at the moonlight on those trees. Oh, I don't wonder they don't come here. Where's that dog?
Oh, it's guarding its master at the foot of the tree. That won't move.
Professor, what do you think we're going to see, if we see anything?
Well, I don't want to make any guesses, in case my hunch is absolutely wrong.
Yes, but you don't really believe in ghosts.
If this is what I think it is, it's worse than any ghost.
What was that?
Only a hare.
Oh, I'm beginning to look forward to that hot drink when we...
Listen. What about that?
Whatever it is, it's coming this way.
There it is, in the opening.
God, Lugg was right. It has got horns, and it's...
Get the smell.
It's seen us. Here it comes. Lead it to the tree.
It's rushing us. Run for it.
Quiet, Nab, quiet! We got it, sir. It's in the net.
Let's have a look.
Quiet, Nab. Oh, look at that, sir.
I knew it. I'm right.
Quiet, Nab.
Oh, this is one of the most remarkable survivals I ever heard of. Do you know what we've got here, Campion?
A woman?
Yes, a witch. Now, gently now. I'm afraid she's collapsed. We must get this net off her now. Hold this torch, will you, Peck?
All right, sir.
Land's sakes, I hope the shock hasn't killed her.
This thing she's wearing's made of goat skin.
Yes, and the headdress is a goat's skull. Now, if we can get it off... here it comes. Look, how hideous. Why, she's absolutely bald.
'Tis old Mrs. Munsey.
Mrs. Munsey?
The old un said she were a witch, but I took no heed on it. Lummy, who'd have thought it?
Oh, where does she live? Alone, I suppose.
She lives with her son, sir, Sammy. And they ain't neither of 'em right.
Well, we'll have to carry her there. Is it far?
No, that ain't no distance. One thing, that's some way from any other house. Tell you what, sir, I'll go and take a hurdle from the fence by
That's a good idea.
Come on, Nab.
Well, I wouldn't believed it if I hadn't seen it.
Well, I suspected it all along. The goat horns and the yarns about the curious chantings all pointed to it. Oh, the woman's a lunatic, of course. But there's no doubt at all in my mind that she's descended from a regular line of practicing witches. She's a throwback. Probably she realizes what she's doing only in a dim, instinctive sort of fashion.
Yes, but why? I mean, did someone put her up to it?
Oh, that's what we've got to find out.
Here's a hurdle, sir.
Oh, good. Put her on it.
It ain't above half a mile, sir.
Oh, all the same, I wish she'd provided herself with a broomstick.
Help me put her on the couch. God, what a filthy place. It oughtn't to be allowed. Whose land is this?
Oh, but a waste, sir, as you might call it.
Is that the sun?
hanging about outside?
Well, that'll be Sammy, sir. He's a natural.
Sammy? Sammy, come here.
No.
Now,
no.
don't be frightened, Sammy. Your mother fainted in the wood.
You seen her in the wood? Don't you touch me. I ain't done nothing.
Look, sir, what's he carrying? He's been snaring hares in the wood. Two of them.
They're mine.
Oh, that's how they live. We never could make it out.
Mother, they found us out. They found us out.
Oh, leave I alone. I ain't hurt you. I won't hurt you if you go.
They found us out.
Mrs. Munsey. Mrs. Munsey, did you frighten people out of Pharisee's clearing so that your son could poach in the wood?
You won't take him away if I tell you.
No, I won't touch him.
Where be my goatskin robes?
In the wood.
Oh, we must get they. There be power in they. More than you know.
Soon. Lie down now. Lie down till you're stronger. Tell me, why did you set on Lady Pethick? She wouldn't have stopped your son poaching.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
No.
Twas Daisy. Daisy told her.
Daisy?
Don't you listen to him. You can't blame Daisy. She said for to frighten her. That's all.
Sammy.
That's all.
Sammy. Who is Daisy?
Well, that's Miss Daisy. My father worked for her one time when he was alive.
Excuse me, sir, that's Mrs. Daisy, he means. Mrs. Daisy Shannon, as keeps the horses on her and how Heath.
Now, it's your deal, Major. See if you can turn your luck.
You're holding all the cards, Daisy.
It isn't the cards, it's a question of nerve, eh, Putnam? Major here never has the courage to see a thing through. Unlike you, Putnam, you're playing all you know.
You know, Daisy, sometimes I wonder someone hasn't strangled you.
My husband tried.
You got in first, I suppose.
Quiet. Listen. Somebody's knocking at the French windows. Open them, Fingers.
Good evening, everybody. Anybody got a good tip for the Ascot Gold Cup?
Mr. Campion.
Hello, Mrs. Shannon. Oh, what nice company I see. The gallant Major and my old friend Horace Putnam, and bless my soul if it isn't Fingers Hawkins. Thanks for opening the window, Fingers. Your manners were far less polished last time we met.
He's alone.
What are you doing here?
Calling. That must be obvious to the meanest intelligence.
Has he got a gun?
Oh, no, nothing like that, I assure you. I don't like
Well,
firearms.
don't fool about. Mine's trained on you.
You look out for him, missus. He's as slippery as a nail.
Oh, write that down and send it to our head office.
Mr. Campion, why have you come here?
To look over your stables. I've just been round them. Oh, most interesting. All those boxes and only one horse. I suppose the pretty creature has a different home each day, like Alice at the Mad Tea Party.
Perhaps you'd better stay with us for a day or two. Take him and lock him up in one of the boxes.
What?
I'd better have a scout round outside, don't you think?
Very well.
Oh, whistle all the time?
Eh?
Well, then we'll know it's you. What shall we do meanwhile? Have a game of cards? Oh, no, I know. I'll tell your fortune, Mrs. Shannon.
Ah, shut up. He's playing
What?
for time or something.
Oh, dear me, no. Now, let's see. Oh, dear. Oh, there's a lot of knaves about you. And what's this? Oh, a whole stack of money. Don't be led astray by riches, lady. Now here comes the luck card. It's very close, but it doesn't quite touch.
There's nobody out there that I can see. Shall we take him along?
Don't interrupt. We're just coming to the exciting part.
What the hell are you...
Quiet, Major.
There's a card. There's a journey here. Yes, a far journey. I see you take the long road, Mrs. Shannon.
Oh, stop mucking about. Where shall we put him, Daisy?
Why don't we just chuck him out in his ear?
Put him in the gate loft. You won't get out of that.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Campion. I'm afraid you're going to be distinctly uncomfortable for the next couple of days.
Oh.
Go on, take him along. Then, for heaven's sake, let's get back to our game.
Good morning, Lugg.
Good morning, Miss Penny.
Any sign of him?
He never come home.
What's he up to, I wonder?
You tell me. Headstrong, that's what he is. All he said was if he's not back by morning, we're to tell the professor. I think he's done a morin' on us. That's what he's done.
What do you mean, done a moron?
There was a murderer called Moran, with a lot of thugs round him. And what did his nibs do when we couldn't get any satisfaction from Moran? But walk into his house cool as you please.
Why?
Forcing him to kidnap him so's he could find out what they were up to. I said to him, curiosity'll kill you, my lad.
Then he knows who it is?
Of course he does. Probably known from his cradle. At least that's what he'll tell you.
No Albert and no Val, and you realize what today is. Oh, perhaps that's him.
But, Sanctuary?
Is that Sanctuary 2-0?
Yeah?
I have a personal call for Miss Girth from London.
Oh, it's for you, miss. A trunk call.
Thanks, love. Hello?
Miss Girth?
Yes?
Hold on, please. You're through London. Penny?
Val! Well, what's happened? Where are you?
In London, of course.
Well, for heaven's sake, it's your birthday. Father's kicking up like mad in case you won't be here. Dr. Cobden's coming and the vicar.
Oh, never mind that. They've got the chalice.
What?
They've got the chalice. You know, the one I was guarding.
But
They
how?
staged a fight outside the flat and diverted the police. Then two of them slipped upstairs and clocked me.
Oh, Val, are you hurt?
Well, my head isn't made of iron. Let me talk to Albert.
He's not here.
Not there? Where is he?
We don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, Val, please, be practical. What are we going to do?
You stay where you are. I'll grab a car and come straight down.
Lug, they've got the mock chalice.
That's done it.
I'm going down to see the professor. You'd better wait by the telephone. Albert might ring.
While I'm waiting, I'm going to read The Situation's Vacant. Oh, lummy, we are in a mess.
Mrs. Shannon, I've been waiting for you all day.
Hadn't much option, had you? You didn't shave this morning.
Well, none of your friends would trust me with a razor.
I like men to be clean.
That hardly explains your choice of subordinates.
I've been hearing about you, Mr. Campion. Impudence seems to be your strong point. I know why you've come here.
Oh? Why?
It gives you an excellent excuse to explain to your employers why you've failed.
My employers?
Colonel Girth, or whoever it is. He's wasted his money.
What makes you think I have failed?
Mr. Campion, you've made us waste a lot of time making all that fuss about your spurious chalice. Yes, we've got it. We staged a nice little fight outside Bottle Street Police Station, which kept the police so busy that they failed to keep an eye on your flat. I'm afraid Val Girth must have a nasty headache.
Mrs. Shannon, why not be content with the chalice you've got, hmm? I mean, tell your employers it's been in the cup house ever since it was made.
Don't talk like a fool. I know perfectly well where the real chalice is, and I'm going to get it.
Why? For money?
Naturally. I've been through 2 fortunes in my time, and that's why I need to get hold of another one. And no little rat like you is going to stop me. Ah, did you hear that? That's Bitter Aloes. She's in the box beneath here. She's vicious with strangers.
Well, she's not too matey with the lady of the house. I saw you playing in the yard like a pair of kittens. I thought she'd get you with her forefeet. You were very good with your whip, though.
She killed a stable boy last year. I was supposed to have her shot, but I wangled out of it. I saw it happen. Wasn't a pretty death. Those forefeet of hers were like steel hammers.
You have a curious taste in pets. Fingers Hawkins and Bitter Aloes make a very fine pair. Now, suppose we get back to business. Where do you imagine the real chalice is?
In the secret room in the East Wing they make such a fuss about. I was a fool not to have thought of it before.
And how do you expect to locate the secret room?
Oh, well, this is the night of Val Girth's coming of age, and by tradition, a light is burnt in the secret room all night.
What?
Ah, you didn't know that, did you?
Well, I must say that you, or your bosses, have thought this out very cleverly. I only see one difficulty.
Oh, what's that?
Me.
I can deal with you, all right. Take off your spectacles.
What?
I said take off your spectacles.
All right. I must confess that I don't quite see the point. It's getting dark, so I can't see much with them.
I just wanted to show you why I brought my riding whip. Ah! God, my face! Don't like it! Neither does Bitter Aloe! You hear that? She's quite excited, just in the mood to deal with you, Mr. Campion.
Yeah, no!
Yes! Yes, Mr. Campion! Good luck, Mr. Campion!
Campion. Campion, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, more or less. This horse has been trying to kill me. I managed to get up into this iron hay basket thing. Can you give me a hand up?
Here you are. Catch hold.
Thank you. Well, for heaven's sake, pull up that trapdoor. That horse is a killer.
Whew. Hey, what's happened to your face? Did the horse do that?
No. No, only its mistress. The horse hadn't got a whip.
Here, have some brandy.
Oh, thanks. How on earth did you know I was here?
Well, I didn't. I came along on the off chance. I've been hiding around all afternoon.
What about Val?
Well, he's back all right for the dinner. They've got the other chalice, though.
Yes, so I gathered from Mrs. Shannon. So now...
Now we've got to get out of here as fast as we can make it.
The place is watched.
Oh, who by? A few drunks. They don't like what's going on. Most of them have cleared out already. Milady's driven off anyway. Now, how do you feel?
All right.
If only we could avoid disturbing that damned horse. I got the car just outside the gate. Let's get there. There's a point we both overlooked. The light in that room.
Yes, it burns all night.
Yes, it'll be 30 years before they get a chance like this again. Now, come on. There it is. The red light, high up in the tower.
That must be the circular window right up at the top.
I didn't think it'd be so high.
Why on earth do they have to give it away like that?
Oh, in the old days, every window would have been ablaze. Times have changed, but the old rule still stands. A light in the window from sunset to cockcrow.
Professor.
What?
Look at that window. There's something swinging in front of it, like a thread.
Thread? That's a rope.
Well, that's how they're going to do it. They're going to climb down from the roof. Come on, let's find our way up there, quick as we can.
Blowy up here. Now, don't get too near the edge.
Ah, here's the rope. It's taut. Someone's climbing down on it.
Careful. You'll go over.
No, I won't. I'm going to crawl till I can see. Hold on to my legs.
Okay, I've got you. Now, careful. There's a loose bit of coping stone.
Right, I see it. That's it.
Who is it?
Mrs. Shannon. Mrs. Shannon, come back!
Go away! Damn you!
Come back!
I'll see you in hell first!
If you look into that room, I'll cut this rope!
You wouldn't have the guts! Get back! I'll deal with you later!
All right, then! I'm going to pull you up!
You haven't a hope! I've reached the window anyway!
Mrs. Shannon! You're not to look in that window!
You're too late! Just got to stop this thing swinging about and turn myself round. That's got it. Now we'll soon see what... No! No, keep away! Keep away from me! No! Ah!
Members of the jury, you've heard that death was instantaneous and due to contusion of the brain following a fracture of the skull caused by the fall. It seems probable that the deceased, a well-known sporting character of the district, attempted her giddy descent as the result of some wager with some third party who has not come forward. It would also seem probable that in the midst of her foolhardy escapade, she suffered from a sudden attack of vertigo, and so fell to her death. It is therefore my duty to instruct you members of the jury to bring in a verdict in accordance with the evidence. And I hope this case may be a lesson to all on the undesirability of entering into sporting contracts which may be a danger to life and limb. I regret as must everyone in court, that such an unfortunate accident should have visited itself on Colonel Sir Percival Girth and his family, who are already suffering from a recent bereavement.
A very intelligently reasoned explanation indeed. Don't you think so, Val?
I certainly do.
Of course, had it not been for Beth's father, I should have been the subject of the inquest, with a crueler coroner than Dr. Cobden moralizing on the dangers of putting strange animals into other people's stables. How are the two papas getting on, by the way?
Like a house and fire. They're in the library talking archaeology.
I have a hunch they're both asleep.
Wonderful neighbours, aren't we?
You know, this is the first time I felt this summer that life was worth living.
Me too.
Mr. Campion, pardon my curiosity, but when did you know about Mrs. Shannon? From the beginning?
Well, yes and no.
Huh?
I made some inquiries about her and found she was head over heels in debt. But I didn't know for certain till we got it from Mrs. Munsey.
What I still don't see is why she put Mrs. Munsey on to Aunt Di. I mean, what was the point of it?
Well, the point was that your Aunt Diana never let the chalice out of her sight. So the idea was to give that artist fellow a chance by staging a shock that would put your aunt to bed for a day or two.
But Mrs. Munsey was too much for her.
Exactly. And the whole scheme came unstuck.
Well, what I don't get is how Albert came into this in the first place.
Neither do I.
Don't you?
Hello, visitors. Say, that's quite a car.
Ah, quite a visitor, too.
Why, who is it?
That, if I'm not mistaken, is the representative of the crown.
Oh.
Let's see who gets out.
Yes, that's him. He's come to inspect the chalice. It happens every 10 years.
No top hat. I haven't seen a good top hat since I came to England.
Oh, very remiss.
I can assure you he's the real thing, though.
That's why if you stay to lunch, Beth, you'll have to have it with Albert and me in the morning room.
How come?
Well, it's a family ceremony. We mustn't disturb it.
Oh.
Albert, leaving aside the honourable gentleman, can we please have an answer to the question, how did you get mixed up in this?
Oh, wait a minute. Here's Lugg, looking very self-important. Hello, Lugg. What's the trouble?
Here, see who's come.
Yes, we saw.
Orders is for you to nip into the house with Mr. Val and report in the library.
What, me as well?
And Professor Carey, that's the orders. And you in flannels.
Albert, what does he want to see you for?
I thought you'd have got it a long while ago. He is my employer.
Albert, you told me you were only
Yes,
doing
I
this...
know I did. It was too early to explain. Come on, Val. We mustn't keep him waiting.
Now, Colonel, there's really no need for me to read all this through.
Whatever you say, sir.
After all, we've read it through together several times before.
We have indeed.
Makes one feel old. Every reading makes another decade gone. I think this one clause will be sufficient. And the said representative of Her Gracious Majesty or her heirs shall go up into the chamber accompanied by the master and his eldest son, providing he be of sufficient age, and they shall show him that the treasure which they hold in the stead of the crown be whole and free from blemish, that it may be known to us that they have kept their loyal and sacred trust.
What about the other clause?
Yes, this is where you come in, Campion, and you, Professor.
We do.
Listen. Further, we also command that in times of trouble, or such days as the House of Girth may be in danger, that the master allow 2 witnesses to go with them, strong men and true, sworn to keep faith and all secrecy as to the treasure and the manner of its keeping, given under our hand and seal. Well, I think that covers the matter, Colonel. Of course, I understand, strictly speaking, that such days as the House of Girth may be in danger are past. But I certainly agree with the Colonel that in the circumstances we might stretch a point in the archaic formula.
Yes, it seems the only courtesy we can extend to you both. For your tremendous assistance in this distressing affair.
There's nothing I would consider a greater honor.
And you, Campion?
I feel just the same, sir.
All right. The Colonel and I feel, however, that from now on we should adhere strictly to tradition.
Oh, of course.
The entrance to the chamber is and always has been a closely guarded secret, known only to my predecessors and the Colonel's. Therefore, I feel sure I shall offend neither of you if I ask you to lend me your handkerchiefs and allow me to blindfold you until we approach the treasure.
Sure. Here you are.
Thank you. Yours, Mr. Campion?
Here, sir.
Thank you. Now, then, if you'll allow me, Now, if you'll take Mr. Campion's arm, Val, I'll look after Professor Carey. Colonel, will you lead us?
Very well.
careful. We're just coming to some spiral steps.
Stop. Gentlemen, we are at the door of the chamber. Before I unlock it, let me say this. You are about to see the chalice and its guardian. The chalice is a small cup, simple and beautiful, of rubies and English red gold. Its guardian is a giant.
A giant?
Yes, a giant knight in black armor. He kneels at an altar with the chalice between his hands. It has rested there for centuries. Take off your bandages. We shall not disturb him.
The guardian of the chalice.
He is my ancestor and yours, Val. The first Messire Gurth. There he has knelt through the years in the full armor of the tourney, with the chalice in his safekeeping.
Campion, the chalice. Well, look at it. The beauty of it. Small, simple.
Just as you said.
That gold was washed from mountain streams before the Romans came.
Is he really there, inside the armor?
Oh, look at the wrists, Val. Those gnarled yellow knots were once human hands. I'm not sorry the visor's down. I don't know what we might see.
The colonel lowered the visor before he brought you here.
He's there, all right. You feel he might move any moment. It makes me glad I never came hunting that chalice.
But the size. Can he really have been...
Oh, yes. There were giants in those days.
If you are ready, gentlemen.
Yes, yes, of course.
Perhaps you would like to rest in your room till lunchtime.
Will you join me, Professor?
Of course. This takes a bit of getting over.
Then, with your permission, when we're outside, we'll replace the blindfolds. Now let us leave Messire Gurth to his vigil.
Here you are. Whiskey and soda for two. The colonel sent me up with this lot. They aren't half doing his nibs proud downstairs. You know that girl I took a fancy to?
Mm-hmm.
I've been helping her clean her silver all the morning. Old Branch never took his eyes off me once.
I don't blame him. Now run along, Lugg. Oh, you can pack my bags after lunch. We're going back to town this evening.
Just when I'm getting along nicely, too.
Soda?
Thanks.
Here you are.
Yeah. You finished then?
Yes. They'll stick to the rules. Their agent's dead, and that's the end of it. They're connoisseurs more than criminals.
I suppose they'll switch their attention to continental museums or something like that.
Probably. You know, Professor, if only my precious boss down below had seen fit to tell me about the second chalice, he'd have saved us a great deal of trouble.
Well, the oath of secrecy, I guess. Oh, what a lovely, lovely thing. I may sound a bit inhuman, but when I was looking at it, I thought of all the deaths it must have cost in the last 1,500 years, and I thought to myself, it's so utterly beautiful. It's worth it.
Professor?
Yes?
What do you think Mrs. Shannon saw when she looked through that window?
We know what she saw.
Yes, but what made her shout no? Who was she talking to? What made her let go? I don't understand it.
Oh, I think it's pretty clear. The light was shining directly onto the figure, and the head was raised directly to the window. You remember?
Yes, but even so,
I'm afraid it must have been a very shocking sight. Don't forget, the visor was up, and she saw his face.
But she spoke. She spoke as if she was replying to someone. She waved as if she was fending something off. And I heard something. Something moved in that room. I swear it. What was it? Do you know?
We present Margery Westbury as Gabrielle Ivory, Patrick Barr as Dolly Godolphin, Monica Gray as Frances Ivory, with Duncan McIntyre in Black Plumes, a play for radio by Felix Felton and Susan Ashman, from the novel by Margery Allingham. Black Plumes.
Well, my dear Francis, this is a very charming surprise. What has brought you all the way up here?
I'm worried, Granny. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, I'm an old woman, my dear, nearly 90. It's not much use coming to me. When's your father coming back from China?
Not for a month or two, and I must talk to someone.
What's the matter? Trouble at the gallery?
Yes.
I don't wonder, with Robert Madrigal left in charge. I never liked that young man. And why your insane stepsister married him, I can't imagine. How is he behaving?
Well, he and Phillida are staying with me at number 38.
Are they, indeed? Whose idea was that?
Father's. He wanted Robert to be near the gallery.
So Phillida's at 38, is she? Merrick didn't tell me that. You're finding it difficult to live with her, I suppose. I don't blame you.
She is a bit neurotic.
That's putting it mildly. What has she done now?
Darling, it's not Phillida. I only wish it were. Granny, there's something going on.
Oh, there always was.
Yes, I know. But this is different. Things are being deliberately broken and destroyed. The staff's going to pieces. Peterson, the old commissionaire, has resigned, and even Miss Dorset's on the verge of it. Well, you can't blame them.
Now, look here, my dear. You leave business to men. When I was your age, we thought it rather indelicate for females to understand business. That was imbecile, of course. But we were saved a lot of unpleasantness. You ought to be thinking about getting married. Phillida has no children. A mercy, of course, if there's anything in heredity. But someone must carry on. Come and talk to me about marriage, not business.
All right, then. Robert has just told me I ought to marry Henry Luca.
Luca? Wasn't that the little man who was rescued from Godolphin's expedition?
Yes.
But I thought he was a baggage man in charge of the camels, or was it mules?
No, darling. Do be fair. Well, he did go out as Robert's batman, but that's nothing to do with it, and he's in the firm now. I just don't like him.
Did this person have the impudence to ask you to marry him?
There was nothing impudent about it, darling. Why shouldn't he? Even if he is a bit of a smart aleck.
Why? Don't be a fool, gal. Your mother left you £200,000. That is a fortune. This camel man is presuming.
Oh, but surely...
I shall speak to Merrick when he returns. Are you staying for tea?
No, thank you. I'd better get back to the gallery. Miss Dorset doesn't know where I am.
All right, then. Dorothy L will show you out. And for heaven's sake, take a firm line with this nasty little camel man. And with Robert as well.
Oh, Miss Frances, thank heavens you've come back.
Hello, Miss Dorset. What's the trouble?
Trouble? A picture's been slashed, that's all.
Slashed?
Yes, I've been nearly frantic.
Which picture is it?
One of Mr. Field's. The big portrait of the Mexican dancer, number 64.
Is David here?
Indeed he is. He's upstairs with Mr. Robert and Mr. Luca now.
Who discovered it?
Old Formby. He says he went into the big gallery at 2 o'clock to speak to Mr. Robert, who was there with Mr. Luca, and everything was all right then. When they came out about 15 minutes later, he went back again and found the damage.
Does he actually say that no one else was there except Robert and Luca, and that they were together?
He does.
But doesn't he see what that means?
Don't ask me. I've worked for your father since I was 17, and it's a shame to see his wonderful old firm floundering in the hands of a lunatic, if nothing worse. I've never said such an indiscreet thing in my life, but it's the truth, and someone's got to say it.
Don't worry yourself, Miss Dorset. I'll go upstairs and listen to what's going on.
Well, what about it, Madrigal? Can your people downstairs patch it up? How long are they likely to be about it?
Mr. Field, you can rely on us, absolutely. I can't tell you how shocked and horrified we are that this should have happened to a picture in our care. Mr. Luca here agrees with me.
Don't give it a thought, Mr. Fields. We'll patch it up for you. It may be out of the show for a day or two, but that can't be helped, can it?
You're insured, of course.
Yes, naturally we are, fully. But in view of the particular circumstances, I mean in view of the slightness of the damage, I think a claim might hold up repair work unnecessarily. After all, the main thing is to get the picture back on show.
Yes, I suppose so. Look here, Madrigal, exactly what sort of an accident was it?
I have no idea at all.
No. All right. I'm probably a fool, but get it repaired and back in its place by the end of the week, and we'll forget the incident. But meanwhile, for the love of Mike, do look after the stuff. These things are painted in blood and sweat. I can't let them be carved up indiscriminately.
Quite. North is upstairs arranging for it to be taken down. Perhaps you'll go up to him, Luca, and impress on him that he must take every possible care.
Oh, very well.
It's a terrible thing to have happened. Terrible.
Why, it's Miss Ivory. I didn't see you. Now, your turning up has quite cheered up my afternoon. Mind you wait, I'll be down in a minute.
Hello, Francis.
Robert?
You've met Mr. Field, haven't you?
Oh, I should hope so. She was my first client. I painted her when she was 14. The fee Merrick paid me got me to the United States. Hence my career. Hello, Francis, love.
Hello, David.
I'm very depressed. Someone's been sticking knives into my beautiful senorita. It's the insult that gets one down. Hey, what are you doing now? Come out and have a sherry.
It's too early.
Oh, is it? I can't get used to my hometown again after years of freedom. Well, never mind. Let's go and eat ice cream.
There's nothing I'd like better.
Fine. We'll go now before a little consequential return, shall we?
I didn't think you'd be going out, Francis.
Oh, but I am, Robert. I don't get a sound offer of ice cream every day. Shall we go?
Poor woman, she's starving. Righto, Ducky. Do you think you can bear up until we get across the road? What's going on at your place?
How do you mean?
Either Phillida's husband or that painful little excrescence with the ginger hair stuck a penknife into one of my best paintings. I may be fussy, but I don't like it.
Neither would I.
What's up? The ginger twerp has something on Robert, has he?
Blackmail, you mean?
Well, I don't know. I don't suppose Robert did the knifing himself, and when one chap covers up another with such desperate determination, the evil thought has a way of cropping up. Had any other trouble?
Oh, heavens, yes. A Kangxi vase has been broken and a royal catalogue destroyed. A number of things. And each one's been a little more serious than the last.
It's not good, old girl. In fact, it's damn disturbing. You're all pretty sure that Ginger is the man.
Oh, yes, I think so. He's horrible.
Well, who is he? Where did he come from?
He went with Robert on Godolphin's Tibetan expedition.
Ah, good Lord, yes, I remember. The secret climb through the Himalayan pass. I read about it at the time. They were very interested in it in the States.
Robert and Luca were the only two to return.
Oh, well, that accounts for it. Ginger probably saved Robert's life or something. Godolphin disappeared, didn't he?
Yes, he'd broken his leg. And rather than encumber the other two, he disappeared during the night. They were at the edge of a ravine.
A wonderful chap, old Dolly. Nobody but he could have persuaded your father to put up money for an expedition like that. But I can't exactly see Robert on that kind of adventure. It's odd, isn't it? The lamb returns, and the lion is left to bleach in the sun. Poor old Dolly. He'd have reveled in your present situation, by the way. Did you ever meet him?
I saw quite a lot of him during the school holidays my last year. He and Phillida ran round together quite a bit.
Ah, so they did. Your half-sister believed in numbers.
Yes, but Robert stuck. The others drifted. Godolphin got lost, but Robert stuck. He would. He has a sort of nervy determination about him that really frightens me.
Frightens you? Why?
Robert wants me to marry Luca.
Marry Ginger?
I know it's absurd, but he has such an uncanny way of getting what he wants that I sometimes feel I might go mad and do it.
This isn't serious, is it? I shouldn't stand for it. It's damned insulting.
Robert's nuts, of course.
Luca's such a little tick.
Horrible. He makes a bit of a nuisance of himself, I suppose. That type can. They're unsnubbable. You don't like to go away, of course, because of the trouble. Francis, my love, you're in a mess.
I'm afraid I am, rather.
You know what you'd better do?
What?
Get engaged. That'll scotch all that nonsense till Merrick returns. Betrothal is old-fashioned, I know, but it has its virtues, like flannel. Any likely lad about?
No one I could ask.
It ought to be someone you know, or it might lead to marriage. When's your father due home?
January or February.
Oh, a long time. Phillida's just her own sweet self, I take it?
Just about.
Yeah. Well, suppose I take you out now and buy you a ring.
What did you say?
Well, not a violently expensive one, just decent enough to show the relations. Any good?
Are you serious?
Yeah, perfectly. And let's be clear about one thing. I'm not asking you to marry me, and I don't suppose I ever shall.
Oh?
No, you see, there's the question of money. I'm very sensitive about it. I once nearly killed an old woman who suggested I was a fortune hunter.
Nonsense.
Oh, yes, I did. Now, joking apart, I don't go back to America until April. So if you'd care for an engagement ring, we'll go out and buy one. What about it?
Well, it would certainly settle one of my difficulties till Father gets home. Oh, but it seems such a frightful imposition.
Anything to oblige an old client. That's a bet, then. We'll buy the ring, write to the newspapers, and tell the family. When the time comes, we can quarrel about the valet or something. Meanwhile, stick to the story. That's the main point.
You won't be upsetting anybody?
Meaning?
Any other woman?
Oh, Lord, no. I'm free, unattached, and unbeloved. I've never even been engaged before. The old man's a frightful cad at heart. He always slithers out of it in the end. I'm banking on your nice bringing up. None of the objects of my adoration has ever got a hooks in me.
Why? Was it always money?
Huh? Oh, yes, money. That and other things. Come on. You'll have to have an aquamarine with those eyes.
Good evening, Norris. Any messages?
Well, I don't know if you were expecting her, but old Mrs. Ivory's here.
Granny? Here at 38?
Yes, miss. She came about an hour ago.
Where is she now?
In Mr. Merrick's room, miss. Her maid's looking after her.
Why has she gone up there?
She had words with Mr. Madrigal, miss.
Where's Mr. Madrigal now?
He's in the garden room.
Right. I'll go and see him, darling, and get it over.
Mrs. Madrigal said, would you go and see her when you came in, miss? I'm afraid she's very put out.
All right, then. You cope with Robert, darling. I'll go up and let Phillida cry on my shoulder.
Oh, Francis, it's all your fault. You asked Granny to come here. How could you?
I did nothing of the kind.
But you went to see her. She said so. Why did you have to go and upset her?
Well, I never dreamt she'd come down here. She's so terrifyingly old.
She's as strong as a horse. Wish to goodness I had her strength. When she came in on old Dorothy's arm, she positively dominated the house.
Was Robert rude to her?
Well, naturally he protested. I did myself. There was a terrible scene. Oh, I shall be a rag tomorrow.
What did Granny do?
Oh, just let Robert rage. He said the most unforgivable things and simply sat down and sent Dorothy to prepare Merrick's bedroom for her. But what could one do? She said it had been her room for 30 years and she was going to bed in it. Well, there was nothing to say. I thought Robert was going to faint. It's all your fault, Francis. You may have killed her. What's that ring?
My engagement ring. I'm going to marry David.
Marry David? But, Francis, you're out of your mind. Whatever will Robert say?
I don't know. David's telling him now.
But Robert's made up his mind. You shall marry Luca.
Then I'm afraid he's doomed to disappointment, my dear.
Oh, as if we hadn't troubles enough, and you know what Robert's like when he's thwarted.
It's no business of Robert's who I marry.
Francis, have you ever thought that Robert might be mad?
Why do you say that?
Oh, nothing. I'm ill and nervy. I hate this insufferable house. I've only been married to him 2 years. It's always been odd and difficult, but just lately he's been much worse, and he's getting worse every day. Lost all control talking to Granny, and when he hears about David... Oh, for goodness sake, go down. They've both got insane tempers. Well, go on.
Perhaps I'd better. Will you be all right?
Oh, don't worry about me.
Dorothy, how's Granny?
I can't do a thing with her, Miss Francis. She's brooding. I haven't seen her like it since Mr. Merrick's first wife, Miss Phillida's mother, ran off and left him. She's angry and she's old. I wondered, should I send for a doctor?
I don't see what good he could do.
Well, I'll wait a bit and see how she is later. I'll go down in a minute and get her a mite of hot milk. She may take that and go to sleep. Mr. Robert has upset her. Oh, they make me wild, these nervy men. There's something very wrong in this house. I notice it if you don't. Something very wrong.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, David. I took a chance on finding the right room.
Come in.
No, thanks. I'm just on my way. I only wanted to tell you that we're still engaged.
What's the matter? What's
Oh,
happened?
nothing. It's all okay, in spite of our Robert's unendearing manners. He's going off for a walk, by the way. It's not a bad idea. The night air may cool him down a bit.
What did he say?
Just about what you'd think. Forget him. We're engaged. Good night.
Good morning, Miss Francis. No signs of Mr. Robert this morning.
Really?
No, miss. He's not been in the house all night, and his coat and hat are missing. Shall I send his letters down to his club? It's what I usually do. Good morning, madam. Mr. Robert's not at his club, and he's not at the Surrey house or the Paris flat.
Where is he, Francis? Where is he? It's nearly a week now. Why doesn't he get in touch? What's happened? What's happened? Francis, look. Look at the headlines. Godolphin's been saved. Famous explorer escapes from forbidden territory.
Never mind Godolphin. Phillida, something's happened.
Happened?
You've got to pull yourself together, darling. You've got to be incredibly brave and, oh, for goodness sake, keep your head.
They found Robert.
Yes. Did you know?
Look, I don't know anything. Where is he? What's he done?
He's been down in the garden room all the time.
Garden room?
His hat and coat were there, too, lying on top of him. That cupboard's never opened, you know. There's nothing in it in the ordinary way. They just found him. Norris called me.
Francis, are you telling me that Robert is dead?
Yes.
Thank God.
Are the police here yet?
Yes, darling.
To think of the police tramping about in this house. Does Norris know how the man died?
No. He just found him propped up there with his hat and coat on his knees.
Who was the last to leave the house that night? David Field?
No. Someone went out after him.
How do you know?
Because I heard the latch click when he went. And then about 10 minutes later, someone walked sharply down the passage from the garden room and went out of the front door. Oh, and Granny, Luca was in the house that night. I met him when I went down to the garden room.
When you went down to the garden room?
I went down to see how David and Robert were getting on together. I met Luca coming away from there. Oh, he was angry about something and quite insufferable. I went on down the passage, but the door was shut and I didn't like to go barging in, so I went down into the yard.
And looked up through the window?
Yes.
Very sensible. Just what I should have done myself. And what did you see?
Oh, they were just talking, you know.
You saw them both?
Yes, I did.
Are you in love?
No, I don't think so. Oh, I don't know.
They say it's unlucky to marry for love. Some country saying, I think. It's very true. Did you see Field again that night?
Yes. He came up to my room to say that we were still engaged and that Robert was going for a walk.
To your bedroom?
Yes, darling.
Quite like a servant girl. Listen. There's someone coming across the landing.
I don't think so.
Yes, there is, my dear child. I haven't slept in this room for 30 years of my life without getting to know it. Open the door.
Miss Dorset.
I didn't like to knock in case she was asleep. Can I speak to you, please?
Oh, yes, of course. It's Miss Dorset, darling. I'll be back in a minute.
Miss Ivory, what am I to do about the reporters? The gallery ought to issue some sort of statement.
Can't Mr. Luca do it?
He hasn't turned up yet.
It's late, isn't it?
Nearly 12:30. I phoned his house, but he left there at 9. I don't know where he is.
We'll get hold of him as soon as you can. The police will want to see him.
Then it was it? I heard something, but I didn't like to ask any more. Who?
We don't know. They're finding out now.
Miss Ivory, you sure Mr. Robert couldn't have done it himself?
I don't think so. Robert was nervy, but he wasn't suicidal.
Wasn't he?
What do you mean?
Didn't he ever talk to you about the whistle on the telephone?
Whistle?
He didn't. Then don't mention it, for heaven's sake. It's probably nothing at all. I ought not to have said anything. I'm so upset today, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll go back to the gallery.
Just a minute. You sound as if you thought Robert was insane.
I did wonder. So would you have done, if you'd known him as well as I did.
Hello. Am I interrupting a conference?
No, Mr. Field, indeed you're not. I'm just going back to the gallery. Excuse me.
Well, Duchess, how are the nerves?
The nerves?
They want to see you downstairs. They've just finished with me.
What did they ask you? Robert was murdered, was he?
Looks like it, Ducky. But have no fear. The head narc is a nice old Scot. He talked to me like a father. I find myself yearning to confide my secret inhibitions. By the way, do you recollect performing a Girl Guide act of mercy on my hand with a bottle of iodine last week?
Yes. Why?
Now look at my hand now. Gone without trace. Ever heard of Coriolanus?
Who?
Coriolanus, a hellishly noble Roman. He was touchy about displaying his wounds. I'm just like him. I thought I'd mention it. Forget the incident entirely, will you?
But I don't...
Go on, down you go. Never keep a narc waiting, not even a nice one.
Miss Frances Ivory?
Yes?
Allow me to introduce myself, Divisional Detective Inspector Brady.
How do you do?
I'm jolly pleased to meet you. Won't you take a chair?
Oh, thank you.
That's it. I don't want a statement from you yet, but I'd just like a wee word with you if the time's convenient.
Well, certainly.
I understand you went down to the yard on the night of the crime.
How do you know?
Your granny's old maid told me.
Dorothy?
Aye, that's her name, I believe, yes.
What else did she tell you?
I'd prefer the story from you.
All right. I did come down that night. I didn't like to interrupt Robert and David by going into the room, so I looked through the window.
Uh-huh. And what did you see?
David and Robert talking.
You're certain you saw both men?
Yes.
Just talking?
Yes.
Now, have you heard how the deceased was killed?
No.
He was killed by a jab in the chest, passing between the 4th and 5th ribs and piercing the heart bag. It must have been a long blade, approximately half an inch wide. Now, can you think of any weapon in this house that might answer the description?
No, I can't say I can.
And I suppose you can't help us about this Blackamoor.
Blackamoor?
Aye. Molly, the maid, swears a black fellow darted through the yard that night. You didn't see him yourself?
Oh, no, indeed, I didn't.
Molly's been reading too many novels, I'm thinking. By the way, there's one wee point I forgot. Besides the stab wound, there was a contusion on the back of the poor chap's head and another on his chin. The one on his chin was likely made by a blow from a fist and was delivered with such violence that there's a likelihood that the assailant's hand was damaged. Have you seen a barked set of knuckles in the neighborhood recently?
No, I haven't.
Ah, well, I'll not detain you now. Never concern yourself about me. I'll just be in and out all the time.
Good morning, Miss Ivory.
Good morning, Miss Dorset. Have you found Mr. Luca yet?
No, that's what I came across to tell you. He's gone.
Gone?
Yes. I got onto his flat as early as I dared this morning, and he's still not back. He walked out just before 9 yesterday morning, and he hasn't been seen since. Oh, there's only one explanation that comes to mind, isn't there?
Oh, please, please, let it be true.
The police are after him already. The servant told me there's been a man hanging about the place all night. Well, I'm not surprised. I never liked him. But it doesn't seem possible, does it? Oh, I was so frightened for you yesterday.
For me?
Yes. He's such a nice young man, isn't he? I've admired his painting for years.
Oh, I never thought David had anything to do with it.
Oh, of course you didn't, my dear. No one could have expected you to. I haven't had a reply to my China cable yet. Your father really is needed here. There's no one in authority left at all next door, except me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you. This news about Luca put it out of my head. We heard last night.
Where from?
Alexandria. Daddy's coming by plane this morning. He'll be here tomorrow.
But how did he...
Apparently Gabrielle wired him last week after I went out to see her.
Tomorrow. That is good news. Oh, it's a terrible homecoming, of course. Poor man, what a shock. Still, I shall be relieved to see him.
Good morning, all. Oh, you both seem very pleased with yourselves.
It's the wonderful news. Mr. Ivory will be here tomorrow.
And Luca's run for it.
Well, there's a double event, if you like. That calls for a celebration, my love. I'll take you out to lunch.
Oh, I don't think we ought to.
Cheerio, Miss Dorset. My good girl, you can't hang about this ghastly house day in and day out. You'll get as hysterical as Phillida. We'll go to the Biarritz. And perhaps you'd like to marry me afterwards.
Why?
The iodine-stained hand. By the laws of England, no wife can give evidence against her husband. You asked for it, sweetheart. Now, no more arguments. We go out at 1:45, and don't keep me waiting. Sorry, darling. That was a reporter. I had to cope with him.
What did you do?
Yeah, gave him a signed confession and the commissionaire's hat. What's the matter? Your cheeks are tingling.
I've just been given the cut direct.
Who by?
Margaret Fisher-Sprigg at the corner table. She's on several committees with Daddy. I nodded to her and she looked straight through me.
What, that old trout in the wide awake? Oh, never mind about her. Think of her in the nude. Did I tell you Godolphin will be home on Thursday?
Godolphin?
Yes, the one and only Dolly. He rang Phillida this morning.
Where from?
I don't know. Basra or somewhere, I expect. I warn you, Duchess, there are storms ahead. Button down your sou'wester and keep your chin in.
What do you mean?
Surely you haven't forgotten what he's like. A colourful bird. This sensational return from death is typical. If there's any stirring up to be done, Dolly's the man to do it. And talking of stirring up, where the hell are those waiters?
Oh, Miss Ivory, I'm so glad you're back. There's terrible news.
Why? What's happened now?
Mr. Merrick is held up at Brindisi.
Oh.
What's the trouble?
A case of yellow fever on the plane. They're all in quarantine.
That means he'll be there for a fortnight at least.
He sounded so upset on the telephone.
Had he heard about Robert's death?
He just read about it in the papers. I thought he was going to have a stroke, poor man. What a frightful homecoming for him then. Oh, Mr. Field, Mrs. Madrigal sent down word that you were going to see to everything with Mr. Worthington. That's the solicitor.
You mean about the funeral?
Yes, I'm so glad. I'd have done it, of course, but these things do need a man. I don't know why.
All right, then. I'll go down and see Worthington now. You'll want it all very quiet, naturally.
Oh, I think so. Old Mrs. Ivory must be consulted, but I should think as quiet as possible. I'll go and ask her, unless you'd like to, Miss Francis.
No, you go, will you? I'll come up later. I want to word with Mr. Field.
Just as you say.
Phillida asked me, you know. Someone's got to do it for the poor girl. It's a horrible job.
Look here, David. This entire business has got hopelessly out of hand.
Oh, I was only trying to be useful.
I'm talking about us.
Oh.
Wouldn't you like to call the engagement joke off? Well, I think you'd better. You saw what happened at lunch today. We're going to be the Piccadilly lepers. Oh, you clear right out of it.
I'd like to. There's nothing I'd rather do.
Very well, then. Go.
Darling, you're lovely. All elementary and untrodden and violets down the path. It's disgustingly rare and painfully attractive. As a rule, this is the point where the old cad packs up. However, just take a look out of the window. See him? Boots and all. If I leave this house, he goes too. This is a solemn moment. For the first time in his life, the old man's trapped, Duchess.
If he wasn't there, you'd go?
You bet I would.
Miss Francis, you'd better come and see your grandmother yourself. She doesn't agree with our ideas at all.
All right. I'll go up now.
Shall I come with you?
I suppose so.
Francis, why have you brought Mr. Field?
Phillida has asked him to look after things.
I disapprove strongly.
I'll stand down then.
And it's too late. If your name has been mentioned to the solicitors, it will cause less talk if you go on with it.
There's bound to be talk in any case. That's why we all thought that a quiet funeral...
Quiet? A quiet funeral at a time like this? Don't be ridiculous.
It was only because of all the scandal.
My dear child, we don't admit that there is any scandal. Our poor, wretched relation has died, and we owe it to ourselves to see him buried in the right way.
There will be all these crowds round the house.
Then, for heaven's sake, give them something to stare at. Worthington will know the proper undertaker, and tell him we'll have no truck with these tawdry little modern motor hearses. Robert's hearse shall be drawn by 6 properly accoutred black horses with black plumes on their heads.
Goodbye, Mrs. Ivory. Goodbye, Mrs. Ivory. Goodbye, Mrs. Ivory.
Goodbye.
Oh, thank heavens they've all gone.
At least they paid you the compliment of coming. Most of the people you asked just sent wreaths.
Granny was right, you know. Those horses were a magnificent sight.
The undertaker told me he hadn't had those plumes out since before the war.
Phillida behaved uncommonly well.
Phillida can always be relied on to play a part. Today, it was dignified grief.
Dorothy?
Granny's going upstairs, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Norris. He's looking a bit anxious.
Mrs. Ivory, Mr. Godolphin is here.
Godolphin? Mr. Godolphin. Show him in.
Certainly, madam.
Be ready for a shock. What he's been through doesn't make people look any younger.
The paper said he was lame.
Mr. Godolphin.
My God.
Forgive me. I've chosen quite the wrong time to arrive. Your man told me the news at the doorstep. I'm just off the plane. Haven't seen a paper or spoken to herself. Came straight to Phillida, naturally.
Naturally? Why naturally, Mr. Godolphin?
Phillida, my dear, is it still a secret?
Oh.
Ah, I see it is.
Well, are we to share this secret?
Certainly. Phillida's my wife. We were married just before I went abroad.
They're still in the breakfast room. It's 40 minutes now. Do you think we ought to go in?
Leave them. They are the two people it concerns. They'll come back when they're ready. You knew about this, Mr. Field.
Yes, I did. I was a witness at the wedding. Phillida said it had to be done in secret because Dolly was broke or something equally undesirable. So along I went. It was just before I went back to America.
But when you returned and found her married to Robert...
I held my tongue. It was her affair, not mine. And as Dolly was dead, there was nothing in it. I did come and see her last week and implored her to get hold of Dolly and tell him. But when he telephoned, she funked it. So where do we go from here?
He'll have to see reason. After all, it's quite clear how the thing happened.
Listen, they're coming.
Come on, Phillida. They're all here.
Well?
It's ghastly. There's only one thing to be done. I've been explaining that to my wife. We must all pull together and get this mystery cleared up, and then she and I must start afresh.
How very sensible. And what will you do while the police are finishing their inquiries? Go abroad again?
No, dear lady. I've just spent 3 years in a filthy lamasserized cell, or correction cell, as they're pleased to call it, thinking of my home and my wife, and believe me, I'm not going to lose either of them again.
I see. And what do you suggest?
That we get on with the work at once and see the whole hopeless affair settled. Since it principally affects me, I'll do it myself.
He doesn't understand. He wants to stay in the house.
That is out of the question.
I don't think so. Here you are, a house full of women completely at the mercy of the police. Your solicitor appears to be worse than useless. Field can't do much because he has no authority and isn't even a permanent resident in the country. You must have somebody to manage things. There's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't stay here as a guest and do what I can to clear things up.
But, my dear chap, use your imagination. Don't ignore what's happened. Phillida married Robert in all good faith, and he's barely in his grave.
I realize that. That's the one thing I do realize. I'm sorry, but you forget. Where I've been rotting slowly out of existence, the niceties have been absent. I don't care if the thing's good form or if it's socially dangerous. I want to take Phillida away. She's my wife, remember, not Robert's. If she won't come or can't come away with me till this blasted mystery is cleared up, then I'll clear it up, and no one on earth shall get in my way. Is that plain enough? If you won't have me in the house, Mrs. Ivory, I'll stay in the nearest hotel, but if you've any sense, you'll use me, not frustrate me.
Thank you for your kind offer. Yes, Mr. Godolphin, we shall be very pleased if you will consider yourself my son's guest for a few days.
Thank you.
You will behave like a guest, of course.
You're very wise. Yes, I'll behave.
I'm very tired. Now, Dorothy, I'll come presently, but not yet. First of all, there is something I have to say to all of you. I am an old woman. Half the time my mind wanders abominably. But at this particular time, I think I may be seeing things more vividly than any of you because I have one great advantage. I am apart. My life is at an end. I do not care what happens to me or to anyone else.
What are you trying to tell us, Granny?
Simply this. You have all developed one great weakness during the past hour. You all share a secret, previously only known to Phillida and Mr. Field.
Our marriage, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Godolphin, your marriage. Somehow or other, you have all got to keep this secret from the police.
I don't agree. I'm against secrets. If we hadn't kept our marriage a secret, this wretched complication would never have cropped up. I say tell the police.
Regardless of consequences?
What consequences can there be? As far as I can find out from Phillida, poor old Robert must have died last Monday week, just about the time when I was lying under a mass of stinking goatskins being smuggled over the border in a mule train. As Robert died, I came to life. Phillida never had two husbands at once, so where's the immorality? Surely the police are human and reasonable.
No, darling, no, don't tell them.
Why ever not?
You don't know. You don't understand. I think Robert guessed about you and me, and the last 6 months have been hell, absolute hell.
You see, Mr. Godolphin, Phillida should not be allowed to talk, should she?
Anyone can see what's happened to Phillida. Robert happened to mention my name by chance one day, and that started up a neurosis. Look at her, poor darling. She's a massive hysteria now, and must have been for months.
You can take me up now, Dorothea. My dear Mr. Godolphin, don't forget one thing. The police are very unimaginative. You must be careful. Given that story, they might almost consider poor Phillida had a motive, mightn't they? Your arm, Dorothea.
Bridie here?
Randall here, sir. We've got him.
You have you, jolly good. And what's he like?
Cocky, sir.
Ah, I thought he might be. Bring him along.
Right, sir. The train goes in 7 minutes. We'll be with you before 5.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning with it. Any result?
Oh, nothing, sir. Not a black man seen for miles. No one saw him except this Molly, and she's said to be a little weak in the head. I'll go on following it up, of course.
That's right. Any luck in your other direction?
I'm keeping an eye on the lad. He's staying away from the house and amusing himself, but we'll let him bide for an hour or two.
Ah, yeah.
He's costing the country a mint in shoe leather, but it can't be helped.
Hello?
Hello, Duchess, is that you?
David! Why on earth haven't you been round? Why haven't you been round?
Oh, funk, I suppose. Will you come out and eat with me tonight?
Oh, it's so embarrassing.
But I rather thought we ought to meet. A gossip writer phoned me this morning to ask if our engagement was still on.
Oh? What did you say?
I was very upstage. Put on a nice blue dress and I'll fetch you at 7:30.
Gabrielle says we're all to wear black for a month.
Does she indeed? Good for her. Have you got a black evening dress?
Yes. 7:30 then.
I like the dress, darling. It's just right in this studied pretentiousness. Do stop looking around like a hunted fawn, then.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Don't worry. There's not a soul in this room who can spare a second to recognize anyone but themselves. That's the strength of this age, individualism.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello, what's this? A note for me?
From the table in the alcove, sir.
Well, I'll be jiggered.
What is it?
Dolly and Phillida would like us to join them for a drink.
Oh, he hasn't brought her here.
He has, the blithering idiot.
What do they think they want?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go and see.
Do sit down, will you? Very queer you should have decided to come to just this one restaurant, isn't it?
I don't think so. We probably chose it for the same reason. It's not overcrowded with our particular set. I think you're both mad to come anyway.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. That's rather a sensational diamond, Phillida. It's new, isn't it?
Dolly bought it.
Dolly, you are nuts. You'll get the girl arrested.
Now, listen to me, Field. I was going to talk to you tomorrow, but we could have it out here better than anywhere else. Francis ought to be in it, too.
What's the trouble?
This is straight. You can be absolutely frank with us. There's nothing we won't do for you, but we must have this thing settled. Did you kill Robert?
My dear chap.
That's not an answer.
When you're fit to walk without that stick, I'll be happy to oblige you. I take it you're asking for horseplay.
You still haven't answered me.
No, Dolly. I did not kill him.
You were the last person who could possibly have been with him. You came out of the garden room and told Francis he was going for a walk. That's common knowledge.
I did. I thought he was going out. Damn it, I fetched his hat and coat from the hall for him.
You fetched his hat and coat?
Yes, I did. Oh, don't be so damn dramatic about it. I fetched his hat and coat and chucked them on the table for him.
Why?
Because he asked me to.
Do you honestly expect anyone to believe that?
No. That's why I didn't mention it before. But that's what happened.
David, we're all on your side. We all know what Robert was, and we all know you're inclined to lose your head when you get in a temper. Give us a chance to get behind you.
Why on earth should I have killed him?
Suppose you were having this back chat with him, and suppose he said something that got under your skin. Suppose you suddenly saw him with that conceited leer on that lantern mug and his grey lock flapping in his eyes, and you felt what a damn silly pompous ass he was, and you suddenly let him have it. Suppose you told him about his wife. You knew, remember. And then, when you realized what you'd done and how he was going to take it, you lost your head, as you do, you know, and killed him.
With a toothpick, I suppose.
There used to be an old spike file in that desk in there, so Norris says. He can't remember when it disappeared. Whatever it was, you had a week to get rid of it.
Imaginative little beggar, aren't you?
If you'll be reasonable, I'll back you to the limit.
Coming, Francis?
I'm sorry. You could have trusted us.
Coming? Well, here we are. I'm afraid Master Godolphin put a bit of a damper on the evening. What do you think after all that?
I don't.
You don't what? Think I'm guilty or think at all?
I don't think anything, except that I love you.
That's a blow below the belt, Duchess. Do you mean it?
Yes.
Darling, this is dangerous. Don't go and do it. Don't, please, sweet. You don't know anything about it. It's all right for me, but not for you. You're so new.
Do you love me?
For my sins. I hit him. That's what happened. Luca was there to begin with, but I pitched him out and he went off like a streak. That must have been when you met him, 10-ish.
Yes, that was the time. He looked furious.
No, not so much as I did. Robert was livid himself, unfortunately. He said something quite unpardonable, and I hit him very hard. I barked my knuckles on his chin. He went down like a tree. He lay there goggling at me, and I stood looking down at him for quite a long time.
I know. I saw you.
Did you? Where from? The yard?
Yes. But I told everyone I saw you and Robert talking. It seemed safer.
Ah, I see. Well, when he recovered, he was awfully worried about his face. He kept saying, "What will the servants think?" Like a parrot, until I nearly hit him again. Finally, I went and got his hat and coat for him with the idea of carting him down to a doctor to get him patched up. I told him to put them on while I came up and said goodnight to you. Well, that was all right as far as it went. But when I came down again, I heard him talking inside the room. Well, I assumed that Luca had come back, and a deep feeling of no enthusiasm for them both descended on me. So I thought, oh, what the hell, and pushed off. When he didn't show up in the morning, I took it for granted he was hiding somewhere, getting his face presentable.
Why didn't you tell them all this?
Who, Dolly?
No, the police.
Oh, it wouldn't have been a good idea, would it? Luca had brought the entire boiling down on his head by clearing out.
You weren't trying to shield Luca.
No, naturally not. But I saw no point in going into a long story about what Robert had said and why I was irritated.
In fact, you were shielding me.
Oh, Duchess, if you make a hero of me, you're going to come such a howling cropper.
I don't think I care very much about that.
I don't believe you do. Heaven help us both.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Ivory. Excuse me, sir.
Oh, hello, officer. What can we do for you?
I'm extremely sorry to disturb you.
That's all right. We were just coming in.
There's a message from Detective Inspector Bridie, miss. He's very sorry to bother you, but he'd be most grateful if you'd step down to headquarters for a minute.
At this time of night?
Well, it sounds funny, I know, but he asked specially. I was to say it won't be for long. It's only regulations.
Well, that's that. Better get going.
Well, this is a fine time to ask you to come see me. Did you think you were coming to jail? Well, sit down, both of you, and don't take any notice of that poor chap in the corner. He jolly well has to sit there and take down any jewelry that may drop from my lips.
What's the trouble, Inspector?
Oh, you'll just think I'm a fussy old person, particularly as I'm going to ask the young lady something I've asked her before. But I won't keep you long, Miss Ivory. You'll be in your bed in half an hour. Now, would you just repeat exactly what you did on the night your poor brother-in-law, half-brother-in-law, was last seen alive?
I was talking to Phillida. Then I met Dorothy L on the landing, and then I came downstairs.
Now, what time would that be?
Just about 10. Then I passed Mr. Luca in the hall.
Wait a minute. You're sure you passed Mr. Luca at that time?
Perfectly sure.
And then what?
I went down to the yard.
And what did you see?
I saw David and Robert talking.
Just talking?
Yes.
Talking. Ah, well, that's a fine stroke of luck for Mr. Luca.
What on earth do you mean?
Mr. Luca has returned to this bonny island.
Luca's come back?
Yes. We picked him up at Plymouth this morning, and we've got him here now. He's a lucky man. Fortunately for him, there was a good, conscientious woman working late at the gallery that night, and she can tell how he came in for his hat and coat and how they walked to the tube together and took a train. We know his movements after that. The woman gives him a grand alibi.
Miss Dorset?
Aye, that's she. She's an honest, sensible woman, isn't she?
Oh, yes, she's all right. She's absolutely cast iron.
There we are, then. Mr. Luca can sleep in his own house tonight. And it seems that you, Mr. Field, were the last one to see Mr. Madrigal alive.
Good morning, Miss Francis. Some letters have been left by hand. This one's yours, and this one's for you, Mr. Godolphin.
Same handwriting. Who are the others for?
Old Mrs. Ivory, sir, and Mrs. Madrigal. And there are also two for Miss Dorset and Mr. Field, with instructions for immediate forwarding.
What's all this about? Heavens, it's from Luca. Glad if you'd give me your attention for half an hour at 3 o'clock in Merrick's office at the gallery. Yours the same, Francis?
Glad if you would get... Yes, it's the same exactly.
Infernal impudence. I'd like to use my stick on the fellow.
What should we do about it?
Go. This isn't an invitation, it's an ultimatum.
What's the point of it?
Heaven knows. Some gigantic bluff, probably. We have to wait till 3 o'clock and then we'll see.
Well, Mr. Luca, we're all here.
Except the old lady. She'll come.
What are you going to do, Luca? Confess?
That'd suit you, Field, wouldn't it? Remember me, Mr. Godolphin?
Indeed I do. You were Robert Madrigal's Batman, an inefficient servant.
Oh, this is silly. It's no good sitting here insulting each other. Now you've got us here, Mr. Luca. Do for heaven's sake say what you've got to say.
That's not quite the line to take with me.
Me proud beauty.
That'll do from you. That'll do from the lot of you. I've got you, and you know it. But I'm going to put the position to you so clearly that you can't make any mistake. I'm only waiting for Mrs. Ivory.
In that case, we may as well go home. Is Granny likely to come all the way up here just because you've asked her to? It's cheek of you to ask her. Appalling cheek.
Hold it, Duchess. Here she is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Luca, is it? Thank you, Dorothy. I'll sit here. Yes. Now, what have you got to tell us that you feel we might find interesting?
Perhaps you'll explain, first of all, Luca, what the devil you mean by cutting and running the moment poor Madrigal was found dead. Didn't you realize you'd have the police after you like a pack of hounds?
Not very politely asked, but I'll answer you. I went before I knew he was dead. Anyone can tell you that.
Why did you go then?
Oh, very simple. The night before the discovery, I happened to hear that a certain collector in London was interested in the Gaylord Venus. That information came into this office, and I saw an opportunity of doing myself a bit of good. I couldn't find Madrigal, so I went down to the bank, drew out all the cash I had, and nipped on a boat for New York.
Without telling a soul?
Of course. In a deal of that sort, the fewer people you tell, the better.
Why did you come back then?
Simple again. The news about Madrigal's death came through on the radio in mid-ocean. I put 2 and 2 together and sent a wire to the police that I was coming back. They met me off the boat.
Mr. Luca, I really don't see why you had to take your own money. The information on which you acted was the gallery's property.
Never mind that, Miss Dorset. I don't imagine Mr. Luca asked us here to discuss a piece of very ordinary business chicanery on his part. Once again, Mr. Luca, why are we here?
Well, you know, I thought we all ought to have a little chat. You see, I've got my position to think of.
Your position?
That's right. The governor's coming back, isn't he? And I may decide to stay with the firm.
I don't think we understand you, Luca.
Oh, that's a pity, Field. I rather hoped you would. You particularly.
I'm afraid I don't, all the same.
Oh, you don't? Then I'll tell you. You're in a jam, aren't you? All of you.
While I was out of the country, I was a good enough scapegoat. Well, now I'm back, I've had a little talk with the police, and they've shown they're not interested in me. You see where I'm leading? My freedom puts a rope round you. Don't you kid yourselves it isn't there. And don't you imagine the police are going to sleep. There's a lot of work being done on the quiet. A lot of little odds and ends of information are finding their way onto the superintendent's desk. But so far, they haven't had all my contributions.
You're suggesting we don't want the police to find Robert's murderer.
One of you doesn't. One of you here killed Madrigal. That's why you're here. Well, now you know where you stand. So far, I'm not telling any more of what I know than is necessary to clear myself. And if everything goes off as I intend it shall, I shan't feel called upon to say any more. I thought I'd tell you all together, so no one makes any mistakes.
Put me onto the police.
Wait a minute, Godolphin. You're not the only pebble on the beach. Let the others have a say. Does everybody here want me to talk? Well, now's your opportunity.
No, sit down, Mr. Godolphin. When the time comes, we'll call the police.
Someone's seen the light.
It's bluff. Pure bluff. There's no earthly reason why the thing shouldn't have been done from outside.
Or why it should have been. I suppose you're one of the people who think they saw a black man. I didn't give any opinion about that idea, because I wasn't asked for it. I'm much more interested in certain other little things. The music hall song, for instance. What, no one amused? That's a funny thing. It's a famous old song. No one's going to kiss that girl but me. Well, you know how it goes. Pride of Idaho. So now you know. And when you go, you'll find there's something on her mind. Don't think it's you, because no one's going to kiss that girl but me. Don't you get it, anybody? Let me whistle it to you.
The whistle on the telephone. Was that it?
Phillida, what are you talking about? I haven't been told about this.
Ah, so you recognize it, do you? Miss Dorset, I'm speaking to you. You seem to have heard that tune whistled before.
Yes. Yes, I have. It was about 8 months, no, nearly a year ago. A call came through from Mr. Madrigal here at the office. It was foreign and sort of constrained. Something about it made me curious, and I listened for a moment or two. That was all I heard. Just the tune, whistled like that. Then Mr. Madrigal hung up. He went out at once, and he didn't come back all day. I never saw him quite the same after that.
Miss Dorset, that doesn't sound like you. I mean, it's a fantastic story. It's melodrama. Pull yourself together. What really happened?
It's true.
Phillida.
Yes, it is. It often happened, or at least he thought it did, and it became an obsession with him. He used to dream about it. I thought he was out of his mind, and when I told Granny, she thought I was mad. And now Miss Dorset's telling you, and you're looking at her as if she was mad.
Quick, somebody. Phillida, stop it! Stop it, stop it!
All right. No need to go off the deep end, Phillida. If you all say it did happen, I'll accept it. I knew Robert pretty well, though, and I can't say I saw him as a nervous wreck. You saw he wasn't pulling a leg?
Oh, you're on the wrong tack entirely there.
Why'd you say that?
Robert had changed. Last time I saw him, that's exactly how I should have described it. A nervous wreck.
I only heard it once.
You said that, Miss Dorset.
Yes, but I always knew when it happened by the way he behaved.
It was only last summer he began talking so wildly about it, and I began to think he was insane.
There's nothing insane about it if Miss Dorset heard it, too.
Exactly. That's my point. Well, there you are. That's all I'm telling you at the moment, but I've got a hunch it's going to be enough. You can ring up the police, any of you. But all I say is, make sure your best friend wants you to. Well, now, I won't detain you. I dare say you'll all feel like a little discussion without me. I'm sorry I can't offer you this room, but I'm going to be busy. However, the rest of the mausoleum is at your disposal. Miss Dorset, I'll have a cup of tea here at 4:15.
Mr. Luca? Here's your tea. Can I come in? Mr. Luca? Oh. Mr. Luca, I've been knocking... Oh! Ah! Help! Help! Mr. Luca's dead! Ah! Help!
Mrs. Madrigal. Poor, poor Mrs. Madrigal. The poor, silly thing. No warmth yet. Her hand's like a stone.
Doctor, what's she done? This can't be just fright, can it?
Can't it? She's had the equivalent of a kick over the heart. And there's nothing like emotion to upset the circulatory system.
Will she be all right?
I think so. The only real danger at the moment is from infection. She'll need constant watching.
You mean she can't be moved to a nursing home? No, of course she can't. But can't we have a couple of good nurses here?
I'll see what I can do. Perhaps we could just have a word or two.
Oh, yes, of course. Shall we go outside?
I think we'd better. Now, Mrs. Madrigal's collapse occurred immediately after she heard the news of Mr. Luca's death, didn't it?
Yes.
Who told her? You?
I'm afraid I did. I thought she'd nearly fainted. I called Dorothy L and we got her onto the bed. Then I saw her forehead was wet and realized how cold she was. That was when I got onto you.
I see.
We've been having a sort of family conference. Mr. Luca called it himself in my father's office in the gallery next door. When it was over, most of us stayed there for a bit. In the building, I mean. But Phillida felt rotten, so Mr. Godolphin brought her back here at once.
Look here, this isn't quite ordinary inquisitiveness, but there is one point I would like to know.
What's that?
Is there any connecting door between this house and the gallery?
Yes. It's my father's own door. No one else ever dreams of using it.
Where is it?
It opens from the back of the cupboard in my father's bedroom, and it leads into his office.
Where Mr. Luca died?
Yes.
I suppose it was kept locked.
It was bolted from this side.
Who occupies your father's room now?
My grandmother. But when Mr. Luca died, she was over in the gallery.
Well, it's all extremely awkward. I shall have to make some sort of explanation to any nurse who comes, and we don't want anyone second-rate. May I use your telephone?
Oh, please do. There's one in the hall. Sorry.
Look here. Take my advice and lie down for an hour or so.
I think I will. I'll be in my room.
If I don't come and disturb you, it means the nurse is okay. All right?
Thank you, Doctor. You're very kind. Doctor?
It's not the doctor, miss. It's me, Dorothea.
Oh, come in.
I've just heard something I think you ought to know before anyone else. Poor Mr. Field.
What's happened to him?
Oh, be brave, my dear. They've got him.
Oh, no.
Molly got it out of the policeman on duty at the back door. They found his address and sent and took him down to the station. Poor Mr. Field. You won't believe it, will you?
No, of course not. Oh, help me.
Now, don't sit there moping. You won't do no good that way.
Is Granny asleep?
Not when I left her. Very active she is. These things seem to stimulate her. You go and see her, dear. She'll make you feel better. I'll be seeing after Mrs. Madrigal. Nobody's looking after that poor doctor. He must think this place is a madhouse.
Francis, can I come in, Granny? Granny, it's too awful. David!
Hello, Duchess. For goodness sake, keep your voice down and shut the door.
But I just heard that you'd been
arrested. He was, but he seems either to have been let out or to have escaped.
Never mind about me. I've been asking Mrs. Ivory to shut the house, split up, pack the servants off. If Phillida's ill, let her go to a nursing home. You can go to a hotel. Mrs. Ivory herself can return to Hampstead. Get the house empty.
What, tonight?
Oh, Lord, yes, it must be tonight.
But, David, we can't. The police wouldn't let us. There's one on duty in the front hall now, and another on the back door. Didn't you see them as you came in?
No, I didn't come that way.
I heard his tapping at the cupboard. I thought it was the police, so I let him in. He has not cared to explain how he came to be in my son's private office. But in any case, his suggestion is quite impossible. And if it weren't, I should still stay. There is something I want to know.
I hope you're not thinking of turning detective, Mrs. Ivory.
No, but I'm a very inquisitive old woman. And in all this dreadful business, there is one thing which strikes me as very strange indeed.
What's that, Granny?
First, Madrigal, you poor wretched creature, is found dead with a wound in his chest. And then that abominable little baggage man dies in the same way. As far as any reasonable person can see, both crimes must have been committed by the same person, who is still either in this house or in the gallery next door.
Well, we're all agreed on that.
Ah, one moment. The thing that seems to me so extraordinary is this. Both houses have been searched over and over again, and no weapon has been found. Now, I find this so peculiar that I've given my mind to it, and an idea has occurred to me which may eventually explain a number of things.
May we ask what it is?
No, I am not going to tell you or anyone else, because if I'm wrong, then I have made a very serious and unjust mistake. So I shall stay here until I find out for myself. Now, what is the matter, Mr. Field?
That's a very dangerous statement. Have you made it to anyone else? Have you?
No, I have not. But you come to me with a suggestion, and I am explaining to you why I am not adopting it. And now, forgive me, I am tired. Francis will take you downstairs.
Mrs. Ivory, you mustn't. For goodness sake, think of everybody else.
One more day. One more day.
David, what did she mean? One more day.
Keep your voice down. Now, quickly, is there a fire escape to this house?
Oh, David, no.
Sorry, Duchess, but it can't be helped. Where's the bolt hole?
Up the back stairs, onto the roof, then over the parapet to the next house.
The gallery?
No, the other way. It's only offices, so there's no one there. The ladder goes down at the back. You'll have to drop the last 8 feet. Oh, be careful.
Come with me.
Where?
Holland. God knows what I'm letting you in for, but come and we'll risk it. It's pure selfishness on my part.
Why?
Oh, darling, at such a time. Are you coming?
Oh, how can I? Philip is ill. Granny's alone. I can't. I must stay with them.
Yes. Yes, of course. Francis, be careful. Don't hear anything, don't think anything. Turn yourself into a mindless vegetable and keep your grandmother quiet. Never let her be left alone, not for a minute.
You're going to Holland?
Oh, damnation, I shouldn't have told you that. That's the one thing you must never tell anyone, never whatever happens. Promise. Word of honor?
Yes, yes, of course. Word of honor.
Goodbye.
They broadcast an unfortunately good description of him in the 10 to 12 news last night. Silly chap, he can't hope to get away with it.
Oh, please!
Oh, good Lord, sorry, Francis. Wouldn't have mentioned it if I'd known. I understood that engagement of yours was a put-up job.
It started as one. It isn't now. Oh, this room's so stifling. Can't we pull back the shutters?
Want to have all those crowds staring at us? I'm not an animal in the zoo. I like my breakfast in peace. Francis.
Yes?
You're kidding yourself, you know.
I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. You're so young you don't realize it. Love does get one, but there's nothing in it. You get bored to tears with that chap Field if you know him for long. He's a painter. All painters have a sort of romantic glow about them, but they're silly, oversensitive beggars when you get to know them. Impractical, too. Oh, look at this wild flight of his. What's he got to fear? There's not a shred of evidence against him the police could prove. You're well rid of him. Oh, hello, Miss Dorset.
I made Dorothy L come down. She must eat something or she'll drop. You've got some coffee, Norris says.
Yes, I'll pour you some, Dorothea. Who's with Granny?
The nurse. Mrs. Madrigal's asleep. I only wish her grandmother was. I don't think she's closed her eyes once all night. She's overexcited. I thought she was going to fly out of bed when the police asked if Miss Dorset could come through the cupboard door.
Your coffee, Dorothea.
Why did you come that way, Miss Dorset?
Well, the inspector thought it would be better if I avoided the street. The crowd's waiting, hoping to see a woman.
Me?
My dear, it's Mr. Field running away. They don't think, you know. They just get hold of a dramatic idea. Never mind. It's going to be all right.
What do you mean?
Mr. Merrick's been released and he's on his way.
Daddy. Oh, thank heaven.
I've just heard, so I had to come over.
When will he be here?
Any time after 4. I nearly broke down and cried when I saw the message. It's what I've been praying for.
Do you mind if I join you for a wee minute?
Well, come in, Mr. Bridie. Will you have a cup of coffee?
No, not for the moment, thank you.
Any news of Field yet?
Not a word of him, that silly young juggins.
Do you think you'll get him?
Oh, yes. No doubt about that. It's just a question of time. It's a dickens of a job to escape us. It's those wretched journalists who are the bother. Most tenacious chaps. There was one on the roof just now, and no young lady to help him either. Well, cheer up. It's a fearful business, but we're nearing the finish.
I'd like to think so.
There's absolutely no question about it. There's just a little anxiety for the next few hours, but you'll be able to sleep easy in your beds tonight without a chance of being murdered there.
Can you say that definitely, Inspector?
Quite definitely. 4 o'clock, that's the hour. We'll all know a great deal more about this jiggery-pokery by then. Oh, by the way, Miss Dorset, for your information, all the telephone lines in this house and the next have been tapped for some time.
I don't know why you should have to say that, I'm sure.
4 o'clock, then. That's 0 hour, is it?
That's correct.
And what are we to expect in the meantime?
Nothing, please God. But I'll ask you all to be in the drawing room half an hour before that, as I have a few things to say to you.
Everyone?
Servants and all.
Not old Mrs. Ivory.
I'd very much like her there.
No, she shan't. She's old. Her mind's not right. She'll work herself up and say things she doesn't know she's saying. You'll ask her down here over my dead body.
Now, that's a wee bit rash of you, Miss Dorothea, because I've already asked her earlier this morning.
Really?
I explained to her that you'd be here yourself to look after her. Oh, Miss Dorset, are you leaving us?
Well, I was going back to the gallery. There's a lot of work waiting.
All right, then. We'll see you here at 3:30.
Oh, you'll hardly need me.
Just the same, I'd like you to be here.
But I have an appointment just after 3:30.
If you were thinking of meeting Mr. Merrick's train, I'll have to ask you to change your mind. I see there's an extension telephone in the corner. I'll arrange for all your business calls to be put through here.
Very well.
All right, then. Now we know where we are. Do what you like, but don't try and leave the house. And I'll expect you all in the drawing room punctually at 3:30. Well, now, I'm not proposing to keep you all here in silence, so I've decided to give you a sort of general lecture on the two crimes. And when I come to any bit I'm not so sure about, perhaps you'll give me your intelligent cooperation. Will you do that?
All right.
It sounds an admirable plan, Mr. Bridie.
Thank you, Mrs. Ivory. Now, since you're none of you professionally skilled in the art of investigation, I'll commence my observations with a few general remarks. I want you to get into your heads a half-finished jigsaw puzzle. You can see by the shape of the hole which is left that you need a human head to complete the picture. A human head with a recognizable face.
Oh, dear.
What's that, Miss Dorset?
Nothing. Please go on.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are held by different individuals, and as soon as they're all on the table together, the little juts and corners will begin to fit, and the face will gradually appear. It's jolly ingenious.
Jolly good work, sir.
However, the first thing to do is to define the outline of the head. The background of the picture has to be built up, and the main art of this piece of construction is to weed out all unnecessary matter. Maybe I'm too complicated for you?
On the contrary, we find you extraordinarily clear. Go on.
I'm glad to hear it, ma'am. We'll now descend to the particular. A fortnight ago, Mr. Robert Madrigal was found dead, and on the same day, Mr. Henry Luca sailed for New York. As soon as he received word of the occurrence, he returned home and was examined by me, and I accepted his alibi. The next day, he called a conference of his friends and relations of Mr. Madrigal, and was himself mysteriously murdered by the same weapon which had killed his chief. We now cut out the unnecessary factor. The murder of Henry Luca does not merit our serious consideration.
Why do you say that?
Because he was a blackmailing scoundrel. We have evidence that during his lifetime, Robert Madrigal paid out considerable sums of money which coincided in amount and date with sums paid into Luca's account.
What about the slashing of David's picture?
That and other incidents before it were Luca's way of showing Mr. Madrigal that he was serious in some new and iniquitous demand.
What was his hold over Robert?
We don't know. But we do know that when he returned, he shared an almighty secret with someone else. He knew who had killed Madrigal, you see. When he called that conference yesterday afternoon, he made that fact jolly plain to someone in the room, and within an hour, he was dead himself. That's a simple story.
What about the motive for murdering Madrigal?
That's the first piece of the puzzle we need. The textbooks tell us there are 17 motives for murder, but I've never bothered my head about more than 3. Love, money, and revenge. And the principal one in my experience is money. It'll probably surprise one or two of you to hear that you all had the best money motives in the world for killing Madrigal.
Why do you say that, Mr. Bridie?
He was ruining you all. Unless something drastic was done, he'd have steered the firm into liquidation. From the very first, he'd proved a dangerous and unbusinesslike person. Isn't that so, Miss Dorset?
Yes, from the beginning.
Mr. Merrick Ivory did his best to, shall we say, divert Mr. Madrigal's attention by persuading him to go on an overseas journey. But when he returned, he undid much of the good work that had been done in his absence. His wife did her best to reason with him. Then, when Mr. Merrick Ivory had to go abroad himself, things became worse than ever. Right, Miss Dorset?
You don't know what it's been like.
Quite so. Now, a great firm has as many traditions as a great school or a great regiment, and it often inspires the same kind of jealous loyalty. I only mention this because there were quite a number of people who knew the real state of affairs. And Miss Dorset knew, of course, and so did Mrs. Madrigal. So did you, Mrs. Ivory, unless I'm mistaken.
Yes, I knew.
And it wouldn't surprise me to hear that you confided your worries to your lifelong personal attendant.
She did. I knew about it.
And you, Norris?
Me, sir?
Yes, you. You've been in service here for 20 years. Maybe the situation was not unknown to you.
I have enjoyed Mr. Merrick's confidence for a number of years, sir. I think I did know a little of this matter.
Ah. Mr. Merrick, he knew. He was the principal person involved. He went off to China. That is to say, he left England 14 weeks before Madrigal met his death. Now, when I was a young man, China was as far away as the stars. But with the coming of the new aeroplane, distance had ceased to exist, as you might say. Let me read you a few interesting facts. From Hong Kong to Bangkok, the flying time is only 14 hours. From Bangkok to Calcutta, only 9.5. From Calcutta to Karachi, 9.
I protest. He's not here to defend himself.
I'm only showing you how these days...
You're not. You're making imputations.
Take your call, Miss Dorset.
Yes. Yes. Miss Dorset here. Yes, I did inquire. Messrs. Ivory, Limited, Sallet Square. Yes. Yes, I see. Thank you.
Well, did you get your answer?
Yes.
And your suspicions were correct?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Poor body. We now have to consider the night of the crime. The last person known to have seen Robert Madrigal alive is David Field. You all know what happened. There was an argument between the two in the garden room. According to the evidence, Madrigal turned to Field and said, "You've waited a long time for a woman with money, and now you're not taking any chances, are you?" Not a very nice observation.
How like him. David hit him, I suppose.
He did. He hit him on the jaw, scraping his own knuckles and putting the man clean out for an instant on the floor. At least that's Field's story. But Miss Frances Ivory, who happened to be in the yard about that time, or a few seconds later, said she saw the two of them talking. Would you like to retract that statement, Miss Ivory? It's very clear why you made it.
Yes, I would.
Well, this method of sifting evidence is unorthodox, but it's remarkably efficient. We're getting on very nicely with our afternoon's diversion. The shape of the head is taking place before our eyes. Now, Field went into the hall and fetched Madrigal's hat and coat for him. The idea was to take him to a doctor and have him patched up. Then he went upstairs to say good night to his young lady. Then, he says, he came down and heard Madrigal talking to someone and, thinking it was Lucar, turned away. That is Field's statement. And you may feel, as I do, that it's highly unsatisfactory. Still, he admits handling the hat and coat, and that is highly significant. Anyone might have seen him do it, and this whole story might have been an invention of his to cover that contingency. One thing is clear to me, that the murderer threw the hat and coat into the cupboard after the dead man.
No, you're wrong there.
What makes you think that, Mrs. Ivory?
I know you are. Because I put the hat and coat over the poor wretched man myself.
You didn't. You didn't. You don't know what you're saying.
Be quiet, Dorothy.
I told you she'd come out with things she didn't mean. Don't believe her. Don't you dare believe her.
My dear Dorothea, you don't really think I killed him, do you? Oh, please sit down. The inspector is doing his puzzle, and I must contribute my piece.
Will you tell us what happened, ma'am?
Certainly. I went downstairs that night. It was my first evening in my old home, and I was restless. Dorothea had left me sitting by the fire. And I got up and walked about the room and found I was much stronger than I had supposed. I made up my mind I would go down to Robert and talk to him. It was dark, but I know every inch of this old house, and I paused in the hall to listen. It was quite silent, but I saw the garden room door was open with the light on inside. So I went along there.
I shouldn't have left you. I shouldn't have left you.
Oh, do be quiet, Dorothea. The blinds were down, and at first I thought the room was empty. And then I saw the cupboard door was slightly open.
Open? Are you sure of that, ma'am?
Yes, slightly open. I went over and looked inside. Poor fellow, so undignified and grotesque.
Did you touch him?
Touch him? Of course not. It was perfectly obvious the man was dead. I have seen death too often to mistake it. I went across the room and I sat down to think. It was an awkward situation. Frances is a young girl, Phillida a neurasthenic. Obviously none of us was capable of handling the scandal of a police inquiry. I decided that Robert must wait until my son could return to see to things.
Great heaven.
And then I saw the hat and coat. Naturally, it occurred to me at once that if Robert vanished with his outdoor clothes, no one would look for him in the house. I placed them on his body quite reverently, and then I closed the door, using my shawl to cover my fingers. And then I rested a little and went back to my room. I told Dorothea to cable my son, but I didn't tell her the rest.
But what a ghastly secret to keep to yourself all those days, ma'am.
If you had lived when I did, my dear man, you'd have learned how to keep a great many secrets. That is what disgusts me about this present age. You have no mental discipline. A great many people sneer at the Victorians, but no other period had our face.
I believe you, ma'am. Now,
Wait, I have not finished yet. Some of your puzzle is filled in, Inspector, but there are still several pieces missing, and one of them is this. If Luca went away before he knew of Madrigal's murder, why on earth did he go at all?
Oh, it's quite all right, officer. I'm very angry. I'll go straight in.
That's Daddy's fault.
Mr. Merrick, at last.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I got held up. Nothing I could do. Hello, Godolphin.
Hello, Millie.
I heard you were back. Good to see you. Francis.
Oh, Daddy, we've missed you.
Bless you. Mother. Oh, my poor dear darling. How are you?
Merrick. Oh.
0 hour.
Sorry, sir. No one to be admitted.
He's expecting me, officer. It's quite all right, I assure you.
That's David.
Here I am, Inspector. Just made it.
Well done, Mr. Field. And what's your news?
It was the one with the smallest moustache. Here's the picture.
What is this? The smallest...
Inspector, what's Field talking about? What's that photograph he's got? Can't we know what's happening?
All in good time, sir. All in good time. Let me just go back for a moment to Mrs. Ivory's question.
Why did Luca run away?
Exactly. That's puzzled you all, hasn't it? Well, do you remember what else happened that day?
The papers came out with the news of Godolphin's rescue.
That's it.
How do I come into it?
Just possibly Mr. Luca was afraid of confronting you.
That's an interesting theory. Why should he be?
I'd like you all to have a look at this photograph that Mr. Field brought with him.
Indian in a turban.
I told you so. It's the man Molly saw.
Mr. Godolphin, do you recognize that photograph?
I see someone's been decorating my portrait. Your work, I suppose, Field. Very amusing, but what's the point?
5 people at Amsterdam airport recognized it as the passenger who arrived there on the day that Robert was murdered, and who took the 5 o'clock plane out again the following morning. I'm sorry, Dolly, but you could have done it in the time.
Can any European remember the difference between 2 Indians?
Like 1 or 2 other people, Miss Dorset became suspicious when she discovered that Mr. Godolphin, who left England penniless, had returned from an unsuccessful expedition with money enough for diamonds and motor cars. Come on, Miss Dorset. Don't be frightened. Tell us what you found out when the Nestor Traders Association phoned you just now in response to your inquiry.
I found that the Bank of India had guaranteed him up to £90,000 on the surety of someone called Habib ul Raput.
Well, that's partly true. Raput Habib of Penang is a good friend of mine. I did him a service and he guaranteed me when I came home. But I'm afraid you're not going to get my face fitting into your infernal puzzle. Why on earth should I go to these energetic lengths to kill Robert in England? If I'd wanted to do the tick-in, I'd have had much more opportunity in Tibet. Hang it, I saved his life, didn't I?
Did you? Did you?
Well, surely you heard the story from Robert, Mrs. Ivory.
I did, and I wondered.
Wondered?
Yes. In my time, I have met the kind of man who sacrifices himself to save his friends. And he has not been your kind, Mr. Godolphin.
I see. You don't believe that I broke my leg up there in the mountains?
Oh, yes. Robert could never have made that up. He told it too vividly. What I wonder is whether you really made your heroic sacrifice or whether you did nothing of the kind. I wonder if it was really a story of great cowardice. I wonder if Robert left you. I wonder if he gave you a blanket and a tin or 2 of provisions and left you screaming to him in the snow. I wonder if he dragged Luca on with him and when they returned to safety, remembered the magnificent story of gallantry to cover his own cowardice. And I wonder if that was the hold Luca had over him, Mr. Godolphin.
Witchcraft! A genuine witch at last! Well, suppose you're right. Prove it. Prove he left me. Prove I froze and starved and rotted till a gang of priests picked me up. Prove that I came back to England with Raput Habib's papers. Prove I hid in a shed in the yard. Prove I killed Robert. Prove I killed Luca when he got us all together and whistled Little Dolly Daydream, the song he tortured Robert with until to kill him was an act of charity. Prove I killed him, Mrs. Clairvoyant Gabrielle. What with?
With your stick. My husband had one just like it. It is a sword stick. You're not lame at all.
Right again, witch. Now, out of my way, all of you, or I'll cut you to ribbons.
Oh, no, you don't.
Out of my way.
Come careful, he'll cut your arm off. Leave him to my men outside.
Out of my way.
Get hold of him. Bring him down.
Come on now, you can't get past that.
He's in the street. Open the windows.
He's through them. He's running for it.
Get after him.
That taxi. He hasn't seen it.
Ironic, isn't it? Risks his life all over the world, and then gets knocked into the next one by a London taxi. Do you want to go in?
Not yet. It's restful out here.
Poor old Dolly. He had great provocation. And guts, too. Did Phillida guess, do you think?
I'm sure she did. You knew, too, didn't you?
Yes, I knew.
When?
That night he called us over to their table and accused me. Do you remember? He worked himself up describing the scene and suddenly gave himself away.
How?
He talked about Robert's grey lock flapping in front of his eyes. Now, Robert went grey in the last 6 months of his life. He told me so. As soon as Dolly mentioned it, I knew he was describing a picture he'd really seen. I was so startled, I thought he'd seen it in my face.
Where did you get the picture of Godolphin?
From the foreman of the framing department. He keeps a collection of celebrities. I worked on the theory that when Molly said a black man, she might mean a high-caste Indian whose ancestors were discussing theology while her own were leaping from twig to twig. I was busy with my paints and things when the police came. I'm no hero, you know. I spilt every bean I had. Jolly good job. Believed me enough to let me go and see your grandmother, but he wouldn't hear of me going off to the Dutch airport. That's why I had to cut and run for it.
Did they trace you?
No, I don't think they even missed me. That was rather degrading. I phoned Bridie from Amsterdam, and he sent over a couple of men to do the dirty work, interviewing the stewards and so on. I was pleased with myself when I got back, I can tell you. Trust your granny to steal the thunder, though, by exposing the sword stick.
That was incredible.
It was also very neat on Godolphin's part. As long as you think a man's lame, you expect him to carry a stick with him. Well?
Well?
It's on our minds, isn't it, Ducky?
I suppose so.
What are you going to do? Invest your poor mamma's fortune in the grand old firm and bestow yourself on the lowly and not impoverished painter, setting forth in April for a new world with the dawn in its radiance, beckoning you to a fresh and glowing love life.
I think you're abominable.
Are you going to?
You'd have the shock of your life if I didn't.
That was Margery Westbury as Gabrielle Ivory, Patrick Barr as Dolly Godolphin, Monica Gray as Frances Ivory, and Duncan McIntyre as Divisional Detective Inspector Bridie in Black Plumes, a play for radio by Felix Felton and Susan Ashman from the novel by Margery Allingham, with John Pullen as David Field, Mary Wimbush as Phillida Madrigal, David March as Henry Luca, Betty Hardy as Miss Dorset, Godfrey Kenton as Robert Madrigal, Ella Milne as Dorothea, Norman Claridge as Merrick Ivory, Timothy Harley as Norris, Glyn Dearman as a doctor, Hamlin Benson as P.C. Withers, Arthur Lawrence as P.C. Randall. The production, which was recorded, was by Audrey Cameron.